momento se activará la función de interpretación y todos en esta llamada deberán escoger su idioma de preferencia, incluso los presentadores y todas las personas bilingües. Por favor, hacer clic en el globo ubicado en el panel de funciones de Zoom y seleccione su idioma de preferencia. También es muy importante que todos apaguen sus micrófonos. Muchas gracias por su cooperación. Good afternoon. The interpretation feature will be activated in a moment, and everyone in this call must select their language of preference, including the presenters and all bilingual people. Please click on the globe in the Zoom feature panel and select your language. It is also very important that everyone turns off their microphones. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Thank you, Vanina.
You're welcome.
Sarah, I don't see a globe on my screen, but that could
I haven't started it yet.
Oh,
I had to wait. If I had started it while she was speaking, you wouldn't be able to hear. So I'm going to start it right now.
Apologies, my apologies.
Let's see. And who was our other interpreter?
No pressure, Sarah. We're not waiting on you. Here we go. Interpretation. Wonderful.
There you go.
Thanks so much. Okay, so on that note, it's 4:01. We are going to start our special board meeting. We have 4 board members present. Board members Coleman, Tevilder and Jeswin, Lieberman and Keene. I'm sure the other 3 will be joining us shortly, and there's board member Smith. So now we're starting with 5 board members present. On that note, I will ask everybody to rise for the pledge. If you'd like to unmute and say it with me, place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I did appreciate Carrie with the visual aid on that. Thank you, Mr. Upton, for classing the join up a little bit. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda as submitted? And moved by Richard, seconded by Jennifer. We'll do any comments on the agenda? Great, so we'll do a roll call to accept as submitted. Lori? It's a yes. Keith?
Sorry.
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Do I have any student board members here? I don't see any. Is Brianna here or Estelle? Okay, then I'm a
Don't
yes
see
also.
them.
So the agenda passes 5-0. Which brings us to our study session, which is the update on the Malibu High School project-based learning, PBL. And for that, I will kick the meeting over to Dr. Mora. Dr. Mora, please take it away.
Thank you, Board President Keene. So good evening, Board President, members of the board, Dr. Drati, cabinet and guests. This evening, we are providing a follow-up on the implementation of our project-based learning plan. I am really excited tonight to be able to have the work of our Malibu team showcased this evening. So I would like to introduce Dr. Smith, our coordinator for learning and innovation, and Mr. Patrick Miller, our principal of Malibu High School, who will be facilitating this conversation and sharing the work that has been taking shape at Malibu High School that is deepening the opportunities for our students to engage in meaningful, relevant, real-world experiences. Thank you so much. Excited to hear about their amazing work.
Fantastic. And greetings, everyone. I'd like to provide just a little context before I introduce our presentation. Rooted in the district's mission, our Pbl initiatives, programs, and activities seek to ultimately create, number 1, college and career-ready students through highly engaging, relevant, real-world instruction, socially responsive students through community-based projects, and finally, academically rigorous opportunities that call for students to ideate, analyze, synthesize, fail fast, reflect and revise, and finally, to collaborate and address real-world problems. So, as you may remember, 3 years ago, the board gave direction for the implementation of project-based learning outlined in what we call the 4 Pbl tenets. Now, these tenets boil down to, number 1, a district-wide effort to train teachers in Pbl. Number 2, the focused restructuring and support of our career technical education, CTE program. Number 3, the creation of high-tech integrated instructional designs. At Samo High, you know these to be now the academies. Well, at Malibu High, they are called Integrated Project-Based Learning Labs. And finally, number 4, the Samo High Personalized Project-Based Learning Pathway located at the Obama Center, which is now in its 2nd year. So it's important for us to recognize the ground level work concerning PBL that's been occurring in Malibu over the last 3 years. A cohort of teachers have been trained and supported by project-based instruction and in deep learning strategies. So with gratitude to Mr. Isaac Burgess, the Malibu Pathway Director, numerous stakeholders have visited exemplar institutions, observed instruction, and participated in key consultations surrounding project-based learning. Tonight, Mr. Patrick Miller, principal of Malibu High School, and his staff will lead our study session focusing on the engaging work happening there at Malibu High School, especially as it relates to tenant number 3 with their innovative design for integrated PBL labs. Mr. Miller.
Good evening, President Keene, members of the board, Dr. Drowdy, Superintendent. Thank you all for having me. I'm going to quickly share my screen and we'll get going. If you have questions, board members, as I go, feel free to interrupt me because otherwise it may just be too wordy. Otherwise, if you want to save your questions to the end, that's fine too. But thank you again for inviting me. I'm always happy to talk about Malibu High School and the work that our teachers and staff are doing. And I was asked tonight to share the progress our staff has made, as Dr. Smith just mentioned, pertaining to the vision of Malibu High School before our facilities team share updates on current projects and upcoming projects. So to orient you to my presentation, I'm going to focus on these 2 guiding questions: where we are and where we're going, specifically related to the articulated goal of authentic learning for everybody. Authentic learning for everybody. Where are we and where are we going? And I'll first share some summary thoughts. I'll probably be a little wordy on this first half, and in the second half, to reinforce these 2 guiding questions, I'll share findings from our fall WASC full visit. For those of you not familiar with WASC, Western Association of Schools and Colleges, and we had our visit this October. And so the slides on the second half of this are actually their findings, which will help reinforce these 2 guiding questions. It is important to note that some of this work around increasing staff capacity predates my arrival back at Malibu High, and Devon mentioned his work with our PBL cohorts. There's been other work with Ed Services as far as our social justice cohorts, our blended learning cohorts. And so I do want to recognize that some of this work predates my arrival back. And I also want to note that many of the facilities and master planning and Measure M all predate my work, which I know our facilities team will touch on after I'm done. But all of it is done, the NGSS work, all of it contributes to this desire towards authentic, relevant, significant, real world, choose your adjective, hands-on instruction. I do want to start by explicitly saying that the fact that we've been able to maintain any level of instruction, connection, and student support is reason to be celebrated. The fact that any progress towards visioning and that any new work in regards to new instructional practices has moved forward is really remarkable. And I say that very directly, and I say it pretty forcefully because I strongly believe it. The fact that we've done any of this work, especially in our Malibu community, is really, really impressive. I'm not just referring to our current pandemic experience, which I feel our team has done better than most, but I'm referring to Woolsey, I'm referring to disruptions in leadership, I'm referring to current construction, disruptions, moves, and a number of other factors. Some of the teachers who have voluntarily participated in these cohorts, who have voluntarily served on our PBL kind of visioning committee, and some of these teachers who have implemented these initial PBL labs are still living in trailers on their property after losing everything. And we need to recognize how significant and important that commitment and dedication to our students and our school district is. We are a community in Malibu that is still healing, that is still recovering, and I cannot praise the efforts of our students, our parents, our staff, and teachers who have simply at every step found a way to get it done. They have demonstrated, and they continue to demonstrate, that can-do attitude that is really inherent to the Malibu way of life. So where are we? For those in the community or for those watching, or who will watch this at a later time that may not be as familiar with our Malibu High School community, we currently serve 470 students in grades 9 through 12. Our staff is comprised of around 40 teachers, although defining a staff is really hard to do. As you all know, we share a staff and a facility with Malibu Middle School. And prior to Malibu Middle School opening in 2020, we operated as a 6 through 12 school since Malibu High School opened in 1992. In describing where we are, I think it's important to recognize and to maintain our traditional excellence. Our story at Malibu High School revolves around seeing our students go on to great colleges, get great jobs, and most importantly, become great people. The Malibu High School class of 2021 will be our 26th graduating class in our short history. And typically 93% of Malibu High School graduates pursue post-secondary studies, with around 65% annually enrolling in a four-year college or university. Although this year with our class of 2021, we actually expect that percentage to be much higher. At one point, we had close to 90% of our students reporting they'd be pursuing a four-year college or university this year. Malibu High School, a college prep academic program, is at the core of what we do. Students achieve at high levels and benefit from a number of advanced academic electives in the humanities, sciences, and math. I think I heard the other day that we're currently offering 16 AP courses, which for a school our size is really, really, really impressive. The school-wide focus on critical thinking, having our students participate in learning tasks with higher depths of knowledge, helps create our highly recognized academic program. Beyond the core academics at Malibu High, we are a small school with a strong sense of community. Anyone who spends time on our campus comments on the strong positive relationships, both student to student and student to staff. We have worked hard to make sure that students are both challenged and supported, and our 7-year dynamic, where we have kids on campus for 7 consecutive years, leads to both school pride and close relationships with staff. At MHS, students are able to participate in a wide range of clubs, activities, sports beyond the academic program: engineering, robotics, service clubs, mock trial, interest clubs, religious clubs, student leadership, every possible sport imaginable, and more. Our music and our performing arts programs, our visual and our media arts programs, including film, have historically been our signature programs. They continue to be a community priority, and we benefit greatly from community support of those programs. These programs foster and strengthen our students' creativity and communication skills. Service learning opportunities and real-world tasks help students apply their knowledge and skills beyond our campus, and this ensures our graduates are well-rounded and prepared for future success. Our goal at Malibu High, I think it's why all of us show up to work every day, is to keep every door, every pathway, every opportunity available for our students. And we recognize the importance of developing personal traits, positive character traits, student wellness, and a genuine sense of humanity. Malibu High School students value individual expression and value the contributions of others. Their voice, our students' voice, is a large part of the Malibu High School experience. To highlight some of our existing classes that are performance or problem or project based, I put together these next 2 slides. You'll see that some of these courses are individual courses. Others are sequenced, allowing students to both specialize in an area of interest or focus, or to also just try to take something new that may be brand new to them. Doing so helps develop transferable skills around our C's: creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and we add culture, character, and citizenship. Our students do produce incredible products. I would invite all of you to see our students' work at either our upcoming senior art show, which will be held at the Tracy Park Gallery in Malibu on Saturday, May 8th, or at our upcoming live stream theater production of Don't Let the Pigeon Drive the Bus, which is May 14th and 15th. Information about both of those events, where you can see our students' work showcase, is on our website. Now I sound like a salesperson. So where are we going? So that's where we currently are. Where are we going? This slide here kind of summarizes our 3 channels. As we think about engaging students in relevant, significant, authentic, real-world application, we want students to do, we want students to produce. We want students to be producers, not consumers, and we want them to be active learners. And this is kind of how we're approaching it. Column 1 focuses on strengthening our existing coursework. with the teachers who participated in the PBL cohort, which Devon mentioned, or the World History PBL cohort, which Dr. Hawkins led, or our social justice cohorts. We've seen teachers begin to do this with projects and mini projects in existing coursework. Many of those have been highlighted in previous board presentations that Dr. Smith and Dr. Hawkins have presented to you. Our Soil, Our Story, ABCs of Othering, a PSA project, a social action research project, a virtual museum project, a film pitch project, and others. So even in this short time of these teachers moving from training to implementation, we've seen some really strong examples within our existing coursework. We have 2 teachers who will be participating in the upcoming College Board and PBL Works Summer Institute, where the College Board is rethinking how APES, AP Environmental Science, and AP Government is done. And we have teachers voluntarily participating in that. We have teachers and departments thinking through performance tasks and guiding projects within existing coursework. Column 2 focuses on our PBL labs, which is what Dr. Smith referenced earlier. As he mentioned, we and Dr. Burgess helped organize, or not Dr. Burgess, Mr. Burgess, helped organize the site visits to CART, to Dos Pueblos Engineering Academy, to High Tech High, to Weisburn, to Geffen. And so these PBL labs were kind of the model that we decided on to try to implement this year. In this model, this PBL lab experience class model, we took 2 existing courses. So we didn't create a new course. We took 2 existing courses. The kids stay together for those 2 courses, but the teachers rotate, and the class is taught through guiding projects to create a different experience for kids, but really one where those guiding projects are what really guide and inform the instruction, and those projects have a tie into industry standard. Because we were implementing this PBL lab experience class model with trained and volunteer teachers, we did have some limitations on what was offered for the first year and how students got placed in these courses. But we settled on a multimedia lab, which was a mashup, a mush-up, I don't know, mashup is probably a better word, of our English 10 college prep class and our digital design class. So we took the arts and English and we mushed them together, and that class is taught through a multimedia focus. And so the guiding projects are all around multimedia. We took marine biology, we took our stats class, we mushed them together, and that class was taught again with guiding projects around marine field research. Public Policy Health Institute, we mushed up our English 9, both our English 9 CP classes and our English 9 HP classes, and we mushed them together with our traditional freshman seminar in health and reimagined, rethought of how do we approach that class. That one is a little different in the sense that we did it for all English 9 and all freshman seminar, where the other ones, we still offer a regular marine biology class, we still offer a regular English 10 class. So that is a description of the current 3 labs in our first initial stage. I will note that with our remote learning experience, we've not been able to do as much with these 3 labs as what we had hoped to, but I do need to commend the 7 teachers who really stepped up to make these things even possible and have done really incredible work in challenging circumstances remotely. This team of 7 teachers met throughout last summer on their non-duty days to plan and collaborate and do the initial design of those projects and curriculum mapping. And then throughout this year, and I think Dr. Smith mentioned this as well, throughout this year, those 7 teachers and some additional teachers have had ongoing collaboration with some of the CART teachers. CART is the school in Fresno many of us have visited that really is the model of these integrated lab experiences. At CART, they mush 3 classes together. In our current stage, we're mushing 2 classes together. But again, these teachers have, both in the summer and throughout this year, not only implementing the classes, but continuing to do that professional work. And so I gotta say a huge thank you to all of them.
Hey, Patrick, can I just interrupt for a second? I think it would also be useful for you to explain why you're mushing together existing classes as opposed to doing a CART-like thing where you create a new PBL lab with particular reference to the master schedule and the small school of it. Why are we doing these mush-ups as pilots?
Yeah, happy to. And I referenced it on a later slide titled Challenges. So
Sorry.
Malibu High School being a small school and offering the wide range of programming that we do within the constraints of our schedule 6-period day, we have more constraints than an average school, both because of size and because of range of programming. And so by taking existing coursework and not creating new coursework, we were able to take the teachers and the students to have that fit within the schedule. And so that really is one of the main drivers of taking existing coursework. We have, I don't know the percentage at Malibu High School, but it's probably 40 to 50% of our classes are all singletons, only offered one time in the master schedule. And those singletons are not single grade level classes. We run a number of classes at Malibu High School, mainly our elective classes that are 9 through 12 classes. And so trying to have that puzzle all work together in master schedule is one of the unique challenges of Malibu High School. And I'll talk a little bit more about it when I get to the challenge slide. Just to finish this slide, which is really the summary of our action plan. And again, 3 kind of channels. That third channel is then looking at additional partnerships, increasing our dual enrollment opportunities, looking at capstone experiences where we do have that existing sequence courses. We're able to do that, for example, in our 2D and 3D program where we have a capstone AP class where the students are producing a portfolio. But last year we were able to add a capstone experience for our engineering students. And our engineering pathway may be a great way to explain what Mr. Foster just also referenced. So a couple years ago, there was a push from the school board and the school district to implement a Project Lead the Way engineering pathway, both at Samo High and at Malibu High. It was a 3-year pathway, and it was to build each year one over the other. At Samo High, that program has been able to operate within that model. They've been able to add students each year. They're able to maintain a 3-year kind of pathway model. At Malibu High, the first year we were able to get that number of kids, but each subsequent year, less kids, other programs of interest. So as a result, we have a single period of engineering, but in that single period, we have 3 groups of kids. We have 10 kids doing year 1 work, we have 10 kids doing year 2 work, and we have 10 kids doing year 3 work. It's a very challenging dynamic of Malibu High. That teacher teaches engineering. He also teaches all of our level of physics. He has 7 preps in a 5-period day. And you see that in our arts too, where you have multiple courses stacked within a period and the teacher is having to guide each group where they are. It's just a unique challenge. And that's why a pathway or an academy model at Malibu High, similar to what you heard at Samo High, we just don't have the number of students to sustain that kind of pathway model. So that maybe is another way of describing or answering that question. But we still offer engineering. And last year, we were able to add a capstone experience for those 3rd-year engineering students. So we're looking at adding capstone experiences where we have those sequence courses. We're looking at, and Dr. Smith is helping us, we're looking at, we have a number of courses that were previously ROP courses that now are just traditional classes. And we're looking at getting those repurposed back into CT accredited classes. Taking advantage of experts, internships, field experience, those kind of things are also part of this kind of 3rd channel. So that's just a summary of our action plan. Here are some of the successes in the last 1.5 years. We've been able to, again, have those teachers really serve as our PBL cohort, our PBL committee, getting those mini projects and guiding projects and existing coursework. We had a number of exhibitions of learning. We had a World Language Day that was super successful. Not only student exhibitions of learning, but staff exhibitions of learning. Even last spring, virtually, our teachers were able to come together and share out their own experiences based on their training and implementation around project-based learning. We just talked about the 3 initial PBL labs, which actually dropped down to 2. We had to collapse our Marine Field Research Lab. We talked about the teacher collaboration. We were able to partner with the Boys and Girls Club. Last board meeting, you approved an Empowered Voices PBL course, which we were able to pilot this year. You all have, and Dr. Dradi, thank you, have helped drive a multimedia lab, new computers to support that work. Those just arrived yesterday. And again, one of the biggest success is the fact that our teachers have been able to do any of this work in very, very challenging times, not just this year, not just last year, but for the last many years. They really have stepped up to the plate. And we have the conditions. We have the culture at our school, really a student-centered. The students are great to each other. That really will allow us to do this kind of work. Our kids are bendable. I hate using that description, but our kids, even if they fail, aren't going to fail, forever. Like, we have the ability. Our kids are really, really both adaptable, but also continue to achieve at high levels, no matter what challenge we put in front of them, or no matter what disruption or what works, what doesn't work. I know that's a terrible way to describe it, but I hope you understand what I mean. The conditions are right at Malibu High for this innovative work. As far as some challenges, AP coursework is a priority of our community. It's how kids select their classes. One of the reasons we had to collapse our marine field research lab is, even though we were going to give the students the opportunity to take the AP test, which could then be submitted to the universities, it was not an AP course on their transcript. And so students choose their coursework largely based off of AP coursework. When you add in the AP coursework with the required classes, there aren't a lot of other kids left to take other classes, to be honest with you. In our junior and senior year, we have about 80%, 85% of our kids taking AP coursework. I don't know if the community realizes, in English 11 and English 12 at Malibu High, where we offer 4 or 5 sections, all but one of the sections is an AP course. That's, that it is what drives student course requests at Malibu High. I already mentioned the diverse program offerings in the small student population to Mr. Foster's question, but that's definitely another challenge as far as these integrated labs. They are additional singletons, but they're not just additional singletons, they're additional singletons that are locked into 2 periods, which just adds some additional constraints into our master's schedule. There is a definite need for broader staff capacity. We can't do this work with only 7 trained teachers. We have to increase the staff capacity across our entire staff. And so we have some ideas on what that will look like, but that's definitely a to-do. There is construction fatigue. We've been under construction for 6 years. We've been talking and planning construction for all 14 years that I've been in the Malibu community. Some of our teachers, even just in the last 1.5 years, have moved classroom 3 times. In the last 5 years, we have some teachers that have moved classrooms 5 or 6 times. And so just the moves, the noise, all of it, it just leads to a little bit of construction fatigue. And then again, I mentioned there, our crisis and structure, both tied to wildfire and pandemic. And I know I keep saying it, but again, the fact that we've been able to do any positive, productive work is really, really a testament to our staff. So that concludes the first half. And then the second half, I'll go much quicker, I promise. But again, if you think of these 2 guiding questions, where we are and where we're going, these next slides are not my words. These are the findings left by the accrediting team. They came in October. Our accreditation was actually first scheduled for a couple years ago during the fire year, then postponed to the remote year. They were supposed to come, were supposed to get there on that Sunday. I think it was March 15th. Schools closed that Friday. And so it got postponed to this October. So luckily, not luckily, it's not luckily at all, but our findings from this report were very positive, and a full 6 year with a 1-day midterm visit. So they'll be back in 3 years for 1 day, but a really positive result. But I think their findings, which again are the result of a self-study process where our teachers and staff, in addition to our annual process, engage in a really deep review of student work, all available data, focus group meetings, survey results, and the team, our team, puts together a report, says this is what we're doing well, this is what we need to work on, this is where we're going to be in the next 3 to 6 years, develop an action plan. And this visiting team really reinforced that, yep, what you said is accurate, and what you said you need to work on is what you need to work on. So even though these are their findings, they really do mirror what was in our school-produced, teacher-produced, staff-produced self-study report. So I'll go much quicker. For those of you that are familiar with WASC, you know they have 5 areas. These are the areas to celebrate in regards to organization. I'm not going to read every slide to you. I'll let you all skim it before moving on to the next one. But in regards to organization, they are impressed with our teachers, collaboration, collaborative decision-making, the amount of site, district, and outside PD our experienced and expert staff engage in. In regards to curriculum, the categories are down there in gold. These are some of their areas to celebrate based on our report and their visit. We don't really have any non-A to G courses at Malibu High School or less than college prep courses. We maybe have one or two outside of our special education courses. And also what they highlight there, you see, is that most of our kids on our IEPs are actually in the gen ed setting most of the time. In regards to instruction, again, I'll let you skim them on your own. They more than anything else were impressed by our student and teacher relationships as the foundational element to instruction, and they complimented our team for engaging students in meaningful work bell to bell, even in our remote setting. These next findings are around assessment. I'll give you a chance to skim them on your own. They highlighted our support period within our school day, which operates almost as a flex period, with some students doing work and getting help from teachers, but also clubs and student groups meeting, outside groups coming in for workshops, school assemblies, counseling groups. The last slide are their areas to celebrate regarding culture. And then these next slides are their school-wide findings, their overall areas of strength or celebration, which some of them are basically repeated from the previous 5 slides. They really highlighted what they saw in that freshman seminar Public Policy Health Institute lab. Support period again, and then of course college prep coursework and instruction based on positive relationships. So those are their 5 kind of key findings school-wide. And then these next slides are their areas to focus. I say there, but again, remember, many of these are actually validating the areas of focus that our school team identified in our report that are part of our annual improvement process and part of this accreditation process. And you're gonna see a theme here. They really want our team to focus, to continue to focus on rigor, high levels of thinking for all students, but you're also going to see a theme of relevancy, of engaging kids in real world application. That's the one area when you look at our student surveying especially always comes up as the greatest area of need. And so that's what really our staff has honed in on in this process and what they validated in the process. So these are around organization again. This is around curriculum. Instruction, and again, you should be seeing the theme. And they reinforce that kind of need for broader staff capacity to do this work well. These are more around our student support. Facilities play a role, resources play a role. But at the end of the day, it's a teacher who's capable of facilitating the type of learning that is most important factor. These are largely also tied to student support. So these are their three areas for us to focus on. And right there at the first one, you kind of see the need for us to continue to move forward with this work around authentic learning for everybody. And you see that in the second one, as far as increasing staff capacity and being laser focused. That's how they described it, laser focused on those elements of relevancy and rigor. So that concludes my presentation. I'll stop sharing and happy to answer any questions.
We have, isn't Dr. Smith is going to go next and address the Pbl projects, or am I mistaken on this?
Well, that was encompassed in the presentation that Patrick shared.
Okay.
I would just reiterate that the work that we have been doing is in line with this progressing. And we will continue to offer that support and take great note of what has been put forth by the WASC and incorporate that into our professional development for the next year, especially.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. So I'll ask the board if they have clarifying questions. If not, I will go to a public comment and then we will go to board questions. So Jennifer, is it clarifying? Keith, is it clarifying or general?
It was clarifying related to the one-to-one Chromebook setup. So I was curious about the rest of the language that was put up per WASC and what the laser focus was, again, related to the fact that now Malibu High students are having this one-to-one relationship with Chromebooks. Can you describe that again and how they may have viewed this relevancy by folks having these devices, these Chromebooks? Principal Miller?
Yeah, I'll do my best. So Malibu High went to one-to-one during the Woolsey fire. So we were, I think, the first school in the district to go to a one-to-one implementation. This was a couple years ago. So all of our students have one-to-one devices. It was kind of done in an emergency kind of crisis situation. Our staff rose to the challenge, and really that's what I think helped us prepare for this current experience. So our teachers have made great progress as far as Google Classroom, use of a variety of digital tools, Screencastify, Kahoot, Nearpod, you name them, they use them, and they use them well. They use them well. I think what WASC was highlighting in the previous 6-year WASC cycle, there was a lot of reference to connectivity and kind of more of a network infrastructure type of need, because at that time, that was a great need. In the last 6 years, there's been a lot of work done to improve connectivity and infrastructure, although at times in Malibu, being the Wild West, we lose power a lot, we lose connectivity a lot. But we've made progress in those areas, and the teachers now have the tools and the kids have the computer. I think what they're referencing is just that need to integrate it within the day-to-day instruction moving forward. They saw it in our current remote setting. They basically were hinting at those things need to transfer over when we return to in-person, those blended learning strategies, that informal ability to get feedback and assessment on the fly through a digital tool needs to transfer over. So I think that's really what they were referencing as their feedback back to us.
Great, thank you for that.
Great, so we have one public comment. So Lori, if you could introduce that speaker, and then we'll go to, oh, sorry, Ben.
Yeah, I just want to commend Mr. Miller and the staff there for really taking a challenging situation. You know, as we were considering the different project-based learning approaches, you know, we all like the model that we saw in CART with the integrated coursework, but when you have a school the size of Malibu to get something like that organized is a challenging thing. I mean, it takes a commitment from the core, from the teachers to reimagine what they would traditionally do in these core courses. And I'm just so happy that they were able to come through, because that was really the only way, given the size of Malibu, to get this done, and they actually did it. So I do commend the staff and Mr. Miller for getting that organized.
Yeah, I think you speak for all of us when we hold our staff in very high regard and their accomplishments on Malibu and Santa Monica throughout the district. Let's go to our public comment, and then we can have board discussion on this item if there's interest.
Sure.
So Lori?
We have one speaker on this item, Jennifer Pappas. I see you there. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
I can't believe I'm the only person speaking. I just want to say thank you, to the board, Mr. Miller. I love hearing the work that you guys are doing. As a FDAC member, you know, we work on the facility, and I don't get a chance to listen in on the project-based learning model. And I absolutely love this. I think what I wanted to say was that, you know, I do have a Malibu High School graduate from 2019. So she lived through all those things that you mentioned, the fire, the pandemic, the et cetera, et cetera. And somehow through all of that, she's resilience, loves to learn, wanted to do something for the community, had all these great ideas. She figured out that she wanted to be an architect. through all this, through the science and the arts that the school provided. And the school that she chose to go to, New School of Architecture and Design, is actually an integrated project-based learning school. They do so much of what you just talked about, and it is incredible. And Dr. Drati, I believe some of the schools that you had us go visit, some of the architects in her school actually helped design the programs and the buildings for project-based learning. And it's been incredible. And I have to say that, I mean, yeah, she found her path somehow, but can you imagine what project-based learning could do at the high school level? Having an integrated engineering and art program, what that can mean, we could have such amazing students who are really ready for the higher learning that they're going to encounter when they get to universities. And to have this experience in Malibu High, I just can't wait. I mean, I've got a 4th grader and a 2nd grader that will be coming to Malibu High, and I am just so fingers crossed and so hopeful that they'll also have the opportunity to have project-based learning, but sooner. So thank you so much. And I thank you to the board for your time. Always, thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's so weird with the year that we had off. We didn't really have graduation last year. I had no idea Jennifer had a graduate last year. I just knew the elementary kids. So I look forward to getting all of us in a room together again so we can start reconnecting and hearing what the families are up to. Board discussion. Jennifer, you're up first.
I actually just had a question, and it wasn't a clarifying question because it was about the sort of expansion of the teacher pool doing this kind of work. And you said that there were some ideas floating around, and I was wondering what they were. And I mean, it must be pretty hard this year to have teachers not being able to be in the same room with each other and watch each other teach and watch each other work and understand how it's done. But I would imagine that could change next year and that might help. But I was wondering about the expansion.
Yep, so a couple things on that, Ms. Smith. So one, we previously looked at bringing in Buck for school-wide training, PBL Works, Buck Institute. We also explored possibly bringing in High Tech High for some larger ongoing staff training. Neither of those channels really panned out, but Dr. Smith has agreed to, when the time is right, facilitate our school-wide training. He has a number of modules that he's been able to put together and prepare and is ready to do that kind of, what's the right word? Staff-wide, broad
base.
And then obviously we will also continue to utilize our teachers who both have had the more in-depth training and who are doing this work. That kind of trainer of teachers, that peer-to-peer work that happens within departments is really where a lot of this work will thrive. And I think that is what WASC's recommendations around the PD structure that you saw really reference. They want the teachers to be able to do the work within their site, department, and PLC teams that is needed to do this work and do it well without getting pulled in other directions or without getting pulled out of the classroom as much. Those were some of the things they heard from the teachers as they visited. So that's definitely a second channel. I would also say that we really are relying on the experience being different for students, that student voice, which is really a key part of Malibu High, and really does push our teachers to continue to constantly improve, also drives some of that ongoing work to broaden out beyond our current 7 teachers who have had the training. Satinder also did some training with our world history teachers through a 3-day training. And so we're building it, but it's definitely still an area of need.
And if I could add to that, there's been ongoing consultation with CART, and if you all are not familiar with that acronym, that's the Center for Advanced Research and Technology that Patrick mentioned. We've been doing that by Zoom throughout the year, looking at continuing that. And then also when we're talking about relevance and rigor and real world, we really do need to be bringing in industry professionals when appropriate. And of course, that'll be in conjunction with the vision that Principal Miller has. So many things like that we'll be incorporating also. Blending in the social justice standards, of course, we don't want to let go of that. And so we're having a lot of coordinator discussions about how we can meet those needs without exhausting teachers through the process. So those are some other additional ideas that we'll be working with Patrick to iron out.
Amazing. Well, thank you. And thank you for the presentation. And it just looks incredible. And I'm so excited for the students of Malibu.
Thank you. Lori.
Yeah, I want to thank you too. And I want to both comment on something and then ask a couple questions, one of which might be really out there. It's more of a something to think about in the future, I guess. But my comment is that your slide about where we're going, how you show the existing work, PBL, how the PBL lab experiences, and then additional partnerships. I just want to say I really appreciate that because number one, I think that is the way we should be proceeding everywhere. And it's clear in Malibu that enrollment drives that too, because you know, for all the reasons you described. But it's a great way of introducing PBL, project-based learning, in a variety of ways. And so I really want to appreciate that because I think that has been really smart on the parts of all of you who have been involved here. And I think it is something that I think we're doing generally, but I don't know that it wasn't driven for this by the same reasons, by the enrollment challenges, really. And so then I want to ask, so anyway, I just want to say I think that's great. And I do think it looks really exciting. And having been at Malibu High School today and seeing the physical plant now that complements all this, it's truly exquisite and amazing. So then I have a couple. One question is, and I don't honestly know whether this is for you, Patrick, or Devon, or Jackie, Dr. Mora, or whoever, but is there any, the presentation made me think about AP classes and how that all does or doesn't work going forward everywhere, Malibu High School and everywhere. So my question is there anything going on in the world of AP class construction? And I don't really mean here necessarily, but I mean generally, to inject project-based learning into an AP class? Because if that's the future, that seems to me, I hope that's what's happening out there, which will then help you at Malibu High School and will help everyone. But so that's a question. So maybe Dr. Trotty, I think, was going to answer that.
I think I'm going to take this on because, and by the way, and thank you for the question, but this is more or less for all parents out there who are listening to this. You don't have to be afraid of project-based learning. And it's not going to be, it can be, it has to be, it doesn't have to be an and or. It could be it doesn't have to be an or, it could be an and. Meaning AP courses are just a sequence of learning objectives that you have to cover, and most people memorize them to pass the test. That doesn't mean that you don't organize the delivery of it in an integrated way in so many different ways. It's a matter of just sitting down and looking at how do I incorporate AP English with the arts and with, say, photography or something, and create a multimedia room. And that is something within our power to do. And in fact, the schools that have done that, and I've taken all of you to Dos Pueblos High School to look at those students. A lot of them don't take AP, but they take the AP test and do very well, right? Because they acquire the knowledge through their approach, and it creates a situation in which it's not about answering bubble questions or anything. You have the knowledge, so any questions, however to ask it in an essay or in a bubble sheet, or you're going to be able to, as a student, you'll be equipped to be able to respond to it in an intelligent way. So without having to just regurgitate information that you try to capture in a short term. So thank you for the question, but I wanted this response to the entire community because I'm a believer in this approach. And the challenge is always people seem to think that somehow if you approach learning in this way, you're going to dismantle AP. And we're talking about enhancing AP actually. So anyway, thank you for the question.
I think Devon wanted to chime in there too, Lori.
You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, just to and just to follow up with that, the board recently approved our computer science principles, which is an AP course at Samo High. And that is a Project Lead the Way course. And our Project Lead the Way teachers have just been CTE certified, CTE credentialed. So there's a huge element of project-based instruction and approach in that pathway. So it is possible to definitely do that within an AP class. Challenging, but possible.
Thank you.
If I could add 2 cents to that really quickly, and it's something that Dr. Smith and Dr. Dradi and Dr. Moore and others are very clearly understand well, is that what we've been listening to are stories of, practices of transformative learning, really under the lens of whether one would call it interdisciplinary studies or transdisciplinary studies. And that clearly is the case at university institutions, and especially in disciplines like engineering, for example, since we were talking about engineering earlier. No, at Stanford Engineering, it's all about interdisciplinary work. So we're moving on the right path, and it's really fantastic to hear that the leadership in the district is helping to sort of provide these opportunities for students in this way. So thank you so much for that.
Dr. Mora?
If I may also just add, Dr. Smith mentioned our computer science course, but these conversations are also happening in our other AP courses. Dr. Hawkins has been working with our, Mr. Miller talked about our history team and really looking at AP history and how do we integrate project-based learning, interdisciplinary learning, so that students are able to apply the concepts that they've learned beyond just the text, right? Be able to take a step back and apply it across content areas, across experiences, which is what we are wanting our students to be able to do. And it doesn't always just need to be by memorizing text, but actually applying it and delving deeper into a project that integrates all of those concepts and can be applied across disciplines and experiences. So we are definitely moving in that direction and are incorporating and tapping into the expertise of our AP teachers, just like Mr. Miller mentioned and Dr. Devon did as well.
Thanks, Dr. Mora. So your question clearly took us down a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Finish what you had to comment on.
I'm scared to say the last thing I wanted to say, but I'll just give it a try. The other thing I was struck by is in terms of the challenges, many of which do come down to numbers and enrollment. I was thinking about 2 totally different things that what could be pursued. One, for as long as Santa Monica and Malibu are one district, it feels like we could consider and should consider how to share what the potential for sharing staff. So if you have people who are particularly expert and they do, one kind of co-curricular, cross-curricular class, or an outside person and an inside person are knocking on my door, which I can't answer. Is there a way of, maybe that's crazy, but of a group of teachers, for instance, teaching in Malibu on 2 days and in Santa Monica on 2 days, it's a scheduling issue as well as a sharing issue. That's one. And then the total opposite of that, which might be, and I'm sure that there are probably people in Malibu who would want this and probably others who wouldn't. So I don't know if this is a good idea, and I'm sure it's discussed out there. But certainly when you have a smaller group of people, and as Patrick described, there's a lot of commitment of folks to having their kids take AP classes and whatnot. And in keeping with the discussion about how AP classes are going to be expanded to include project-based learning, I wonder if it's not a possibility that down the road that the entire school becomes an integrated project-based learning school, that's not a possibility, kind of like a SMASH high school kind of thing. And I'm not proposing that in any way. It's just a big way to think about it going forward. If the enrollment stays small, that's more manageable and maybe more possible. On the other hand, it might say to some people, hey, if those who don't want that and want a much more traditional experience, you can't get that anymore. So that's a downside. just a sort of a presentation, actually. I never thought about this before today, honestly. The presentation is what kind of made me go there. So
Yeah.
just those.
No, yeah, I mean, it's
throw those out.
no, we haven't had many items come to us in the past few months. They're just
You're freezing, John.
education and outcomes. And yeah, Maria, you had a question, comment?
No, just a comment. I think, that's just what I think for many of us that started this road probably about 3 or 4 years ago, it's come to this actual, some good results in that sense. I remember having had those conversations with, with Patrick and some of the other teachers that went with us to some of those visits and the many questions that we had. And the good thing about it is that when we went, for some of us who went to CART in Fresno, parents from Malibu were also there. Because part of the piece is not just only understanding, for students to understand the process of how they're going to learn, how their expectation now, students in 2021, what the expectations are, or what more or less what is expected of them when they go to the universities to be ready, and how learning for many of us who were in college, 10 years ago, different than what we were dealing, especially now with this pandemic, and everybody was forced to go into distance learning and Zoom and a whole world of online programming. I mean, it's opened up a whole nother view in terms of what we could do. So as Lori was mentioning, the fact that maybe we can combine courses. I mean, I remember, what was it, 3 or 4, like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, trying to offer that, what is it, the class, the CD, or CE, what is it, the calculus, I guess it would be CD.
Calculus CE, and Mr.
CE?
Corrigan taught it virtually for students at
Well,
Sam.
we tried to do it. Remember, we tried to do it. And it was difficult because the frame, our frame of mind wasn't there yet. We hadn't transitioned to that point yet. Now that we've experienced this whole year, I mean, I think it's where the direction has to go, especially for a lot of our children, a lot of our students, that the expectation that when they go to 4-year schools, even 2-year schools, that they're going to have to come up with not just only the academic piece of it, but at the end of the day, they have to come up with a portfolio of some sort, or some, or be able to show what their 4 years of learning, hopefully through internships, through work experiences while they're in college, will lead them to a job opportunity once they graduate. If not, then they're just going to come back home, folks and parents, and they're back home trying to figure this out. But I think that the sooner we can do that at the high schools, and to open those doors, the changes, I think the quicker that the student, it just makes it more for them to learn. Forget the memorization now. Forget the fact that you're going to be looking at the front of the classroom and somebody's going to go, yeah, for an hour, or 2. But that now you're going to have everybody focused on this is a problem. How are we going to solve it? What's the solution? What are the ways? And instead of you can break it down in groups, and everybody is in groups trying to figure out solutions, and then you go out and tinker with some hands-on project that you're going to come back with a solution within your group, and then eventually presenting it to your class. So I mean, I think we've done a lot of work there. Yeah, Patrick, congratulations to you and your staff there, that you've been able to open it up more. And for me, I wear my 2 hats, because hopefully I know that somewhere there you involve dual enrollment there. So of course, partnering with Santa Monica College in this to be able to open more doors for our students, there at Malibu, during the high school. So
Great.
Thank you so much.
Any other board member comments on this? Craig.
Yeah, I just want to add a few sort of things from my point of view. And I think I really appreciate, I think all the comments have been great so far, and the presentation was fantastic. And what we're doing is really, really, really exciting and powerful. And we're all going to hear the second part of this, which is getting the building to match the curriculum and the curriculum to match the building. So it's kind of a double header of wonderfulness today. In the district, we really, while there's one vision we are, I think, appropriately following two models to roll out the PBL 3 principles, 3 goals that Dr. Dradi's brought to us. And in Malibu, because of the tightness of the master schedule, it's both an evolutionary process rather than a revolutionary process, which is a little hard for me because I tend to go for revolution rather than evolution. But this is a definite situation where evolution is better. And it's I think the long-term, and absolutely to Lori's point, I think the long-term of PBL at Malibu High is through the center of the curriculum, not like CART where it's an outside, you go there and you come back. But I think what we end up mashing up is a lot of art and video production and literature with history, so you can reflect the learnings of the history in writing or in movies or in performances and drama. And so for me, I think that, and also to the point about I think in some ways, whether it becomes 100% PBL or whether it's just down the middle of the curriculum, that's how it's embraced across the whole place, because everything folds back in, and going into the world, being able to go from your clear understandings about history and injustices and the reasons and then reflect and seeing how that was reflected in literature and being able to reflect on that in whether it's, creative film or presentational public appearance, that like the ability to be that person is going to be, I think, hugely valuable in the future. And down the road, we may have to look at the master schedule structure again, because the 6-period structure may not be ideal for doing that, but that's an evolutionary thing, right? And one of the things that I'm probably getting ahead of myself, but one of the things you're going to see in the facilities plan is it is designed for a future we can imagine, but it's also designed to meet WASC where it's intended to be in 4 or 5 years when the facility opens. So there's no gulf between the future vision that's been built and the ability to do what we're going to be doing in 5 years in that facility. So I'm really, really happy that this is grounded in the reality of today with the, the strong emphasis on AP classes and the way the school works, but evolving it to that great future. And I'm really proud of everybody for having found this path and moving at the speed we can move. To the remote thing, I mean, we've learned to do distance learning, right? And so to Maria's point, when we tried the last time, the world wasn't there yet, but we are so there now. We're a little over being there, but we're still there. And I think it's really interesting. And I would ask of Dr. Mora, Dr. Dradi, Dr. Smith, let's really hold on to what we've learned from distance learning and not lose that, like the WASC has asked us at Malibu High. And, this interesting hybrid where we're running the C cohort at secondary in the classroom, there's something really interesting there, because it may not even be where we have to have the teacher go back and forth. It may be that if I want to take Japanese at Malibu High, I trot off to the library and I sit in a cubicle with, Miss Ryan there supervising me, right? So there's a teacher on site, there's no issues. And I can take 1 period of Japanese if we'd have to get the schedules to line up, but, it may be that works. So I think how it also means we could be very creative with how we do independent study and or support our kids who are homeschooling. Like there's so many cool things we can do as a public institution. And one thing that's really crazy, that I hope we might have the bandwidth, we could actually maybe for money sell these courses to people, right? If we've got a great course that's unusual, we could offer it to people. And I don't know how that works in public education, but wouldn't it be cool if we could have other people taking the class and helping to pay for the teacher? So there's really, really a lot we can do here. And I'm so excited and I'm so happy that I really feel like we're on the right path. And I think it's thanks to all of the leadership of all of you guys, Mr. Miller, Dr. Smith, Dr. Drotti, Dr. Mora, Mr. Burgess. I think it's really in a sweet spot to keep moving forward, and we want to keep it moving forward. I have one question, and I know this is a little bit, everybody gets weirdly touchy over this, but I'm just going to ask it and maybe just let it sit there. But this whole thing about PD, I keep hearing about, and we seem to have some weird disconnect in the system where we're all trying to get to the same place, and we're all talking about how it's teacher driven, but it never quite lines up. There's always a little tension about we're not quite getting what we want, right, back and forth, right? And so I don't really need an answer today. I just want to highlight that seems to be an area that needs like oil can. We need to kind of come in and just figure out, I see John smiling. We need to come in and just get a little something on that, because something's not quite lining up right. I hear it at elementary, I hear it at high school, and I know everybody's trying really hard, but it maybe needs a little bump. So that's my thought on that, but I couldn't be happier with where we're headed. And this is so important. And I'd love us to go faster, but I think in Malibu, we're moving absolutely at the limit of how fast the community will, well, the whole community, the teachers, the parents, everybody can move. And we need to keep right at the edge of that envelope. So I look forward to hearing more things to come.
Thanks, Craig. And I was chuckling just because during Maria's comment, I almost made a Vanilla Ice reference where if there's a problem, I'll solve it. And then you went with Wizard of Oz. So I'm like, okay, there's the two worlds living on the same planet. I'd like to wrap it up with just a couple things and build on what Craig just said, because I think it's really important what he brought in. When he was stressing the cross-curricular, the interdisciplinary, or as Patrick refers to it, as the mooshing, which we will now use as a verb, the mooshing of curriculum. It's what's interesting is we're using, instead of looking at Malibu as a deficit model, it's too small, we can't do this, it's this and that. We're looking at Malibu from a strength point of view. What are the unique strengths of the Malibu population that are allowing us to bring these programs in? And I love the fact that what we talked about today were the strengths of the Malibu program based on the unique circumstances that face Malibu as a high school. And I love that we're looking at, instead of trying to design an educational program and make it fit Malibu, let's find what's existing in Malibu and, like Craig said, use it more evolutionary instead of revolutionary. So I really enjoyed that aspect of this presentation quite a bit. The two other things I'll add is one on the PD front. I will be curious when Dr. Mora and Ed Services come back to us and we look at this past year where we took the pedal off the PD a little bit to see what the teachers really had ingested. And I'm curious what we've learned from it. So maybe in the fall or in the summer, we'll be able to reflect on this past year, a little breath of history. And then the last thing is, and Craig brought this up as well, I really look forward to a day when we don't talk about the constraints of a 6-period day as a barrier to the educational progress we're trying to get to. And I honestly believe that as Dr. Drotti came to our district with some wonderful ideas, and we're seeing some of them today, but we had a year and a half of austerity. We had a year of COVID. We've kind of, these things are still there, but I look forward to Dr. Drotti coming to us in the fall and really laying out his vision for the next year or two. And I'm so hopeful that the opening of the schedule becomes something realistic that we can get to, because I'm really tired of hearing that as a reason why we cannot have something. Okay, wonderful. We are now 40 minutes behind schedule, but I did start the meeting an hour early, so we bought some time back. I'd love to go to Carrie now, because it leads right into what we just talked about educationally with how we're going to address this from a facilities point of view. So Mr. Upton.
All right, thank you.
Agenda. if you're on the agenda, this is taking us to discussion item D1.
Okay, thank you, President Keene, board members, Dr. Trotty, Carrie Upton, Chief Operations Officer. Thank you, Principal Miller and Dr. Smith, and your presentation. I think that's just exciting. And what we're going to talk about now and how we go through what's coming up is how would the facilities have worked to align with those things. So we'll begin with Noemi Avia Zamudio, who is our Deputy Bond Program Manager, who will talk us through what we've accomplished, what we've done up in Malibu, both the whole city and I mean all the schools there, and a project. And then she'll introduce our architects who are designing the new high school that you'll see really aligns with where we're going. I can't completely promise Patrick, that there will be no more fatigue of construction, but I can at least say that this next year, we're gonna take, most of the next year, there won't be that much construction on campus, but then we're gonna get ready for the high school. But it's very, very exciting to tell what we're doing, where we're going. So Noemi, it's yours.
Noemi, if you're speaking, you're muted.
I think you might be muted.
Yeah, we still can't hear you.
Do you want to have somebody else start presenting? Maybe Noemi can log off and log back on and see if that resets it, or check the audio settings.
Sure.
I mean, I hate to be, sometimes turning it off and turning it on sometimes actually works.
Yep. Hang on a second. Let me bring up her presentation.
Great.
Okay, I don't have it in PowerPoint, but I can start until Noemi can say something. And so, okay, and Steve, you can help me with this because, all right, so we're going to talk about the bond program update of where we've been. We haven't been back in a little while to sort of give you an idea of what's been happening. So let me see if I can shift this to full screen. So that would be nicer. And not knowing how to do that exactly. Okay, we're going to stay here. So we're going to talk about the projects that have been completed and the current projects, the upcoming projects, and then the entitlements. And I'm hoping that Noemi will get back with us by the time we hit that moment. And then we'll go into the new Phase 1 high school, and our architects from NAC and KEA, Michael and Nathan, will walk us through the plans for the new high school and how that aligns with the educational program. And then we'll do some cost estimate and schedule update at the end. Okay, some completed projects. Malibu Elementary School Playground Project. As you know, we brought everyone over from Cabrillo and combined that with Point Dume to create Malibu Elementary School. But one of the things we found was that their playgrounds were just falling apart. So we planned to do them. We were going to start them in June of 20. We were actually able to get an early start because of COVID and finish them early also. And now we do have students out playing on them. So this is the playground that was designed with a lot of help from the parents, PTAs. Go, Noemi, go.
So Carrie, you'll need to stop sharing, Carrie, so that Noemi can start.
I'll stop sharing.
Sorry about that. For some reason, I could hear you all just fine. I just couldn't hear me. Give me 1 second.
You were doing a great job though, Carrie.
Yes, he was.
So I apologize for the interpreters. I know I was going too fast.
And now can you see my screen?
You can.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Let me start from here. Beginning. Okay, I believe Carrie, you were.
You can advance to the Malibu Elementary School slides.
Okay. Give me 1 second. So sorry about that. There's always issues. So just really quick, let me introduce myself really quick. Good evening, President King and members of the board, Dr. Drati, Superintendent's Cabinet. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here before you this evening to share some of the exciting projects that are happening at Malibu. As you saw, Principal Miller did an excellent job of showcasing where they're headed. Our goal is to obviously, like Member Foster indicated, for the building to match the curriculum. So we're headed that way, definitely. So I missed exactly what Carrie said, but here are some pictures of the Malibu playground project. Did he show the pictures, or was he on this slide?
You can go
Just-
straight.
Just started.
Okay, wonderful. So the Malibu Elementary School Playground Project, this area is designed for ages 5 to 12. The main playground received a large play structure, as you see, a climbing net, a balance beam, as well as 3 individual musical instrument stations. As part of this project, we replaced all the play surfaces as well. This area received 2-tone synthetic turf, decomposed granite pathways, as well as curved block and timber seat walls, landscaping, and we also refurbished the wood arbor and benches that you see along the back of the playground. Here's a close-up picture of the playground. As you can see, it's very bright, it's very fun, it's inviting, and it's surrounded by beautiful mature trees. And if you've been out there lately, it certainly was a great addition to the Malibu Elementary School campus. Here's a close-up of the kindergarten playground. This one is another very bright and inviting space, but of course it's for little ones, ages 3 to 5. So for the kinder playground, we provided multi-tone synthetic turf to resemble water or a creek running across the area here. We replaced the play structure. We added a swing set, a chalkboard wall that you see here. We provided a couple of sand and water, as well as other activity tables, and some soft seating along the back of the kindergarten classroom. Here's another angle. You can see the chalkboard wall that I mentioned. I personally love the multicolor synthetic turf. It's just very fun and appropriate for this area, of course. Seating that I mentioned that is behind the portable it's a very nice open space for teachers to take advantage in the event they want to do outdoor learning. So the next project that we're going to be discussing is the Webster HVAC project. This project included the installation of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning throughout the campus, as well as an upgrade to the electrical system. This is another example, very much like Malibu Elementary School, of projects that we were able to accelerate as a result of schools being closed because of COVID. As you can see, this project was originally slated to start on June 11th, right after school got out for the summer, and be completed by the end of the year, December 31st, 2020. Fortunately, we were in a position to be able to bid the project out early and break ground on March 23rd and complete the project by August 25th. 2020, which was a huge win for the district. Now with HVAC projects, you'll find that there's not a whole lot of sexy or nice pictures. They're quite simple, but nonetheless, here's a picture of the main electrical switchgear and the new transformer placed over newly poured concrete pads. As part of the project, we had to provide a more robust electrical system in order to be able to support the HVAC units that we added throughout the site. Here's another lovely picture. These are floor-mounted condenser units that were placed on concrete pads behind all of the classrooms. As you can see, at least it's not an eyesore. The equipment is protected by these blue cages that kind of blend in with the building. The next project at Webster Elementary School was the new furniture project, which was just recently completed. As a matter of fact, it was completed over spring break. The project started with the removal of the old furniture the week of March 29th, and the new furniture was installed the second week of spring break and fully completed by April 9th. By the time staff and students returned on that Monday, April 12th, the areas were ready for them. Here's a picture of, sorry, I just got ahead of myself. Okay. So here's a picture of the before of the Webster Elementary School. One second, I'm seeing something completely different. Weird.
We are seeing the before picture, Noemi.
Okay. So you can see this is traditional, the old traditional furniture. You can see that teachers that have tried to combine furniture here to create collaboration spaces. But now This is the after picture. Now there's a variety of high and low seating. You can see the high seating here, the low seating here. And as you'll notice, everything is on casters for ease of mobility and flexibility. Now I should point out that these tables are all nesting tables. Basically what that means is they can flip and easily adjust so that the teachers can rearrange the classrooms quite easy. Here's a couple more of the after pictures. This here showcases, the picture to the right shows the soft seating as well as the whiteboard. This gives you an idea of, again, very mobile furniture, everything on casters to create a small group instruction or breakout space. The pictures to the left, you'll notice that even the storage cabinets shown here on casters, which teachers absolutely love. Moving on to Malibu Middle and High School current and completed projects. Now, we've had a lot of activity at Malibu Middle High School, as Principal Miller indicated, over the last couple of years. But the good news is that the site is really transforming beautifully. And for me personally, it has been an honor to have been part of this transformation. And hopefully you'll agree with me as I show you some of the work in just a second. So in this section, I will be covering the following recently completed projects, as well as some of the current ones. Now, feel free to stop me at any point to ask questions or just hold the questions towards the end. I'm happy either way. The first project is the new classroom, library, and administration, known as the AB building. The next project that I'll be highlighting is the abatement and demolition of building D. Then we'll move on to PCB remediation in buildings F, H, I, and J. Then we'll discuss the life skills program relocation, and we'll end with the current arts relocation project. The first project is the new classroom, administration, and library building, here shown with the red oval. This is, again, AKA the AB building. This is a current site plan for reference. The AB building was deemed substantially complete on November 30th. Staff occupancy of the building on December 1st. Now, the interior of the building, as well as the exterior, the landscaping, the street improvements that we had to do along Morning View Drive to create a drop-off zone in this section right in front of the AB building, as well as the middle school commons, all that work is done. It's pretty much done. The only thing, we have a very minor work that's pending, and we're on our way to wrapping that up. Is parking lot D. We have completed the bottom half of the parking lot. Currently working, McCarthy is currently working on the upper half. We have quite a significant elevation change from building E down to the parking lot. We have what we call the Great Wall here. You'll see a small switchback ramp, and you'll be able to see it better in the pictures that I show you in just a second. There's a set of stairs that were just poured, as a matter of fact, this week on Tuesday. Between the lobby and the E building that allows staff to go from students to go from middle school commons right down to parking lot G. Have a gate that we have to install in the front of the fire lane, but other than that, that pretty much wraps up this entire project. So this is an architectural rendering for reference. As you can see, this picture highlights the solar roof, the AB building, the landscaping along the front, as well as the drop-off zone that I indicated. You can get a glimpse here at the stairs that I mentioned that were just recently poured on Tuesday, the Great Wall that makes up the switchback ramp. What you can't see here is parking lot D. To the left, to the right is building E, the container building that was turned over to the district in and occupied August 2019. And it also shows the middle school commons. This is an actual current picture of the front of the AB building. You can see that landscaping has all been completed. The door right there that you see here is the main entrance to the lobby area. This is just another angle of the building facing Morning View Drive. This area here is the drop-off zone. So the next few pictures that I'm going to show you are of the interior of the building. This particular picture showcases the library and the 4 student project rooms along the side here. As you can see, not just the library, but the entire building is equipped with modern, flexible furniture. This particular area is equipped with soft seating, high and low seating. And as you pass the library, further down is the student cafe, which I'll show you in the next picture. So this is the student cafe. As you can see, there's tons of natural light, beautiful wood ceilings. This also has high and low seating. There's a bar height counter that extends along the perimeter of the glass wall here. That is just, it's great for students working individually, for studying, or if they want to hang out during lunch. Here's one of the science lab classrooms. You'll notice that these rooms are bright, they're spacious, and the exposed ceilings make the space look very modern. I personally love the exposed ceilings. This building has 3 science labs, 2 prep rooms, 6 regular classrooms, a multimedia classroom, along with the admin, library, student cafe, college and career center, parent center, IT, admin, and staff and student restrooms, of course. So this is a view from the lobby right into the parent center. As you can see, the sliding glass wall here for privacy of meetings. This area is great for various uses, whether it's school events or parent PTA meetings, school site council meetings. Again, just tons of natural light. This view is from inside of the parent center. As you can see, this is very flexible room. Again, these tables can flip and be adjusted easily, move it out of the way. These particular chairs are stackable and easy to move out of the way as well. All of the rooms are equipped with AV technology for presentation and display purposes as well. This is the multimedia classroom. Here you can see what they call the Nanowall. It's this glass wall that slides completely closed or completely open to create a larger open space that spills over. This classroom is immediately adjacent to the library, so it can spill over to the library to create breakout groups or for special events or just for collaboration purposes. This particular furniture is typical of all the furniture that we provided for the AV building classrooms. You'll notice that even the teacher desk and chair, I don't know if you can really tell, but everything is on casters, so that's easy to move around. It's very modern and flexible. So here's just another view of the library. I actually took this picture during a Malibu Facilities District Advisory Committee tour of the building. We toured on November 18th, 2020, and staff took occupancy of the building shortly after. So another project that we're going to be highlighting today is the abatement and demolition of Building D. Here, this is the footprint of where Building D used to be. This project was originally slated to start summer 2020. However, we were able to take advantage again that staff and students were not on campus to advance this project. Abatement started May 18th, 2020, and we were able to start demolition on July 11th. So these pictures show the demolition. The first picture to the left is during the interior demolition of the building. The other 2 pictures showcase the exterior demolition. And I should point out that we completed demolition by August 15th, 2020. So this is a view of the middle school commons. I took this picture from the 2nd floor of Building D. This here, where you see the synthetic turf and DG pathways, is the footprint of where Building D used to be. This space is now an extension of the middle school commons. As you can see, it's very open, very bright. It just opened up this area very nicely. In fact, we met with the Facilities District Advisory Committee earlier this week, and one of our FDAC members, who's also a teacher, a middle school teacher, she indicated that in terms of supervision of students, this has helped tremendously. Plus students and staff alike just love how open it is and how easy it is to find one another. We were there touring with 3 board members today, and the kids were just hanging out. They have, somebody noted, and you'll see it in a picture in just a minute, we have outdoor furniture, but the kids were just sitting on the synthetic turf. They just hang out. So here's another view of the Building D footprint. This is a view from the 2nd floor of the AV building. I actually just took this picture on Tuesday. I just love how you can see the beautiful Malibu hillside from basically any angle now on campus. For reference, I probably should point this out since this is actually a great picture. This building here is building G. It's one that's going to be discussed in just a second. And these portables are portables 511, 512, and 513 that are part of the Life Skills Relocation Project. These portables were previously used by the admin health office counselors during the construction of the AB building. So here's another angle. This view is from the H building, if I'm basically standing right outside the cafeteria. This angle captures not only the building D footprint, but it also captures the middle school commons, building AB to the right, the E building to the left. Here you can see what we consider the courtyard, the middle school courtyard. That area also receives synthetic turf, so you can really see how we've captured this area nicely. Oh, and I should point out that you see the outdoor furniture here. We have additional outdoor that's coming, so that will only enhance this area further. So for the next group of projects that we're going to be discussing is the PCB remediation work of buildings F, H, I, and J. Now, I don't have pictures to show for these, so I've used the site plan for reference. The scope of work included the remediation of specific areas within these 4 buildings, which contain PCBs in excess of 50 parts per million. Now, the remediation work started June 11th, 2020, and it basically consisted of the scope that I reflected here. So I'll start quickly. Building F, Miller Environmental, which is our environmental consultant or contractor, I should say, completed the removal of the PCB containing source material, which was found in the floor adhesive, added a 2-layer encapsulant on the floor, and that work happened in the orchestra room as well as the janitor's closet immediately adjacent to it. The other building that we worked on last summer, was building H. We've removed, abated, and replaced 3 door systems, 2 sidelights, basically the frame, the door, the glass, in areas 605, 606, and 608. We also removed, abated, and replaced 2 exterior vents that are based basically Morning View Drive. In building I, we removed all PCB containing source material found on the floor of the darkroom. Again, added a 2-layer encapsulant floor, and that was in the dark room, and which is in room 402, as well as the storage space immediately adjacent to the dark room. Building J, we removed 4 door systems surrounding vestibule 704A, 1 set of exterior doors. So basically this area here as well as here. 1 set of exterior double doors there leading to that vestibule, as well as an exterior vent that faces the pool. Now these spaces were abated and door systems were replaced as well. And I should point out that Alta Environmental tested all of these buildings, all of these systems, areas that we abated to make sure that we were clear prior to occupancy. They come in and they do air and wipe samples. In addition to that, annual and biannual air and wipe exposure testing continues. And I am very pleased to report that the only building containing any source of PCB known material is building G here, which as I'll be discussing in just a second. This building is slated to be abated and demolished this summer. So what does that mean for the district? Well, that means that the district they will have met the court order by fall of this year, fall of 2021, which is actually 3 years prior to the extended deadline.
Oh, I want to say that again. So that means that by the time the students return this fall, we will have met the court order. We will have removed all PCBs over 50. We will not be using any space that has PCBs over 50, and we will be able to move forward from this nice long journey that we've been in. We're very excited about getting there.
We certainly are. Speaking of building G, abatement and demolition, it brings us to the next group of projects. The planned demolition of this building, building G, triggered actually a series of events of smaller scale projects. As I mentioned, these were portables 511, 12, and 13, which were used as interim housing projects. Once we completed the AB building, we were able to move staff out of these portables into the building, which allowed us to start the next group of projects. So as part of the abatement and demolition, we've had to start the relocation process of a couple of programs. We have life skills, which was located in building G, as well as ceramics. The wood shop is there's no teacher, but I know this site was using it. So all of these programs have closed. We started the life skills relocation on February 8th, and we were able to complete that project by April 16th. And I'll show you a few pictures in just a second. The other thing that the other program that we had to relocate was the ceramics program. We moved them to the I building, room 401, which triggered the arts teacher currently in room 401 to be relocated to room E21 in the E building. We've completed the work in the ceramics area. It was very minor, basically adding a sink. That was done over spring break. And then the improvements to classroom E21 started over spring break. And in fact, just today when we were out there, the new furniture was being installed. And we have a cleaning crew coming in following the move this weekend. So here are some pictures of the life skills program relocation. As you can see, the portables had to be completely refurbished in order to accommodate this program. Basically what this required, the program required a full functioning kitchen, as well as a separate laundry room, a workroom, open classroom space in both spaces, interactive AV equipment, restroom, a shower, and a changing table, and some small private offices along the back. The next project is the arts relocation. This is the arts teacher moving from 401 into building E. This is room E21. This was a new building. So the work here was minor, but previously had carpet. And as you know, arts is messy. So we had to remove the carpet and start sheet vinyl, as well as add a sink. You can't see it, but it's in this corner, and this long wall of millwork. The next round of projects are our upcoming projects, which is building G abatement and demolition, the kiln enclosure, and the modular village that's starting next summer. Again, here's the site plan for reference. With the ceramics program being the last program to move out this Saturday, building G will be ready for us to start M&O going in and start salvaging some of the equipment that they want to take. Now, McCarthy and Miller Environmental are gearing up as we speak. Our goal is to start abatement of this building on May 10th. Continue all of the interior abatement up until students get out for the summer, at which point we will start the demolition of building, which is slated to start June 12th. As part of the ceramics relocation program, we are going to be installing a kiln, outdoor kiln enclosure area, this rectangle that you see here in the back of building I. Now, we're waiting for DSA approval, Division of State Architect approval of plans, but we're confident that we'll be able to receive that in the month of May, with our goal of starting that project on June 1st. Once we demolish this building, this area will look very much like the footprint of building D, with synthetic turf, decomposed granite pathways, and 2 asphalt pads, one here and one here. As part of that project as well, we're going to be installing a utility make-ready package, basically leaving this area ready so that next summer of 2022, in preparation for phase 1 and the demolition of Juan Caprillo, we'll be relocating these portables. There's 5 portables here in 1 restroom, and then 2 boys and girls portables. We're going to be relocating 4 of the 5 portables and the 1 restroom building to this area. Basically, by the time we hit summer 2022, it'll be a quick just relocation and plug and play. So here's a rendering of the planned kiln enclosure area. This enclosed area will house 3 electrical kilns and 1 pug mill. The area to the left will receive a sink and some prep tables. This actually will be a really nice area, and it'll all be installed in over a large concrete pad area. And here's a rendering of the future modular village. You can see here these green areas reflect the synthetic turf. The sand color is the decomposed granite. Here is where we're going to be installing the pads, 2 portables here, 2 portables in the bottom, with the restroom more or less centralized for this entire area. And this is why we're calling it Modular Village. We're currently painting the 3 existing portables to match the ones that are coming from Juan Cabrillo, so that this whole area ties in nicely when we move them next. Next, we have the Malibu Middle and High School Campus Plan update. Now, before I jump in, I thought I would start with these pictures. After all, you know what they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. And personally, I think these pictures are very telling. At the heart of the entire Malibu Middle and High School Campus Plan process, and now the Phase 1 new high school design process, at the heart of it all, it has truly been stakeholder engagement. You can see parents, staff, community members, more importantly, students had something to say about what's important to them, what works, what doesn't. Unfortunately, I was only able to fit these pictures here, but you can see a picture of the Zoom meetings that we had, one of 3 that we had with our student group as part of the Phase 1 design process. And honestly, what has been great about this entire process is that by proactively seeking input and feedback, our design teams, LPA at the time during the campus planning process, and now NACKA as part of Phase 1, they take that input and they transform it into something that people can visually see and be excited about and be hopeful about. This has truly allowed us throughout the entire process to generate interest, to generate excitement, but most importantly, stakeholder engagement process has allowed us to continue to build consensus and, like I said, to create hope. And with that, I'll dive right into the Malibu Middle High School Campus Plan. I'll start with a brief recap. I know it's been a while since you last saw this back in November 7th, 2019, when the board approved it. The campus plan consists of the Malibu Middle High School campus to the right, which covers approximately 34 acres of land, as well as the former Juan Cabrillo Elementary School campus, which covers 6 acres of land. The Malibu Middle High School campus has been operating as one campus since the 1990s. And in September of 2018, the district initiated over a year plus campus-wide planning process with staff. Well, I'll mention that in just a second. And that process started with LPA architects. Now, after various iterations, the final campus plan that was approved by the board on November 7th was a culmination of over 50 stakeholder meetings with staff, students, parents, community members, and various focus groups. And while we heard a variety of key drivers or design drivers or priorities, the top 2 priorities that we constantly heard is 1, to re-envision the educational programs. And I think we're headed that way. Like I said, Principal Miller did a great job of sharing their plan for where we are and where they're going. And 2, which was probably very important, or more importantly for some parents than others, was the separation of the middle school and the high school to create a unique and separate identity for each campus. So this is the full campus. This is the campus plan, as you may recall it, a full build out. And for some reason, it looks odd on the screen. I don't know if it's a little bit distorted. I'm not sure why. But the campus plan, basically what it does, it achieves what the community has asked for, to create a unique and separate identity. So to the right in yellow, we see what will be the middle school with a courtyard. To the left in purple would be the high school. This actual rendering accurately reflects the location of the proposed Phase 1 building in the former Juan Cabrillo campus, along with the shared spaces or shared uses along the center of the campus. Now, overall, the campus plan as shown is very similar to what you approved on November 7, 2019. The only 2 key differences really is that 1, this campus plan now accurately reflects the phase 1 building versus what you probably saw in the past, which was that backward C or that donut or rectangle. And secondly, and just recently, as a matter of fact, as part of the California Environmental Quality Act process, we were informed that we are required to provide a location for the future home of the bus depot. As you know, the bus depot is currently located in this area. As part of the campus planning process, we showed the bus barn going away as part of a future phase. What we did not show is where it was going. Like I said, just recently, we were informed that as part of the CEQA process in the environmental impact report process, we're required to evaluate a location. Now, we've included the Equestrian Park here, the lower parking lot, as a potential location for the bus depot. Now, this is not a done deal. This is simply us providing a very possible and potential location for us to be able to evaluate and continue to allow the process to move forward. So this is the proposed phasing plan. The campus plan will be completed, as you see, in 4 phases and will result in the demolition of existing, with the exception of those buildings that they completed, such as building A, B, and E. Construction of the re-envisioned campus will be expected to be completed over the next 10 to 15 years, depending on funding availability. But before I move on to the entitlements update, I should point out that LPA has continued on as a campus plan architect for a couple of reasons. 1, to assist us with the entitlement process, and 2, LPA is also working on developing design standards that will include lighting standards, wayfinding, signage, landscaping, hardscaping, fencing, etc. Design standards will be able to incorporate as part of phase, help us guide all future phases, and which is really important because we're trying to create 2 separate identities, but at the same time, we're trying to make sure that they blend in nicely together. And LPA has informed us that the final draft of the design standards should be ready for district review next month on May 12th. So this is our entitlements process to date. Everything with a red check mark has been completed thus far. A couple of things to point out here is that facility staff met with the city of Malibu on September 17, 2020 to discuss our environmental impact report path options. We had previously met with the city planning department and had shared some of our concerns, specifically regarding their current zoning and development requirements in relation to some of their restrictions, for instance, building height. You can see here, these are some of the things that we're working with the city to amend. We are currently restricted to a maximum height of 28 feet when building a building. We cannot add rooftop equipment if it exceeds the 28 foot. You cannot add parapet walls, electronic marquees. There's a specific setback that we have to adhere to when developing around the environmental sensitive habitat area. So as part of that, because of these very specialized educational functions that the campus plan is creating, the design of some of these buildings within the campus plan area would exceed the current zoning requirements and would require individual variances in order to be constructed. Therefore, when we met with the city of Malibu on September 17th, they presented 2 path options. The first one would require that we obtain a coastal development permit with variances, individual variances, to address all of the issues or all of our district concerns, or 2, in order to avoid the need for multiple variances to address these restrictions, we would basically be required to prepare a specific plan that would establish the vision of the district and as well as adopt development standards that are specific to the Malibu Middle and High School campus. Now, according to the city, this would be the easiest path, just not the fastest. And just to point out, the specific plan will serve as a standalone document that will be evaluated as part of the environmental impact report, and it includes the entirety of the district property, which consists of Malibu Middle High School campus, former Juan Cabrillo, and now we've also included the Malibu Equestrian Park. So as you can see, we recently completed, most recently on April 29th, we completed the final draft of the specific plan. and it was sent to the city of Malibu. They have acknowledged receipt. I've also requested a meeting with the city of Malibu Planning Department staff to discuss the specific plan, and more importantly, to help us streamline the process. We have requested a similar meeting with Coastal Commission, and our goal is to meet with them sometime in June. So this is our campus plan, California Environmental Quality Act schedule. We expect the draft of the specific plan to be under City of Malibu review probably for the next couple of months. In the interim, the environmental impact review process continues. There's a ton of technical studies that unfortunately some of them could not start. For example, the noise or traffic studies, because we didn't have a full campus. We didn't have students and staff on campus. Now that instruction has resumed, these studies can certainly start. As you can see, the administrative draft of the EIR is being developed, and you can basically follow the bars, and it's going to continue for quite a while. Basically, in a nutshell, the draft of the environmental impact report will be ready for public review on November 1st, 2021. And the final EIR will be ready to be certified by the Board of Education in April 2022. Though I've asked our Hvac team to work on trimming the schedule, hopefully by a minimum of 2 months. My goal is to bring the final environmental impact report for board certification late January or first part of February 2022. So that concludes my portion of the presentation. Be happy to take any questions. If not, if there are none, it would be my pleasure to.
I think, Noemi, we'll get through the full presentation, and then the board will ask questions.
Sounds great. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce our Phase 1 new high school project design team. With us this evening is Michael Pinto with NAC Architecture and Nathan Bishop with Koning Eisenberg Architects. I'll stop sharing so Michael can share.
Great, thanks, Noemi. Give me 1 second. All right, first of all, do you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Michael Pinto, and Nathan, are you there?
I'm here. Hi, everyone.
Great. Good evening, Board President Keene, members of the board, and Dr. Dradi, and members of the community and staff. We are really excited to show you where we've gotten. I think someone mentioned a double header of wonderfulness, so that's a tall order, but we'll see what we can do. I maybe just want to step back, from the beginning. Principal Miller said, how much the staff has really extended themselves, volunteering their time. And, we have had now 44 meetings with various groups throughout the process, and a lot with staff, a lot with students. And I can't tell you how great it's been to work with a group that has just been willing and able to kind of step in all along the way and contribute what's been needed to keep this project moving and on schedule. So it's been a lot of meetings. We've had great input. Noemi mentioned the input of students, which was remarkable. And maybe just to start, this may be old news to many of you, maybe some who are on the call here tonight, this is new, but we often start with just trying to establish really what we're doing when we're designing schools today. And so this is yesterday's education, where students are kind of all expected to sit in their chair, look forward, and have education delivered at them. And if we had our way, we would start thinking about education as something that really gets students to be firing on all cylinders, to really be a sensory experience, to be exploratory and learning through experience. And when we look at what the opportunity is at the high school level, and perhaps even more, particularly in Malibu, when you start to think about making and project-based learning and the proximity of the ocean, and the idea of collaboration and exchange as a place for the things we think about as 21st century education, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, creativity. These are all the things that we heard Principal Miller talk about earlier as what's happening in the transformation of Malibu High School. And so when we think about what we are doing here today, we kind of had a chance to really explore a range of models. Perhaps the top one where each of the classrooms is kind of separated and sealed, to, as you move to something more flexible that encourages project-based learning, encourages classes to exchange with each other, that starts to do some of the things you heard about earlier in project-based learning. So with that, we have arrived at a building that we're going to share with you today. We started with the campus plan that Noemi referred to, and perhaps just as a way of bringing you along how our process worked, we started with this master plan and the campus plan over on the right, which has in pink that the building that was on that campus plan. And as happens when you get into doing a more detailed study and getting into where all the utilities are and really fine tuning the grades, there are things that we think we can economize or get more for the available funding. And so this was the campus plan full build out as was described. And one of the things that was really a kind of jockeying issue in the early goings was the various parking that had to be accounted for. And as Noemi also mentioned, the bus barn, the bus depot that is currently in this area up here had to remain for the beginnings of this phase. So that just got us looking at one, where parking was, where paving was, and how to create a cohesive, connected campus. And we also looked at grading. And as we started to look at how things were connected from phase to phase to make sure that the levels and the elevations of the campus could continue to work. And then finally, that there was some talk that some facilities might stay like the existing gym for some period of time longer. And so thinking about that and looking at that original high school building in the campus plan, we found that by just moving it up a little bit, allowed the bus barn to stay, allowed for some cohesivity of parking, and actually allowed us to bring forward from a much later phase in the plan a bus drop-off on campus and resolve some of the drop-off issues. So, and Nathan will go into that a little bit more when we start looking at some of the exact building options. And where we landed was a plan that really kind of developed that campus plan and created a shared land bank in the middle that allows for future expansion, that creates the two kind of separated identities for the schools that Noemi also mentioned was important to the community. The elevation of the school is a little bit higher than perhaps was anticipated, which means that the views are just better. And then one of the things that's been important to us from the beginning was this idea of really connecting to the landscape of Malibu, and the environmentally sensitive habitat area that's here along the western edge really creates an opportunity to think about the kind of natural landscape and how it impacts the life of the school. So with that, Nathan, do you want to pick up from here?
Sure thing. Thanks, Michael. Hey, everyone. I'm Nathan Bishop, principal in charge of design at Koenig Eisenberg. Can you all hear me okay? Great. It's nice to see many of you again and meet others. Hello. As Patrick and Michael and others have spoken about, Malibu is an amazing community. We feel very honored to work with such an invested community, and we really fell in love with this place. And we want to take the place to heart. In particular, as has been said, the amazing hillside location near the beach. I mean, what an incredible place to go to school. So what we really wanted to do was embrace the hillside context for this project. And we evaluated a series of options, all trying to do the same thing. One, minimize site work and disruption to the hill and keep the hill. And two, maximize outdoor landscape connections to the building and the campus. So we evaluated three siting approaches. From left to right here on the screen, you see the courtyard, the bridge in the middle, and the porch on the right. The courtyard is most like the master plan, with a bus access route right up through the middle of campus, as there is today. on the building placed along the street, similar to the middle school. But the other two options looked at a vehicle-free campus. And the porch configuration, the one on the right, was the preferred approach, partly because it allowed us to minimize removal of the hillside, maximize landscape connections to the building, and as Michael said, had room for a bus drop-off in phase 1 that wasn't anticipated to happen until phase 4B. You want to go to the next one, Michael? So here's a plan of the high school on campus. We've oriented the building north-south to maximize passive sustainable strategies, while also turning to look at the great view of the ocean from the site. Go to the next slide, please. So here in red, you can see a comparison of the placement of the existing Cabrillo buildings. And you'll notice it's farther away from Morning View than Cabrillo currently is. You can go to the next slide. And we feel even more than the master plan, this location keeps the identity of the high school separate from the middle school, and that they're not both right up against Morning View, but both still have easy access to the shared program and the spine down the middle of the campus, the gym, performing arts, and future buildings. Go to the next slide. This placement also allowed us to set up a diverse collection of landscapes that allows for a whole variety and kinds of outdoor experiences on campus. Down along Morning View, we have a tree canopied arrival landscape as a buffer to the neighborhood, with more room for that as the building moves further north. And a natural California landscape running through the school, linking it to the shared uses on campus. And north, a hillside landscape moving up on the hillside beyond the school. Go to the next slide, please. And that helps around the school too. It creates room for a diverse collection of landscape that the school plugs right into. So the views from within and outdoor spaces surrounding the school will all be varied in experience. Go to the next slide. It also allows us to do a couple things. I'm not sure if you can see Michael's cursor, but it lets us keep a pair of those mature ficus trees that are so beautiful out near Morning View and an existing mature conifer out near the edge road, while also creating a parent drop-off area along the edge road. And the bus drop-off area is Michael. Oh,
sorry.
That's okay. The bus drop off kind of in that neutral zone at the, with the gym and performing arts building also connects up to an accessible pedestrian paseo along that shared space of campus and creates an entry moving to the right to the middle school and to the left to the high school. And I think with that, Michael, we'll look at some building planning.
Okay. So, we talked about project-based learning, or Principal Miller did earlier. And then Mr. Foster mentioned this idea of evolutionary planning. And one of the things that I think emerges here is that we are, I think, able to both accommodate the teaching that's happening there today and planning for the future, and planning for a future that incorporates project-based learning. And the key to the ability to do that was a planning strategy we called the SET. And the SET is a collection of different types of spaces that allow for collaboration among different disciplines. So for example, in a SET, you might have a classroom, a lab, some seminars, a collaboration space, and some teacher support space, some places for teachers to be at home. And so when you look at, this is a very broad plan of the building at the moment, first floor, but you'll see in this wing of the building, we have a lab, we have 2 seminars that could be combined into a single space. We have a classroom, another classroom, these teacher spaces. So this is a place where teachers can collaborate if they need a place outside of their own classroom. They could meet with students in this, we've been calling it a porch. And then they have a literal porch to connect outside. So if they need a breath of fresh air, they have that opportunity. But it offers a place where students are actively working in this middle zone. able to find teachers in the classrooms or in this teacher collaboration space. And then there's also this space. One of the things we have been thinking about is how do you design the school for the enrollment that the school has now, but allow for growth. And so some of the collaboration space is sized to be able to be enclosed should enrollment go up and additional classrooms would be needed. When we look at then the distribution of types of spaces, you can start to see some of the color coding of these departments that often we see as kind of clustered by department. And a distributed program starts to think of those things as dispersed. So we start to see that this campus can be a kind of gradient of different activities that really create less hierarchy of one end to the other of different types of program. Everything is intended to be dispersed.
One more point there, Michael, if we just back up
yeah,
1 second.
sure.
I mean, I think one of the other things that's at the heart of project-based learning is that it's a non-compartmentalized learning. And that it's not like the wing, the science kids are all over here and the art kids are all over here. There's a social landscape to this endeavor as well that creates a visual proximity, regardless of whether it's the humanities, science, art, or collaborative based learning, that all gets integrated and connected as well as with the administration. So that's part of this distributed model that I think is also a social endeavor.
Exactly. And you know, when we get into the workings of the building, one of the things that we've been looking at is from within the building, ensuring that we are connected to that landscape and creating what we've been calling cross-grain connections, which are the opportunities to have that relief to be able to see outside from within those social spaces. So the social spaces, which we think are really critical, especially at the high school level, are the spaces where we also are connecting out to the landscape. And then, as Nathan mentioned, just kind of going through kind of item by item, the first floor is on the left, the second floor is on the right. A cluster of admin program here at the front of the school. This is fronting onto the bus drop-off area. And so we have a lobby here, a secure zone where guests would have to check in. Principal's office and another teacher collaboration zone, and then some counseling and teacher collaboration up in the north, and again, teacher and counseling spaces distributed on the second floor as well. When we look at the classrooms, these are the more traditional educational spaces that can function the way they teach now, but they are spaces that we envision having a bit more connection to. So there's a certain amount of glass and glazing that connects teachers to these collaboration spaces so that they can both be in their classroom and see what's going on if they decide they want to send a group out to collaborate on something in these outer areas. The labs, we have 3 labs in the building, a chemistry lab, a bio and oceanography lab, and a physics lab. And so those labs are distributed 2 on top of each other in the north and 1 down here in the south. And then art and makerspace. We have 2 kind of studio art spaces, and they're stacked here, and a makerspace here that spills out to the exterior and has an associated relationship to an indoor collaboration space. And when we look at this kind of arrangement, one of the things we're really excited about is that when you enter the building, the first experience is going to be making. It's going to be projects. It has the potential for this school as it grows to really claim these kinds of social spaces as places for display, to really put the work of the students front and center. And then when you start to see those kind of more dedicated programmed spaces, there's a lot of space that is unprogrammed, that is the social spaces that is more informal. And we've really aggregated a very typical kind of area budget of corridors and food service, and really aggregated that into a social spine of the building that is what we're calling a commons. And at the end of the day, this, I think, will feel much more collegiate in a way, where as you walk through the school, Students can be out here kind of gathering. The idea is that the library, we have a very formal library over at the middle school. Here we have a more informal library, what we've been calling curated resource areas, where the teachers can claim resources from the middle school library, bring them over, and make them available to students. And kitchen and food service here. And at the end of the day, these outdoor spaces really flow and connect to this indoor space that really make this space, which has this amazing view of the ocean, the kind of, I think, social heart of the school. And you can kind of see what's starting to happen here, where all of these spaces kind of flow to this exterior space. Nathan, do you want to show us what it looks like?
Sure. Thanks. Yeah, this is a view. So you just come in from Morning View Drive, and this is the bus drop off. This is kind of your everyday arrival. And really to embrace the hillside context even more and situate the building firmly in its Malibu site, the building adopts a natural materials palette to reflect its rustic, vernacular hillside character with some naturally weathering materials. Michael, you go to the next slide.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a collection. There's textured concrete that I really hope to get some local aggregate from, so that it feels really like it's embedded with the hill. There's a fair amount of glass, and the interiors are lined with wood and warm materials, and it's all set in a hardy native landscape, while also, I think, creating a progressive yet relaxed personality for the school. Go to the next slide. So this is a view kind of hovering up over the lunch area. The gym is to the right. We're looking to the ocean in the west beyond, with the bus drop off in the lower left. But really, the building embraces its sustainable systems and uses them to create an architectural expression of sustainability, with ample solar panels on solar trellises that are around the whole building, that also help to create shade and shadow and texture in this beautiful landscape, and create some shade for sunny, hot days. Go to the next slide, please. And all around the building, the landscape is designed to facilitate learning environments with directly adjacent outdoor classrooms. There's a variety of types of learning environments, really trying to find a way for project-based learning to also happen outside of the inside of the building as well. It's such an amazing context. It's like a living lab in the hillside. Go to the next slide. Oh, there we go. This view is showing, if you've just come off the bus and you're coming into that middle landscape, you're entering through this kind of low maintenance stormwater landscape. It's actually an opportunity to take something that we need to do for the building, but turn it into an ecological learning opportunity to learn about water, hillside infiltration, and also helps, of course, beautify the campus. Go to the next slide. And really, like I was saying, the landscape itself becomes a living laboratory for students, with demonstrable examples of living ecosystems surrounding the building. Go to the next slide. This is that western courtyard. So if you're in that western courtyard, we're really trying to create outdoor social spaces that are lined by learning spaces that spill out into the shared space. The courtyard has these great views of the ocean, but really could become a hive of activity and a social landscape with, like Michael was saying on the left there, that's the maker studio. And we can have it spill out into the porches, and we have this open air patio above the kitchen on the right. And really we're layering activity both around, above, and within the outdoor spaces of the building, really making spaces for that mushing that you guys are talking about that includes academic and social space that all get interwoven together through the building and into the landscape. We'll go to the next slide. So yes, there's the whole series of opportunities that can activate this courtyard with food, academics, social, all set in this hillside landscape, all trying to make all kinds of learning visible. And I think, like Craig said, it's about creating a school with a kind of visual porosity to make visible and interconnected spaces of art and science and humanities that all get interwoven together. We'll go to the next slide. And I think in summary, that's basically where we are in design development. So I'm not sure what the next step in the agenda is, but it'd be great to get some feedback and hear from you all.
And just to say that essentially what we'll be looking for the board is to give direction to keep going or to make changes. But hopefully it's that you're excited and you tell us to keep going.
Great. So if we could get the screen back, so we could see
Sure.
folks.
We have one last slide. Sorry. Noemi, can you bring that up?
I am. Can you see it?
Can now. So this, I'll make this quick. Our anticipated construction cost is around $100 million. That is, I want to be extremely clear about this. That is the construction cost. The main reason I'm bringing that up is because tonight, in fact, I think the next thing we're doing, we'll be asking you to approve the CW driver preliminary services contract, which will ultimately turn into the construction contract sometime from now. But that contract will end up being in that neighborhood of $100 million. The overall project budget is more like 160 million. Of course, that includes all of our soft costs like design and permitting, inspection, management. And then it also includes our FF&E. It includes a 10% contingency. It includes a PPA buyout because we do have a power purchase agreement at Pbl, and once those buildings come down, we have an obligation to buy that out. So it's a small amount of it, but it is in there. So anyway, our overall project budget will be in the neighborhood of 160 million. We anticipate construction to be in the 100 million range. As far as schedule, we're starting demolition of Pbl in the summer of 22. And then of course we'll do abatement and then demolition in summer of 22. Construction of the new high school building will start in fall of 22. And then our plan right now, and so far we've been able to maintain our schedule to date, but obviously this is pretty far away. Our plan is to open the new high school building in August of 2024. Now we're done with our presentation. Sorry.
Okay.
Great. Thanks, Steve, Carrie, Michael, Nathan, Naomi, everybody. Wow. I'll let the board know what the job is in front of us. So this was the discussion item about this project. If we need to provide any guidance or if we have issues with anything happening with this design work, now is the time to do so. After this discussion, we have an action item on the leaseback for the building. So just framing that right now. So on that note, I will ask the board if they have any comments, anything to add, feedback for staff or for the architects.
John, we do have 2 speakers.
And we have 2 speakers. So if there's no clarifying questions, which it does not look like there are, we will go to the 2 speakers.
The 2 speakers tonight are Jennifer Pappas and Carl Randall. So you'll each have 3 minutes. Jennifer, I still see you, and I'm sure Carl will pop up after.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you guys? Hi again. Again, I just want to thank you all for your time. I am, like I said earlier, a Malibu Facilities Committee member and have been part of this process since 2018, and it has been a real pleasure to be a part of this process. I have been constantly impressed by the team and the design team for involving the community and getting our feedback and really taking into consideration, our perspectives. I mean, as you said, I'm a parent of a high school graduate, but as an incoming elementary age parent, I think that's really my most important perspective. And I was really excited when Noemi and the design team came to Malibu Elementary School and Webster PTA and asked us to give a presentation to the elementary school parents. And it was hard to plan it with everything going on with the reopening, but we made it happen, and the feedback was tremendous. I mean, I think not only were the parents excited to see a great facility for their kids, and a lot of our 4th and 5th graders would be incoming freshmen, and it was really great to see that, and to see, you work in a bubble sometimes in these committees. It's great. It's a great group of a broad spectrum of the community, and to see the general public see these buildings and the renderings and the plans, they were really excited. And I was so grateful to Michael, really explaining what it all meant. And, project-based learning is not a familiar topic and not a familiar type of learning for many people. And they were at first kind of hesitant, but when they realized how collaborative and how adaptable the buildings and the type of facility that this was going to be, and what a beautiful addition this was going to be to the community. It really reinvigorated why I participate in this committee and the work that we're doing. And it was easy to vote to move forward with these plans, because it was, again, just hearing that feedback from the general public really helped us feel better about what we were doing. So thank you again for your time, and again to the design team, great work. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Carl Randall. Sarah, can you? There he is.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. So I'm Carl Randall. I'm the chair of the FDAC. Many of you probably know me from our field trips to a variety of the PBL things over the last couple of years. So I want to thank Noemi and Nathan and Michael for putting on quite a show tonight. All the things I was considering sharing with you guys have all been done, so I won't do that. So I will just simply share that the FDAC voted unanimously to go forward with this proposal, or this project that's been designed by NEC KDA. We're all very impressed, as Jen mentioned, with everything they've put together. We've been very impressed with the community outreach we've done in the process. I think Michael mentioned 40 something meetings we've had. So just want to let you all know that we have complete community buy-in in the process. We've reached out to everybody from teachers, parents, kids, PTSA, MSLC, AMPS, and even the MCA, just to make sure they were on board. And we have all these groups on board, and they want us to keep moving forward. They've all expressed the excitement about it, and any of their concerns we're addressing. They're pleased with how we've been addressing them. And so I urge you to keep running forward with what you have in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl.
And that was a tremendous display of acronym knowledge. Well played, sir. Richard was the first I have on the list to speak, and then I will look for hands. I see Maria, and anybody else, just let me know and I will look for you.
Thank you, John. Am I okay to be heard? I have a funny headset on tonight. It's nice to see everyone. Thank you so much to Carrie and Steve and Dr. Dradi and the entire team, the staff and the architects and the folks who've been working, and of course to Carl and to Jen and the FDAC there. I was able to go on that tour today, and I just wanted, so I'm saying go full steam ahead, thumbs up. And it was just absolutely wonderful to be on the campuses today. I wanted to say that the great joy for me, in addition to seeing the new buildings that I hadn't seen and getting to be able to stand physically where the new high school will go, and the fact that I could see the ocean from the parking lot and knowing how you had built the ocean into the planning, bravo, good work, was seeing the students on that campus. Oh my gosh, it was such a wonderful thing to see the students there, to see them utilizing that space. I got to see I'm talking to my colleagues on the board, I got to see the furniture. The furniture is great. I got to be in the library and see the space. I mean, this was incredible. And it made me think, and I mentioned to our tour guides, of something that Ms. Pappas said just in her public comment about the importance of the community seeing this collaborative work. And I looked to Steve and Carrie and to Noemi, who were delivering us this, or providing the tour for school board members this morning and afternoon. And I said, oh my gosh, whether we're talking about our projects in Santa Monica or Malibu, we need to have buses of community members seeing these good works. This is truly remarkable. And it's something also that I think it was Noemi in one of her slides that she was showing us, where she said a picture is worth Noemi knows what she said, a picture is worth 1,000,000 words, 1,000 words. But it's amazing to see it in person. So I do want to ask the staff, John, if there were other members, that there needs to be some sort of component to offer public tours of our bond projects and the good works that are happening. That was one thing. So I wanted to say, I love seeing it in public. I loved being able to see the furniture, because I know we've been asked about furniture of late and the purchase of furniture and the incredible talk about revolution, right, Craig? I mean, the revolutionary way of using furniture for engaging students. I mean, seeing is believing. And I just kept thinking through that 2-hour tour today that this is why I'm in the game, and this is why the others of us here on this board are in the game, is to be able to see these students. I truly mean the students. And then lastly, I'm almost done. Noemi, you have to share this part you shared with me. I don't think I missed it in the presentation, but Noemi told me there's going to be slides. That's right, people. SLIDES, slides on the hills. And she told me that the parents and the teachers were the grown-ups were the most excited about the slides. So I am hoping that you will say something about the slides, because that was really, it just brought a little bit of joy to my heart. So again,
right.
Noemi, thank you very much for sharing with us your time today, to Steve, to Carrie, to Patrick, to everyone who's had a touch on that. And I know that Member Foster has told me that it has been an incredibly collaborative experience for everyone there. And I just think that we should love this up. Thank you. Please go forward.
Great, thanks, TJ. And just to agree, the first thing I said to Carrie and Steve in my small group conversation about this was the slides. It was the same thing that I remember. Steve and Carrie, can you do a plug for the opening of this building? I think it's May 21st.
Absolutely.
Oh, no, but friend, I want to hear about the slides. That was a question. I mean,
oh, okay. The slides are a future phase. The slides are a future phase.
Slides are planned for phase 2. And because the middle school courtyard is going to be lower than the high school courtyard and some of the other areas. So yes, as part of phase 2, it is something that we're definitely going to put in.
And the opening.
And the opening. So we are able to do a ribbon cutting, a grand opening of this campus, of this new building. We are scheduling it for May 21st at 1 p.m. At that time, we will also provide tours. We will have our COVID protocols in place, and Gail will have something that she'll get out to people so they can, I believe we're going to have to do an RSVP or something, just so we know that who's coming, so we can manage the numbers. But we're going to be so excited. This long awaited building is open and being used, and students are getting educated in it. So we really want to invite people to come and experience it and see it for yourselves.
Great, thank you, Carrie. Maria, then Lori.
No, I was just thank you to everybody who's really participated in this, because I was one of the others of the board members that took a tour. And I think you really can't see you can't really put things into perspective until you actually go see the facility and see the great work that's been done, and seeing everything in place and the students being part of that process, enjoying the facilities. But I think after what we saw today, and even as we were touring, running into some teachers that were kind of asking, can we make these changes? There's still changes that need to be done. So in that respect, I mean, everything's not 100%, but at least everybody's taking part in hopefully making it a better place, making changes or whatever, the minor changes that need to be made to make sure that, the classrooms and all the facilities are really there for learning. But there again, it's just one of those, because of the type of furniture and the way the classrooms are set up, I mean, it really lends to what the earlier presentation in terms of 21st century learning, the ability for those within the classroom to break up into groups and to be able to collaborate within groups with students, and no longer having to sit in a row, but be really being able to kind of have those conversations without having to, like the picture that they showed back in probably turn of the century, turn of the 20th century kind of education. Then now we're really looking into 21st. So thank you. From what I saw, just from the tour that we took, and that was just today, so some of us went this morning, and just to seeing that and what's really proposed for the future for the high school. I mean, I'm ready to say yes. I think that it's a great to move it forward. We can't hesitate, especially with the fact that the community involvement, the parents that were involved, the students, the teachers, everybody was involved, and just the process, I think, rendered itself to get to a good place, to the good place that we saw today. So thank you to Jennifer and to Carl for making your comments. I think they were great, and to all those that really have understood what the academic plan is all about as we move forward, and to connecting up to what the actual facilities should look like. So thank you to Steve Massetti and to all really, Noemi and everybody who's Michael and who else, Nathan, who's you're going to be planning the next future step of it, but everybody who really is taking into consideration what that academic field is going to be looking towards in the classroom. So thank you so much. And I'm ready to say yes.
Great. Thanks, Maria. Lori?
In the interest of not being redundant, I want to echo everything Richard and Maria said. And I'll just say one more thing, in addition to the thank yous to everybody, from the FDAC to our staff, to Steve Massetti and his staff, and to the Malibu community and all the participants. I just want to say I was struck by both seeing it, what has been done already, and seeing this whole presentation by just this sort of, I don't know if these are the right words, but there's both an elegance and a beautiful detailing, along with a simplicity that is just, I just am so moved by it, and how much it really does do what the intention was, which is to support the curriculum. So I would just echo everything that's already been said. Beautiful work to everybody involved.
Thanks, Lori. Anybody else have any direction to give on this? It sounds like the direction is positive. Anybody else have anything they want to give to the architects at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah, Keith.
Just a few quick comments. Again, echoing the sentiments of other folks here on the board relative to saying thank you to all those who have participated in this process up to this point. You know, one of the things that was really kind of clear to me, kind of being a wannabe architect, if you will, is that you know, really sort of seeing where you can use design to make a change, you know, where you are. And that's what I saw today in the materials, and that you can make an impact, you know, through and in design. And that seemed to be very expressive in the presentation in terms of opening up spaces and things like that. So that was really riveting for me, because that will help drive innovation, that will help drive experimentation, that will help drive the student-centered experience on the Malibu campus, which is fantastic. You know, I think everyone here that is truly passionate and committed to education, the parents on this call, all of us here at the board, the architects themselves, our consultants, that we all believe that everyone has the capacity to be creative, to truly be creative. And I believe that the space and other elements of design will really help those students to sort of explore that and to be their best selves. So I just want to say thank you again for all the work. And I'm very positive about being in the affirmative for this project.
Great. Anybody else? Because it seems direction's pretty clear. Jennifer, then Craig.
Yeah, I have no, oh yes. So I just wanted to say one thing, and yes, ditto to everything that's been said, but also just this, what struck me is, I think it really is a tribute to kids of that age, and to spend 4 years in a school and have it serve you in the way, and the idea that how it fits in with the community, the space, and the culture of the school, I think is incredibly important. And I think having a space for kids of that age who are going through a lot of changes, a lot of anxiety, and it just feels so welcoming and so calming and so inviting to learn, inviting to engage, inviting. So I just, like, that is, if that's not part of the whole goal, I think that we should always think about that. So, and thank you. And everyone worked so hard, and the process seemed really just collaborative and to good ends. So thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Craig, double header of wonderfulness, your turn.
Amen. I mean, there's nothing to add, but I just have to say how proud and excited and how great this is, right? From LPA to all of the professionals. There are landscape architects involved in this, the entire team that Carrie and Steve have put together, all the parents, all the students, the community members, the neighbors, all the people who have a fingerprint on this, a brush stroke of color, a little pencil shading where it needs a little pencil shading. It's just a beautiful thing to watch so many caring, brilliant people come together and do something that's going to be so freaking cool for these kids. And Jen, you are so right. This space is going to let those kids inhabit that wild space between middle school and college and grow into themselves in the distributed library and the collaborative space. And there's so much open space. Lori, I love how you saw that today, the elegance of this and that simplicity on the brain with all the stress. So I just had to say how wildly, crazily happy I am that this project is at this point, and the brilliant job you guys have done and everybody who's been involved. Thank you. And thank you to the board and the district and Ben for making the space for this to be what it is today. It's just too cool.
Thanks, Craig. I want to, because we have a lot of projects to look at as we go further tonight. And I want to point out to the board that what we saw tonight was the result of the architects being given their marching orders from the board months and months and months and months ago. And they come back with a design that reflects the educational needs, the community needs, and they do it with a expertise. And this is not a shot at Carrie and FIP and Steve, but they're not the architects. They give the architects the material. So when we get to the material next in the evening, I just want us to remember what we looked at with the architects, what the architects gave us, as opposed to what our staff is bringing us, which is going to grow from the duckling to the swan, or whatever the metaphor analogy I'm looking for. So thank you, architects. Thank you, everybody who presented on this. And I'm going to take us to major action item E1, which is the award of contract Malibu High School Campus Plan 1 new building project leaseback. Do we have?
That's me.
Is it okay? Thank you, Steve.
No problem. First of all, thank you very much for the support and direction on that. So I don't have a presentation for this. It's pretty straightforward. I know you've all seen the agenda item. As I mentioned briefly, this is the award of the contract for the leaseback agreement, which is for this project is our construction agreement. What you're awarding tonight is the pre-construction services. So that'll be, the architect the contractor is joining our team early on this project. We're in design development. So although what you looked at tonight looked like completed design, there's a lot more design that needs to be done before it goes into DSA. We have the contractor involved early on this project so that they can provide input to the architects and to the district on things like pricing and constructability and so forth. So we're really excited to bring the contractor on early. You in December approved our process. So you approved our scoring criteria and so forth. And we received proposals on this in January. We got 6 proposals from 6 highly qualified firms. In fact, they were so qualified that all 6 firms met the minimum score to have interviews. So we interviewed those 6. We checked references, of course, for all 6. After the interviews, reference checks, and scoring of the proposals or the statements of qualification, 4 of the 6 firms had met the minimum score to have their pricing opened. So we opened those and then scored it on pricing. Now 2 firms had kind of separated themselves from the rest of the pack, but not from each other. After the scoring from those first 3 categories, which were the statement of qualifications, the references, and the interviews, the 2 top-ranked firms were about a half a point apart. That's not a half a point out of 100. The scoring was 965.1 to 965.6. So it was, in effect, a true dead heat. And then we opened the pricing, and after reviewing the pricing, CW Driver was pretty clearly the highest ranked firm. We have Dave Amundsen from CW Driver tonight with us, and thank you, Dave, for showing up. CW Driver did a great job in their proposal, showing they don't have the same familiarity with the campus that a contractor working on campus today would have, but they showed a lot of foresight, and they really looked into things like traffic flows and drop off and pickup times, and I think everyone on the review panel was impressed by that. So our recommendation is that the board approve the lease SPAC agreement with CW Driver in the amount of $3,348,481 for pre-construction services. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Steve Massetti. So I will look and see if there is a motion for this. I see it moved by Craig, seconded by Richard, thirded by Lori. So Craig, motion by Craig, second by Richard. Do we have any comments on this particular item?
I don't think so.
I didn't see any either. Are there any board questions or comments at this point on this item? I'm going to bring something up before we take the vote. So if members of the public aren't aware, we have what's called a PLA, project labor agreement, that we assign to many of our projects. We have a board subcommittee for the PLA. We are short one member. One member moved to the city council. So I would, because we're going to need to have a full committee for this, I would like to see if somebody is willing to nominate Board Member Foster to serve on that subcommittee. Moved by Richard, seconded by Jennifer. I will see if Board Member Foster is willing to accept this nomination.
Should you ask them first? Or?
No, if you ask first, then they can. This is a triple header of wonderfulness.
I'm told.
They say no.
Are you okay with greatness being thrust upon you, Craig?
Elected, I will run.
I don't think if I could just see a show of hands for this, I don't.
You don't have to vote, as long as he'll do it.
Yes, great. So thank Craig. Actually, all kidding aside, Craig, it's an important position, and we appreciate you stepping up to do that. I don't want to make light of the important work that we do. And speaking of the important work that we do, thank you to Steve and Carrie for this. Has been even without COVID, this is a heavy lift. With COVID, this is a Herculean. So thank you for your professionalism here. We have a motion on the floor. I will take a roll call vote. Richard.
Yes.
Lori.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Maria.
Yes.
Keith.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So David, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the team. And that motion is passed. Anything else, Carrie or Steve, that you need from us on this? Or are we good to move to the next big old set of items?
We're good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all very much. Terrific, which now brings us to F, discussion items. Santa Monica Elementary and Middle School assessments and campus plans, measure SMS. I just want to lay out a bit of housekeeping for the board members and for anybody who might be watching. The way this will play out is Carrie and Steve with team will present to us. I encourage all of you to write your comments down project-based, because we will, when they are done their discussion, I think I'd like to, for the first go around, have a broader overview of how we feel about the projects in general, maybe some broader opinions, and then we'll winnow down to project by project, because then we have a series of major action items to activate these projects if we choose to do that. So as we're listening, board members, Richard, for the historical resource, for architectural services, things like that, to get balls rolling if we choose to do that. So board members, please keep track as we go along. After we do the full presentation, we will do public comment, which will cover whatever the public wants to speak to, and then the board will have a broad discussion and then project by project. So
John,
thank you all very much.
I have a point of inquiry. Just so when you said we have a consent agenda, we don't have major action.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I completely misspoke. Thank you for correcting me, Richard. Thank you. Completely misspoke. We have consent items that we will then speak to. Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that. Terrific. So we will now go to Carrie and Steve to do this presentation. I ask all my fellow board members to write down their comments. If it's something pressing and you need to jump in, by all means do so. But if not, let's hold our questions, and please make your notes project by project and also big picture. Carrie, Steve, go.
Okay, just to check that I have the screen up, the right screen up.
You do.
Okay.
Santa Monica Elementary and Middle School campus.
Oh, great. Well, then, thank you for this time. We've been talking about having this part of the conversation since we first discussed this with you and on December 9th. And then we've just sort of had to move it along as we really focused on the most important thing, which was getting kids back to school. So thank you for this time. We do have a lot to cover. I'm going to craft it or sort of put it in place where we're looking at individual school projects and sort of also addressing some of the larger questions and challenges with them and sort of what those problems are. But I want to say this is very exciting. I mean, we've been working on the elementary and middle school planning for a number of years as we started with the ed specs, and then we developed that into working with our campus plans with our architects. I do want to correct one thing you said, Mr. Keene, in that is the stuff that we bring to you tonight is the work of a lot of architects and a lot of community members who did the campus planning, and then we'll do the design work, which is much different. But
thank you. That's exactly what I meant. The design work. Okay. Mouth not working well. Thank you, Karen.
No, just wanted to say that this is not, while I'm going to present most of it tonight, mostly just to answer questions and move it along. I am backed by our architects who are here. So if there's a question, you can ask them. Also, along the way, whenever I do the presentations, I'll be turning to certain principals to speak to some of the importances of these projects, and they are bringing some teachers with them to speak. So, you know, just so as part of the presentation. So I just want to say that, but I've also in the group we have, you know, besides Steve, his entire team, all of our consultants. Specifically, I want to speak to Barbara Chiavelli and Michael Burke, who are pre-design managers who have helped shepherd and work with the architects through this entire process. So here we go. So our agenda is we're going to discuss the campus planning, and I already apologize to the interpreters. I will get going fast, and I will try to not go too fast, but we're going to discuss the campus planning, the assessments, how we got here with the assessments, where we lined up the Measure SMS projects. Then we're going to refine those and talk about refining the campus plans, and then we'll come back to ask you to allocate the Measure SMS project budgets and the consent items. So as I said, we saw you on December 9th. That was after a year of planning. I put the link up here, but certainly if you go to the FIP page for campus assessments, there are lots of materials there from each of the major workshops that we did with the communities. So hundreds of pages, lots of, and I'm just giving you a sample of those, but just know there is a large body of work that came into what we are doing. And that process was a campus assessment of each campus, looking at it, what worked, what didn't work, and matching that against our ed specs as our sort of foundation document to see how the educational programming needs to align with the facilities, the education specifications. From that, they developed preliminary campus plans, sort of long-term, how we might go, how we might move, so that we could actually come up with some first projects, which then gave us our SMS projects that we would like us to be moving forward with. The other thing is along the way, we did take a stop and look at our approval of our historic resources policy and our administrative regulations, and that's going to be baked into this. And we did have some delays where we focused on reopening, so we're glad to be here now. Tonight, just so you know what you can be thinking about, what we will be asking you to do is to provide input on the current campus plans and the proposed SMS projects, provide direction on the process and what we should focus on to refine those campus plans, also allocate the budget for the SMS projects, and then approve the historical resources and Measure SMS project architects. Also with the SMS project architects, that includes in their contracts the refinement of the campus plans. So if we're going to refine the campus plans, we need to hire them for more work because we've sort of used up what we already hired them for. If this is done, we will be going in parallel on 4 different processes at the same time. And it's important to note, and I'll talk about this a lot more, why this parallel process is both important and efficient, and also how it has a dialogue with each other. So why it's better to do all four at the same time and not just do one thing and then do another thing, and what that would mean. It is the Historic Resources Study and Inventory, the SMS Project Programming, Siting, and Beginning Schematic Design, the Campus Plan, Refinement and Finalization, and then beginning our CEQA process. At an September-October board meeting, we'll come back to you for you to receive and approve the historic resources inventories, also to receive the campus plans and direct the CEQA study. You won't adopt the campus plans until the CEQA is also adopted, and to give direction on how to proceed with the SMS project. So we'll be in the schematic design. So we're very, very excited that we're putting these things together. After that, we will complete the CEQA process. We'll work on the designs towards completion. We'll come back to the board to approve the campus plans, approve the CEQA, give direction on the full designs, go off to the State Department of Architects, and hopefully begin construction on some of these in February of 2023, knowing that this is going to take a little while longer after that. Why we want to go in parallel paths, because I know this has been one of the questions that we've gotten. You know, some people say, let's do the historic resources and don't do anything until you get that done. Or let's make sure we refine the campus plan and don't do anything on the SMS projects. It really is because these things can move together in parallel and don't go too far out ahead of either one. So we don't get ahead of our skis on any of these, but we are able to move them along, and they actually have a conversation that happens. And I'll show that in a schedule in a moment, but that will allow us that while we're doing the analysis of the historic resources and the public meetings, the input, the review that happens, we'll also be able to do the campus planning and really refining those, and how, when we get information on the HRIs, historic resources inventories, how they will play into finalizing the campus plans. And then how a lot of the part of the work that we need to do on the design projects for SMS is they need to do a lot of site studies. They need to do a significant amount of programming and what really goes in each space and how those spaces work. And they also need to begin the siting and the schematic work. A lot of the siting and the schematic work won't even begin until we already have the first drafts, or we start knowing which way the HRIs is going. So these things line up together and we can work on more than one thing at a time, but they line up together to give us a really good place when I believe we can come back to you in October. Also, we'll start the CEQA process, get it going, but then we wait until we actually have the plan to really complete that and set that down the road. So there is a whole idea of how this works, and it can move us forward and not delay us, because to me, you know, we've already seen some delay that just because COVID, and we've had to deal with some things. These are adding to months and months to time we get students and better facilities. And that's really the idea here, is that the educational facilities that we have, we know need to be better at a lot of our schools. And we're looking to how to make them better and how to actually support all of the goals that we have, but most specifically that priority of how we educate students. Here's an idea of a schedule. It's taken off of the Franklin design. I broke it into 3 different columns here, sort of the architecture, the historical resources, and the CEQA process. What's not included in here is exactly how we'll do the dates for the campus refinement. That will also line up. It'll be a 4th column in this. We just need a little more direction from you before we can set what we're going to do and what that process is. One of the things I did do, Alex, the interpreter, raised her hand, which probably tells me to slow down a little bit. Okay. I put in blue the various opportunities for direct community, larger community input. This is not including the site input, you know, or the like site committees, the principal, admin, teachers participating. All of these other activities will come along, and we'll have 50 meetings for every project because that's the way we do it. And that's what we need to get it done. But there will be these opportunities, including as we do programming, we'll be asking people in the community about what that is going to look like. And also, as we do the historic resources process, there'll be a outreach meeting. So that's the first step, is there'll be an outreach meeting, and that will be open. We'll invite the folks from the Conservancy. We'll invite neighborhood folks, the school community, everyone to give their input on what their understanding and importance is of our historical resources. Our professional team of historical resources consultants will then take that and they will develop a first draft, which will bring us a second meeting, which will be open to the public for them to review that draft. After that, that draft will be developed, and then it will come back for the board to approve it. So there's a number of times along the way, and this also doesn't include everything. Similarly with CEQA, we're required, and we always go above and beyond on CEQA to make sure that we have the scoping meeting, that we have, whether we have a M&D, a mitigated negative declaration, or an EIR, and environmental impact review, different ways of doing it, that we will have community meetings, we'll have the space, and before we get to the board approval, we think sometime next June. Just campus process, I'm not going to read all through this, but the things that I want to explain or push is that at this moment, while we sort of know what our first project is, we have to do CEQA on a whole project, a whole plan. So, it's part of our campus planning is that we have to actually look at all of the potential adverse effects over the time of, over the time that we're working. So that's why we're sort of looking at, and I think that our campus plans sort of exhibit what we think are the largest, are the most impacts. And that's the way you sort of do CEQA. So that's part of the process. And we cannot move forward until we complete the CEQA process. Also, the HRIs go directly into the CEQA process. Usually often that happens at the same time as you do CEQA, but because we're doing that ahead of time, they're going to be lined into them, and that will be part of also our discussions on impacts and what those are, if there are any impacts around the historical resources. So there'll be multiple times for people to participate and actually speak to what those impacts are, and for us to address them, to mitigate them, or to change the plan as needed to adjust to those. Measure SMS projects. So the FDAC recommended the Measure SMS projects. You saw this on December 9th. We were going to come right back to you and have us move forward. What we know about these projects or feel is these projects are very good first steps. They're good first steps for the campus, and they're good first steps for our campus planning. So they match along with our campus planning, but they also live in a way that we know that we can still adapt and change and finalize and refine the campus plan while we're working on these projects. And any delay will add more time to students being in adequate learning spaces, and we want to move them into new functional learning spaces. We discussed this before, you've seen this slide before, the Measure SMS projects decision criteria, replacing portables really large, increasing classroom size, outdoor learning facilities, bringing preschools onto our elementary school campus, which is one of the board's goals. We decided that since Edison and Muir Smash are newer schools, we're not focusing on them as much. Also, the middle schools and the high schools got a lot more from BB and ES, so we're pulling back on them. So we're really elevating facilities that improve education, and we have to be complete at each phase if there is not any funding. So we can't build with an expectation there'll be more money for another project. We have to make sure that we're ready at where would we end, we could stop if needed. Here are the projects, and I'll be talking about these all together and what they go to, what each of them are. We'll break them down more specifically. So we have about $85 million, $86 million to spend. And in a moment, Steve is going to talk about the budget and what those budget considerations are and what that part of that allocation is. Just to say, if we build these projects, we will add outdoor learning areas to all of these campuses, and we'll be able to remove 24, or we'll replace 24 of our old and very aging portables. This is about half of our portable stock. So Steve, do you want to do a little bit on budget?
Sure thing. Thank you, Carrie. Okay, so this is actually a recap slide. This is when the SMS budget was first reported to the board or presented to the board in November 2019. This allocation is different than what we are now. At the time, we were planning a particular project at Obama Center, which isn't going forward. And then there was a breakdown of projects between middle school and elementary. Now, some of those middle school projects have gone forward. Obviously, the Performing Arts Center and the HVAC projects are going forward. It's that bottom section on the right-hand side, the combined 28 million in upgrades that was kind of lumped back into the what became the overall assessments. At the time, we were focused first on elementary, then on middle school, or maybe it was the other way around, but separately elementary and middle school assessments. They've since been mushed together, as Patrick Miller might say, so that we can get district-wide priorities. Go ahead, Carrie. So this, again, this is a breakdown. This was actually a year later in December. This is a breakdown of, again, the projects as they were then anticipated. This may be a mistake. I may have typed December 2020, and I believe this was actually also 2019. But in any case, there's not a lot to see here. This is all stuff that you have seen. The one thing that I would point out is that on the lower right-hand side, you see what we call the GLAMS budget. That's the Grant Lincoln and Muir Smash window paint and floor and HVAC projects. You'll recall that about a year ago, we had bid those projects together as one project, and they were well over budget. We have since we've repackaged them and rebid them in a different manner, and I think we recovered a little over $7 million. Not recovered. We reduced the cost by a little over $7 million. Go ahead, Carrie.
Oh, I was just going to say what's really exciting is that we're moving on all these HVAC projects, and all of the elementary schools in the district will be finished by about the end of the summer or very early fall. And Lincoln Middle School, we think we're going to be able to accelerate that and finish that this calendar year, or at least get most of it done this calendar year and not stretch it out into another year. So one of our main goals, which was to do the HVAC, is moving and coming to completion.
Thank you, Carrie.
And you want me to turn slides. That's actually what you said, even though I was thinking of something I needed to say.
I appreciate you saying all that. Again, okay, so this was December 2020. Again, this was the, these are the modifications to the budget that brought us to the number we're at. And effectively what we're looking at is the result of $99 million, about $2 million of which was spent on the assessments, leaving about $98 million, which led to a line that you can't see. But what it says is our recommendation at that time was that we would budget $88 million worth of work and then hold $10 million in this same budget, so that if any of those projects went over, we'd have that little bit of a cushion. But more importantly, preferably what would happen is we would bring those projects in on budget, and we would be able to create another project or start another project, at least with the remaining approximately 10 million. Now, some of that money has been spent since that time on, and not much, but some of it has been spent on things like air conditioning, or rather air filtration that was added to many of our classrooms so that we could reopen. And we will come back with an overall budget update that'll line those out, but I'm trying to refer back to the things that have been presented to you before. So go ahead, Carrie. This again is as was reported in, or as presented in December 2020, totaling slightly more than $88 million. What I think you'll recall is that this project list, and Carrie's going to go through the projects, but this project list was actually developed by the FDAC. So we, by a subcommittee of the FDAC, and then voted on by the entirety of the FDAC. So we ended up with a whole list of projects that was significantly more than $88 million. And we worked with an FDAC subcommittee. Their recommendation was, well, first of all, we had, I think, 5 scenarios, And then the full FDAC, there was a comment that suggested maybe making some tweaks to it. We ended up with 8 or 9 total scenarios, and we went with number 8, which is what you're seeing here. So again, these are the recommended projects. I'm showing, there's a couple things that we're showing here. In the 4th column where it says ROM construction cost estimate, that's our pure construction cost. That's what we anticipate the construction contract would be. And then the estimated total project cost is the next column. And for budgeting purposes, of course, that's the one that really matters. That's the total amount of dollars we're going to spend. And then there's been some complaints about we're not transparent enough about how we get there and what these budgets are. So I have a few slides that tell you how we got to those numbers. If you could go ahead, Carrie.
Hey, Steve, before you go on to those, I just want to, if any member of the audience does not speak acronym, FDAC is our Facilities District Advisory Committee. I'm not sure if we prefaced that in the beginning, but in case somebody was wondering what FDAC is, it's our facilities, and we have one in Santa Monica and one in Malibu.
I'm sorry, could I interrupt for one moment? This is Alex, interpreter. And I had to get out of the meeting because the Zoom was not allowing me to hear anything. I came back and I have not been assigned as interpreter by Sarah. So I just wanted to, I'm sorry to interject there, but if that doesn't happen, I will not be able to continue interpreting.
Yes, let me fix it. I do apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, I'll wait until you say to go.
Okay, we're good. Sorry about that, Alex.
Thank you. And I'm glad you chimed in there, Alex. Okay, so these are 3 of the, we're going to see all 8, I think it's 8 of the campuses, 7 of the campuses. These are the first 3, Grant, Rogers, and Franklin. And the number that is listed in construction cost, again, that's what we anticipate the overall construction cost, construction contract would be. That number came from our architects working with their professional estimators. And then we have a number of multipliers, obviously the percentages below that to show our breakdown of soft costs, as well as things like contingency and furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Now in each of these projects, we've assumed that we have included in the architect's estimate any swing space that's necessary, demolition, and hazardous material abatement. Of course, these are estimates, so they will vary. In fact, one of the reason these are here is because they are as they were when we reported them in 2020. One of the things we'll find is that on some of these projects, the smaller projects in particular, the design may be a little bit higher than 9%, and the construction management may be a little higher than 4.5, and our contingency may be a little bit lower than 10%. So, when we're budgeting these, we have to use, we're talking about things that are going to happen years in the future. We can't know those numbers right now. So we use these estimates. It ends up being around 40%. In fact, I think it's precisely 40%, but very near 40% of construction cost is estimated for all of our other soft costs, as well as things like FF&E and contingency. So I'm not going to go detailed through this because the math is pretty straightforward. But you can see that these 3 here, and Carrie, the next is the remaining 2 elementary schools. So again, with McKinley and Roosevelt, showing you how we got to those bottom line numbers. And then we do the same thing. The next page would be the middle schools. The middle school projects are smaller. It's one of the things that, we did talk about when the FDAC recommendation came forward. We are moving forward already with the Lincoln Middle School project. And then the JAMS project would be the library improvements, which Carrie will address soon. I think that's all I have, Carrie.
Okay, so I'm going to walk through the different schools. I'll do this quickly. Mostly I'm going to focus on sort of some key issues with each campus and some of the things that we need to sort of put together as far as this. So McKinley Elementary School. McKinley, at the middle of it, has an old Works Project Administration core of buildings. And the part of the historical resource inventory will take a deep look at those campuses and how they represent and how they are and might be a historic resource. But also we're looking to replace 9 aged bungalows, increase class sizes, outdoor learning, improve the entrance and admin and security. This was one of the things, these are things that came out of a lot of discussions. Drop off pickup zones, capture some of our dead zones as learning areas, some of the areas that just aren't used on the campus and can't be really used because, you know, we have a lot of blacktop there, and there's some areas that are outside of sort of the ability to supervise, or some of the areas that, you know, might have been used before, like the front lawn is beautiful, but because Santa Monica Boulevard has changed so much. So there's a lot of areas that we just want to find a way to bring them back into use. And this is one of the campuses that we see that there's a potential for increase in enrollment over time. So we want to be able to make sure that we have that and have that ability to make that work. Here's just a picture, a view of the overall from the campus. You can see Santa Monica Boulevard, Arizona, Chelsea, 23rd Court. And you know, you can see the bungalows and modulars in the purple. This is an older, a newer building that was sort of a modular building here that was for the preschool. And then you see the core WPA buildings. Sort of some of the challenges is this drop-off pickup area, the access into the main offices, some of the bungalows being out here. And then as you see, it's a very substantial amount of recreational area, blacktop. One of the things about this campus is this is one of our biggest elementary school campuses. But it has even a smaller population than, say, you have at Franklin or Roosevelt or Grant. Over here is the first take, or where our proposed campus plan would be and how we would develop that. This is where we are at the moment in the refinement. The idea was to sort of move away, you know, sort of maintain the older WPA buildings and then sort of wrap around them and be in places that actually would support learning, pull the parking and driving and drop off to the edges and move that away, but still moving in, you know, the learning garden space to really maximize our learning area. Now, one of the things we see in this is we might have overdone some of the shift in the recreational space, and that's something we could adjust as we continue in this refinement of this process. Here it is in a more graphic view, just so you can get a view of what this is. This first building is the building that we are talking about for the Measure SMS project, which would allow for the drop-off pickup and the classrooms. And this is a long-term build out. This is a lot of things. This is if we go all the way towards adding and building and expanding this campus. And this is a 15, 20, 30-year plan. And this would be the largest we might possibly build this out as we're looking at it. So here's just a view going from one to the other. It is an increase in buildings, and it is an increase in space to meet the additional classrooms and also the larger classrooms for this space. So here's a look at what is proposed as the first project. It does pull some parking into other areas and allows for the new classroom building and academic support entrance functions. It conjoins on the second floor with the older building, which really solves a major ADA issue. We have ADA issues with both sides of this building and the libraries, so that's going to be able to provide that access to those upper areas. Sort of breaks down that on the lower floor, you pick up 4 classrooms, first grades, with outdoor learning areas, outdoor classrooms, additional restrooms, and the new front of the school with a clear and safe entrance and spaces to go into that, and then repurposing the existing front of the school in that area for more teacher collaboration space. On the second floor, it'd be 4 classes right now designated as 3rd grade with think tanks between them, outdoor learning areas, patio areas, building services, and the elevator that would allow to take and to access these 2 upper floors that are challenged by the elevator over on this side. So just a better view of what that is and how that goes together. This would be our bigger SMS project. But we feel like we sort of need to take a big step here at this campus to allow for that potential expansion and growth while we're sort of working and developing the other campuses around this, this area. Here's just a sketch. On the left, you have the older WPA colonnade, and you have the new building. Now, like I said, this is a master plan sketch. This is not a design sketch. And just like you saw in Malibu, the difference between our master plan sort of blocks and our sketch of where we go. So we have a lot of opportunity to define and design this building in many ways to align and both be like, but also have an appropriate conversation with the older building and how it joins, how it connects, and how it lives in the same space as this. Now I'm going to, and then eventually it will allow us to remove these 9 portables and get these 9 portables. We'd still have the 2 modular units right here, but allow us to move the 9 portables. So some of the concern for this campus, and it is that with this campus, is that we want to maybe wait till we get the historical resource inventory completed, because we know this is we assume this is a building that might be a historic resource. Now we want our professionals to take a look and tell us that. One of the things though is that really is nice about this design is that it aligns and connects to this. It does not, there's no point of touching or moving or adapting the potentially historic buildings. So it does sit alongside it, but it does sit alongside it, and it does have a relationship with it. And I know that there's some feeling that we should just wait until we do it. We feel like the work that has to be done on site study, on the work that has to be done on programming and planning, the work that on the very beginning schematic design and getting everything up to the appropriate schematic design will take us 6+ months, that will align with the HRI. So we can do the HRIs and the building at the same time, because that's the way we're going. And if we find that we really have some real strong things from the HRI that changes our entire plan, we still would have time or be able to pause at that moment and go, okay, we need to take a deeper look at the campus plans, and we need to take a deeper look at these buildings, this project. But it helps us move, and it helps us actually to do that work. I'm gonna stop for just a moment because I wanted Ashley Benjamin, Dr. Benjamin, our principal, to actually have something to say. And she has a little presentation also of what they're doing. So one moment as I get that open.
Sure.
Okay, here we are. Dr. Benjamin.
Hello, everybody. So I'm Dr. Benjamin, principal of McKinley. Thank you, board and Dr. Drati and Carrie for having principals here this evening and teachers here to talk about the new buildings and the benefits of the proposed funding by Measure SMS. So the phase 1 project at McKinley is the new 2-story building to replace the 9 old temporary bungalows. So the old bungalows were always meant to be temporary, but they've sort of become permanent structures on campus, and they're old and falling apart a bit and small. So we really need this new building, which will have large, beautiful, permanent classrooms that our students need to learn. Also, this building would create a designated drive-through car drop-off and pickup for students, which we desperately need. So there's 3 key benefits to this new building: student learning, safety, and parent engagement. And Carrie, if you wouldn't mind clicking to the next slide. So first, this new building would greatly benefit instruction and student learning. With larger classrooms, students will be able to move about the room, collaborate with each other, have space to do projects, and teachers will be able to provide the innovative and interactive instruction that is the 21st century teaching and learning that we're doing. Also, safety. So currently cars have to drive through the congested parking lot that we have to drop off and pick up children. So this means that students are having to run between moving cars and parking cars, which can be very dangerous. And there was actually just a car accident in the parking lot this week. So the new designated drop-off would be much safer and would help ensure that no student could be hit by a car, and would also have a variety of other benefits like helping students get to class on time and helping parents get to work on time. Also, the new building would create a new entrance to the school that would allow for the school to be more secure. Right now, the way the office is designed, anyone could fairly easily access the school, whereas the new design allows for more security so that our students and staff are safe on campus. Another benefit is parent engagement. The new building has a designated parent center area with meeting rooms and conference rooms, so parents will have multiple places to interact and collaborate with the school. And the new drive-through area would include parking spaces for parent volunteers, which is great since there's limited parking in the neighborhood. And it'll make it easier for parents to come to school and participate in their child's learning. We have had several campus assessment meetings, which were very helpful to address parents' questions. And Carrie, you can click to the next slide. So one question that came up was about if there would be an impact on outdoor space. Well, we're very lucky, as Carrie said, that at McKinley we have extensive and expansive outdoor space. So we have a lot of flexibility to work with. Because the bungalows would go away and the new two-story building would replace them, it would be a similar space footprint. Also, the building would be located in the current parking lot right in front of our current admin building, so it would have minimal impact on the playground space. The small amount of the yard that would be used for the new parking would be in the far front corner along Chelsea of the yard, which is minimally used by students. And because the yard is so huge and that's the far corner, it's very hard to supervise. So it really works for that area to become the new parking. Also a benefit is that the new building creates additional enclosed play space, as well as outdoor learning areas that are connected to the classrooms that the teachers can use for outdoor learning. Another question that came up was about the garden, and will the garden be impacted? And so we were able to clarify to parents that no, in the phase 1 with this new building, no, the garden's not impacted. There's no change to the garden and it remains exactly as it is. And then in the future, looking at long-term plans, that's when we could discuss with the community any adjustments we would need to make. But in phase 1, no change to the garden. And the other big question at meetings was about the noise during construction. So while yes, some noise would occur, the short-term noise would be greatly outweighed by the future decades of long-term positives that will result from this building. So the campus assessment meetings were really great to discuss all this with the community and share the information about the plan. And then in my last slide, so in summary, this new building is really critical to both the safety and learning of our students. The temporary bungalows were never meant to be permanent structures. We really need large permanent classrooms to be able to provide 21st century learning experiences to our students. McKinley's been around for over 100 years, and this building is really the future of education for our children. So now I'd like to hand it over to one of our McKinley teachers, Miss Madeline Ross, who will talk more about the benefits of this building.
Thank you. I'm really excited to speak about the new construction coming to the McKinley campus. I really think that the new modern building is going to allow for innovative opportunities and will provide a safe 21st century learning environment for all students. And I know that after a year of so much inconsistency in our personal lives, it can be hard to imagine more change on the horizon, but I'm really confident that this construction is going to benefit students, faculty, and the family communities at McKinley. And I think that larger classrooms are going to allow for more hands-on project-based learning opportunities for students. And I know that I've benefited from my large classroom. Last year, we transformed our classroom into a McKinley Medical Center, and we had the space for a handmade pharmacy, radiology department, lab, exam room, and check-in area. And in larger classrooms around the campus, students will be able to collaborate in small groups while others maybe are meeting with their teacher or working independently. And I really strongly support parent engagement, and I'm really excited to learn that there's going to be these new spaces that are going to provide space for more family participation. And as the PTA teacher rep, I'm thinking about how excited the PTA is going to be to move out of McKinley's basement and into a brand new collaborative space. And I also know that safety is a top priority at McKinley, and the new drop-off and pickup areas will be a really great way to maintain the safe environment that we always try to uphold. And I think that the designated parking spaces are going to be really great for parent volunteers. No more searching the neighborhood for parking spots or running out to refill meters in the middle of a meeting. And I think that, as we've seen throughout this past school year, children are incredibly adaptive, and I don't foresee the short-term noise from construction as a distraction from their learning. I actually think it would allow for more learning, so they could learn about engineering, construction, collaboration, and I really can't wait for these new permanent structures to be added to our beautiful campus. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Thank you, Dr. Benjamin. If you don't follow Ms. Ross on Twitter, you should. She always shares such great things about what she's doing in her classrooms.
Thank you.
So I'm going to move on to another campus. Hang on just a moment as I get this set up. Okay. So I'm going to move to Roosevelt. So Roosevelt also has some interesting challenges. One thing is it's a long rectangle on a rather small amount of land, and yet it's one of our largest schools. So we already have some challenges as far as fitting all the students and the appropriate amount of students. It has a WPA core, but it's very different than the one at McKinley. But you have to realize that so many of our campuses were built after the 1933 earthquake, and they were work project administration projects. So this is part of the greatness of our district, but also some part of our challenge is that now all of these campuses are 80 years old, and they have some challenges. So we need to sort of come back and look at them. We'll be looking at increasing classroom size, really expanding outdoor, making better use of outdoor learning areas. And we'll point that out, small acreage, and then the challenge to recreation and play space. So here's a look at the campus, and it's sort of divided up in the different colors is sort of what you see. What is there now? We have Montana on the on your right side and Lincoln on the bottom, just so you get a sort of framework of, most of y'all know this campus well, but you can also see our bungalows and bungalows and more bungalows and bungalows, because, as the population of this campus grew, things were slopped in to support that. And now most of these have been around for 30 plus years. So this is our master plan, where the way we were in October. So this is also part of what I want to show you is how we can refine and change and adjust the master plans. So as you can see, and this is a rethink of the campus. So this is a long-term moving around, adjusting, changing most things over a long period of time to make it a better, more functional campus. One of the first big move is the move from the kindergarten from this corner out to this corner. So the pre-K, TK, K yard, and one of the benefits of that is it gives us a better drop-off pickup zone, moves them away from the busy street of Montana. Also, it allows for these pre-K and K yards to be used on weekends as part of our learning, as part of our recreation area. And so one of the other things is at this campus and a lot of others, we only use the fields for elementary schools. So we use them both during the school day, but also when they're permitted. We only permit elementary schools here. So a U8 soccer field is the appropriate size. So where we might be shrinking some fields or making some adjustments, we're still keeping them in the U8 form that fits those type of, our major use for them. You'll see both this campus and at Franklin, we didn't have a U10 field. It was a U8 and just with a little bit more room around it. So there's a little bit of shortening there. But one of the things we got in feedback from this plan was that this plan took away and put a little too much emphasis on buildings and green space for school learning and non-recreational space, and took away a little bit too much of our recreational area. So we asked the architects, here's just a couple of views. You can see it in a little bit different form of how you get there with Montana here on the bottom, Lincoln on the side, just to see sort of, once again, this is a long-term, probably 25-year plan to rethink this campus. And then another view from the other flip, just so you get an idea of how that would be developed. We would be going with a few more sort of higher buildings because we really have to maximize space on this campus. So we'd have, going with a little more of a two-story building here and sort of some larger volumes for the library and the cafeteria. So this was where we were with the original plan, the existing, and the proposed was going to reduce this hard surface quite a bit. The green surface was only going down a little, but we really felt like we needed to take a deeper look at this. So we've taken a deeper look. We're still, though, looking at a drop of hard court surface for recreational space quite a bit. And maybe we need to take that and refine that even more. And this is the exact direction we really need from the board. Is we need you to tell us sort of what our goals are and how we move forward with our campus plan refinement. We're not done yet with the campus plans. It's a lot of process, a lot more community, but we need direction to actually know what to do. If the answer is make sure that all the recreational facilities at Roosevelt are the same size as they were when we started, that will be difficult, but we can do that if that's the direction. If it's a balance or finding what that balance is or some direction around the balance between the outdoor space and the indoor, the outdoor space and the internal space, the recreation space and the green surface outdoor learning area, we can hear that and that will really help us. But what I want to show you is sort of how it might have worked is this is the plan. Above is the existing campus, and then below here was the campus, so this is the existing campus. So this is what happens when you sort of take away, the portables and the other spaces. Okay, this gives you a better view. So that actually was an old slide. So this is the existing campus with what would be sort of blacktop space and green space now, and then what would add in with additional green space and blacktop. This is from the master plan from 2020. And then you can see how this adapted a little bit, and we increased more in the master planning. So we expanded it from the other. You'll see in another slide exactly how that works. I'm not sort of saying this is the answer. What I'm saying in this one is, in this slide is I'm saying this is what we can do in the refinement. This is what we do in the campus planning refinement. So we can begin this design with, like I said, site planning, schematics, but not quite moving towards full design until we've resolved these questions and we've resolved what's going to happen with the WPA buildings. This shows you where we would land after the first project. So we would have a sizable increase of green space that could be used, and some limitations are shortening of blacktop space. But one of the things that I'm missing in this slide, and yet, hang on, if I go back to this slide, I could maybe show it, is one of the things that we showed between these two plans is we have a list of all of the current uses, the kickball field, the shade structures, the hopscotch courts, tetherball, basketball courts, play yard. And in each of these, all of those uses are in each of the plans. So we don't take away any of the uses. There are still the same number of handball courts, basketball courts, the kickball area, everything is able to move forward. And then here just shows you from the existing to the fall, to the spring, to where we would be after the first SMS plan. So you can sort of get an idea of where we're going, but this is where we need direction from the board as to how to set our priorities. I will say, and we've had a couple of other conversations, that maybe losing this lawn is a bad thing. So maybe we need to adjust the plan, maybe not create this lawn over here, maybe make this a little less boomerang and a little more of a right angle, and move the auditorium so we maintain this community lawn. That was one suggestion that we heard. And these are the very types of suggestions that we sort of need and will take in so that we can actually make the whole space work. The project specifically, the Master SMS project, is to create the new PKTKK area here in the back corner. And with their own pre-K yard and kindergarten yard, they do have to be separate. And there is a requirement that this is how big they have to be for this number of spaces and for these students. So it would be a single story buildings with glass opening. Like I said, these are not designs. These are just beginning sort of sketches just to get us going and sort of give us an idea of what to look for. This would be a $16 million overall cost. And And I just lost that. Oh, sorry. And because this whole presentation is so large, I divided it into several different slides. So Ms. Haleva, Linda, are you around? Would you like to say anything? You're unmuted.
Thank you. All right, I should be unmuted now.
Yes.
Okay, great. First, I wanted to thank Carrie and the architectural committee that my community and I worked with over this last year to start working on these beautiful plans. I know that we had long discussions about the feel of Roosevelt and what we could actually improve on with that feel. And so I did describe to our architectural committee that it would really be nice to look to the model of Steve Jobs and have a school that is calm and user-friendly, elegant and simple and functional. So with that in mind, they were able to start working on how we flow through the whole campus, because we need ease of movement for our students. And right now we are challenged with that ease of movement. As everyone knows, if they walk from the cafeteria up to the big yard, you know, and during lunchtime, there's a lot of traffic in certain corridors, especially during lunch and recess times. And we know for ease of movement that how they placed the buildings from TKK onto the corner of Alta and Lincoln Boulevard made it much easier for our little ones to be far more included into the whole student community, which was a really big move for us to think about that and where we wanted to place them. Also, you know, Montana Avenue is very busy and it's not as safe as we would be on Lincoln Boulevard and Alta. The other thing that our architectural committee was able to really emphasize in our plans with Carrie was about the community engagement piece. And I know, Carrie, you took the map down, but if you see that library building in that area of grass on the corner of 9th Street and Montana Avenue, you can see that many of our events could be held within that area, and it would make ease of use for our families to come on and off campus using that building as well, and having events in that building, as well as it being a library. So, and we were even thinking about having that library open almost similar to a public library where they could come in after school hours and use that space and be able to look at books and check things out or hold events. So Carrie, do you have a pointer that you can show exactly where I'm talking about? It's right here where it says the new, yes, there we go. It's right there. So that was very impressive to me, because when we're thinking about the emphasis about ease of movement on this campus and a really functional, elegant, and simple plan, that really elevates the whole feel of our students in this space to have a much more intellectual atmosphere throughout the day. And as you notice, see this L-shaped building right here and all this space in here. I know that that was a little bit of a sacrifice to our playground. However, those spaces are all outdoor learning spaces that we could actually modify quite well with shade. And we could also hold spirit assemblies here where the majority of our students will be in their classrooms in this building right here. The other thing that Carrie and the architectural committee suggested was to move our administration building onto Lincoln Boulevard. So this is a far more easier access for our families and students. It's a little bit safer because Montana entrance is really busy, goes right out onto a big street. Even though Lincoln Boulevard is busy, it doesn't compare to Montana Avenue. So the other priority that Carrie knows me well, is to get rid of those portables. They are deteriorating before our very eyes. No matter how many times our wonderful maintenance and operations department comes to repair them, they are constantly in disrepair, and they're not pleasant to learn in, and they just need to go. They've been there far too long. And so if we can move in that first project number 1, move our TKK over to this, oh, you just switched the picture there, over to Alta and Lincoln Boulevard, this frees up that space for them to start in on project number 2. And because we're not sacrificing any classrooms, once we get rid of the bungalows, I have enough of an enrollment now where I can place those students that are in the bungalows into classrooms. So I feel like there is no sacrifice being made there as to space for where our students are learning. It's just a nice flow of the phases as to how that's been planned out. Plus it gets rid of those bungalows and I have a place to put the students. So I feel as if this plan was very thoughtful, and there's always room to grow and always room for improvement. But when we're really, the whole point of being in school is that student engagement piece and the intellectual atmosphere that we can create through a beautiful environment that's user-friendly and elegant and simple, I'm in.
Okay. All right, I'll move on to the next. Hang on a second, let me get there. One moment, sorry. It's the right one.
As Carrie's setting this up, I'll just remind board members, we've been here for almost 4 hours. If anyone needs to stretch their legs, get their dinner, bring it back to the meeting, I encourage you to do so. Just please leave your cameras on so we know that you stepped away for a minute.
John, while we're taking the time, I just want to know, when I shut my camera off, I was eating dinner. So I just don't want anyone thinking I left. I'm right here. I'll let you know if I have to step away, but thank you for.
And I left mine on to eat dinner so that nobody would think I left. Can't win either way, so.
Okay, I'm lining up principals also. So, okay, Grant Elementary School. Once again, we have an older WPA core that was built after the earthquake. We have 6 aged bungalows that desperately need to be replaced. And we want to make the adjacencies between our PK, TK, and K. You know, we brought in our preschool there, but it's sort of over on a side. I'll point that out in a moment. Upgrade the library and media center, capture dead zone as learning areas. And this is another campus where, looking at the long-term work that the city's doing on additional housing, this is a place where we might see some enrollment increases over time, over the next 10 years. So we have to sort of anticipate and look towards that. So here's the campus as is. So, you know, the older buildings are these right in here. But there's newer buildings surrounding these buildings. Here's all of our portables. These particularly are very sad. One of them didn't last through the last year, and we had to go back and refurbish it. We couldn't even get it to this point. So but also we have sort of a little bit of an odd shape of how the field works in relationship to the parking. And so there's some rethink of this along with the parking and drop off in the front. So this is our vision of completely rethinking a lot of this campus, but maintaining a lot of the original buildings. And so just sort of how we would sort of place and put sort of things in place, sort of rethinking the field size, the field space, field size around the blacktop areas, basketball courts, learning areas, and also in the main first building, a rooftop garden. So here just sort of gives you a place of what would be going where. It would be also, once again, pushing some taller buildings over to the edges with outdoor learning areas, but that would allow us to sort of put them off to the sides and still sort of maintain the middle. We would maintain our central garden, some of our WPA buildings, the existing auditorium, the blacktop areas here. This would be the building, the new building with the rooftop garden and sort of also moving parking away from students, sort of the idea here. So just how we would get here is, I mean, I'm going to show you a phase that the challenge is, you know, when we spend 88 million, we still don't have enough to do everything at all the major schools. So there are some really good projects we're recommending for grant, but Christian will tell you he's not getting what he really wants, which is the replacement of the portables in a new building, because that new building would conjoin and align with these older buildings and maintain, you know, our large trees, but also, and it would have multiple classrooms and science classrooms on the first floor, and then a rooftop learning garden on top. And that would allow us to get the 6 portables gone. So we are still thinking out into the future that this would be a really good thing to support the overall building of this campus and replacing those with more lunch shelters, resilient playground, and sort of maintaining that look. Eventually, we would change up the field space to make that a little function better. But what we're really proposing here is a first phase of 3 separate projects that all align and go together in some way. So the first one would be going into the library, which is not as fully used and it's changing in its use, I think is a better phrase, and the computer lab, which is also changing in its use. Also, we'd recapture these lovely dead zones of concrete that are between the auditorium and the library and the cafeteria and the library, which are not used, but they can be really great learning spaces if we were able to open up the library, open up the space, and make these as areas that also learning could occur. So it'd be a flip-flop of the whole thing. It's a great renovation. I'm sure Christian can speak to that. And then also coming into our courtyard, that's not used as much as it is, but it has some great features that are still want to be retained, including a great old tree. It's like coming in and maintaining and sort of making this space also a usable space that aligns with the new library upgrade between these buildings. Part of the joys of the finger buildings is actually what happens in between, which is often ignored and has been underserving us, and we want to make the most of those spaces. We'd also move the pre-K, TK to the front of the pre-K, aligning it with the kindergarten and the consolidation, which will make for better drop-off, better access, better collaboration. Will mean that the kindergarten, the preschool is not sort of tucked over in a corner, but will be integrated more into the whole school. So this is what we're planning. I am going to show you these the plan for the new building, even though we don't have the money for it, because I want to whet everybody's appetite to what it could be. Just have to do it because it's something we'd really want to do with a learning garden on top. And then that becomes an integrated part of how we expand the rest of the campus. I'm going to pull us off of this. I'm going to go back to the library. And Christian, would you like to say some things?
Yes, thank you. And I think you're just showing that plan just to torture me, Carrie.
I am.
All right. So last time I spoke to the board, I maybe took up 45 minutes of your life. You couldn't get back. So I put this down on paper. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Dradi and Executive Cabinet. On behalf of the grant learning community, thank you for the opportunity to address you regarding the future facilities improvement projects slated to take place at Grant. I want to start by saying how much the Grant Facilities Advisory Committee appreciated the process in which we engaged with the Facilities Improvement Department and the Johnson Favaro architectural team to identify the many needs of the Grant campus to improve the learning experience of the students of Sunset Park. It didn't take long for us to ascertain that there are many areas of the campus that require upgrades to existing buildings, and there's an urgency to replace old and dilapidated structures and replace them with new, safe, functional, and modern ones, something that you already know. The grant community is thrilled about the projects that were recently approved. And just really quickly to go through a couple of those things. Project 2, as Carrie said, which is the renovation and expansion of the current library space into a state-of-the-art library media center and makerspace. In addition to modernizing the courtyards on either side of the building, is a smart way to repurpose a heavily used learning space and turn it into a hub for student collaboration and exploration. We look forward to improving this space so we can further our work in project-based learning and deep learning. In the historic reading garden outside between the two buildings here is a favorite learning space of both students and staff. And some of you may know that they actually built the school around those 200-year-old trees that are out there, those Melaleuca trees. You know, for Project 3, This will create, the renovation will create a more engaging and peaceful environment for group and individual learning. It will be a welcome improvement that will dovetail nicely with the new Library Media Center. There will be a natural flow between the Library Media Center and the garden. Project 4 calls for all of our early learning classrooms to be grouped together in a remodeled wing of the campus. By joining our pre-K, TK, and kinder classes, we're able to centralize our youngest students, which will allow for more developmentally appropriate group activities across the grade levels, and will also foster more vertical articulation and collaboration amongst our early learning educators. We feel this project will help create a more solid foundation for learning at the beginning of our students' educational journey. The grant learning community, and here's the ask, the grant learning community is grateful for these impending improvements to the school. However, and there sometimes is a however, I would be remiss as the principal of Grant School and the chief advocate if I did not advocate for the addition of project number 1. Unfortunately, the bungalows, as you heard from my colleagues, on the Grant School campus are older than some of our parents, and some of our parents attended school in these bungalows. My understanding is that these structures are 30 years old, and it is evident that they are long past their natural lives. Project 1 calls for the removal of the bungalows and the construction of a modern, state-of-the-art classroom facility. The beautiful architectural drawings created by the architects include 4 general education classrooms, a science lab, art studio classroom, a rooftop garden, and outdoor learning space that would be used for collaborative hands-on science and environmental lessons, restrooms, playground renovation, and a new lunch area, which we desperately need. An example of the creative planning that occurred was the design for this rooftop learning garden and exploration space, which maximizes use of the campus's square footage while creating unique spaces for this hands-on learning and collaboration. Again, we greatly appreciate the current list of projects that have been approved and look forward to getting them underway. I believe our students are worth this investment in their future, and adding Project 1 will be the crown jewel on this list of improvements this great school so desperately needs. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much, Christian. I'll move on to Will Rogers. One second. Okay, Will Rogers. Will Rogers actually is not a WPA campus. It's a mid-century core campus. This first project would look to replace 6 of the aged bungalows. This is a theme, increasing class size, outdoor learning, PK/TK spaces, which right now a lot of them are in these bungalows and a lot of even our special ed preschool are in them. We really want to also take a look at the finger buildings and what happens between them. We need a second MPR multi-purpose room, if you don't speak acronym. We want to find how we use the church property, which we have a plan for that. This is another campus with a potential increase in enrollment over time. Now, this is a campus where, if you go back in time about 15, 20 years, when we were talking about Edison, replacing and changing Edison, Will Rogers, everybody said, was going to be the next campus to replace. We can't quite do what we did with Edison, where we build one and then tear down the field and then, tear down the old and then build the field, the little flip. But what we could do is come in here and rethink and revisit this campus. If we choose not to do that, we have some other options. That's one of the things I want to bring up specifically with this project. So here you see the building at the campus as it is, along with the added church lot, which right now, if you haven't visited the new farm that's there, it's really exciting what's going on there with the farm. The parking is separated here. Drop off is on the street. We have a little bit of an odd relationship with our neighbors here on the side, these 2-story apartment buildings. We do have some green space. We have some lovely old trees, but these are what we call the finger buildings with the fingernails. Between them are a little bit dead. And so looking at the very first thing is these bungalows, which are preschools, and here trying to consolidate them into a building that would be over here in this area first. This is the first project. Also, the idea is to pull the drop-off pickup area and the parking off of, off of the, this is a better one, off of the street, which is a very busy street because of the college, because of jams, and sort of bring that into an area. And also this helps us give that separation between our property and the apartment buildings that are right here. And sort of, it's a way of rethinking the campus over time. One of the things I want to talk about here is this is another way of sort of going, this is the big view. This is the long term. This is how far we might go. but we also have the possibility of just doing less if that's what we decide to do. So going from our original building to moving these fields, building the new early childhood learning center with the play yards, with all the spaces they need, the initial parking, maintaining the fingers. Now, one of the things I will say about the finger buildings and most of Will Rogers was that if you went back and went to the campus about 6 years ago, they were, I have to say, a little sad. The classrooms just really were, but the modernization that we've done, the window paint floor project, the new windows, the new HVAC that's going in this summer, the technology projects have really made those classrooms really stand up and have a longer potential life. So we could go in there after this first project, which adds these classrooms along the space and the outside learning areas. We could come in and maybe do one more phase, the field phase, that it restores the field. And you see it's about the same size as the existing. It's a little differently shaped, but it's still a U8 field. And then the blacktop area, which also allows us to realign the parking. And then we could potentially come in with one more building here, another 1-story or even another 2-story building here if we need to increase capacity. And we also could come in here with the new MPR. So we have the 2 MPRs, multi-purpose rooms, the cafeteria auditorium on this campus, and maintain the finger buildings, especially if it's decided if those are a historic resource, which we'll be learning about. So this is sort of the way we would sort of build out this campus and what the process would be to sort of get to this. We have a lot of other little plans we could do, but this is the major thought, is that let's get this early childhood building as the first thing we do as we move forward. And I'm going to flip to this one, and I think Mr. Burke, Principal Burke, might be here and has something to say. There he is.
All right, I was there. Thank you, Carrie. And on behalf of the Will Rogers Learning Community, I want to thank members of the board, executive cabinet, and the public for being here on this call this evening. This is a very exciting prospect for myself as the principal of Rogers, and certainly for our staff and our community. And as I'm hearing the different proposals for each of the school sites tonight, and as I see the proposals for Rogers, one thing that does come to my mind is the one very word that's in the Rogers title. We are a community, and as I look at the prospect of having an early childhood building constructed on our site, it reminds me of how important it is for our very early youngest learners, our preschool, TK, and kindergarten students to have a place that is their own, that is together, that is going to allow them to see one another, to interact with one another, and to have their own dedicated space. Currently, it is very disjointed. We have kindergarten classrooms spread out amongst different wings. We have our preschool classrooms that are off on their own separate area of the campus. And although we do at times come together on the yard space, the integral learning opportunities just do not occur because of the separateness of these classrooms. And it would be highly beneficial for the community, for our students with their first experiences on campus as students, to be able to be in this one area. So that is something that I do celebrate, and I'm definitely a proponent for. I am a former early childhood teacher myself. Furthermore, one constituent that is represented within the early childhood population I refer to are some of the special education students. And currently these students are housed in, and I don't exactly know the age of the bungalow buildings, the portables, but they're housed in these buildings that are behind several layers of chain link fence off to the side of the campus. And it, yes, thank you, Carrie. So if you could highlight the location. Yeah, they're off to the side of the campus, and it really doesn't speak to the issue of inclusion and really bringing our community together and allowing all kids the same opportunity. I have invited one of the Rogers teachers, Miss Nancy Murphy. I do believe she was going to join us. So that is all I wanted to say as principal. I am going to invite Miss Murphy to say a few words if you are on the call.
Hi, everyone.
I'm Nancy Murphy. I'm an early childhood special educator at Rogers. I've been a teacher in Santa Monica for 12 years in many of the bungalows that a lot of these principals have talked about, which bungalow is such a sweet word for what these rooms look like. But I was super excited when I heard there was a facilities upgrade coming to the Rogers campus. My children went there and go there. And I'm just very aware as an early childhood educator of how the environment shapes learning. In our district, pre-K and TK and kinders, we're looking at inquiry-based learning as we connect with this idea from Reggio Emilia philosophy that the environment is truly the third teacher, and how we present materials to our students promotes their relationships, their creativity, their problem solving, and their inquiry through exploratory play. I can't wait to say that our facilities at Rogers or throughout the district are our third teacher, but our current facilities are kind of a band-aid of a teacher. We appreciate so much all of the work of our maintenance and repair people and what they do to keep us running, but I'm super excited to not know everyone by their first names and catch up on their families when they come to repair our leaking roofs and aging HVAC systems and broken restroom facilities and aging and termite damaged floors and windows. So I'm thankful to everyone at the board and the district for recognizing and supporting our inquiry-based learning environments for our youngest learners, our littlest guys, because they'll really remember the feel of their classroom if you look back and think of your memories of that and the light in their early learning environments.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go to the last of our major schools here for the last of the projects. Let me get the right one. Okay. And then after this, I'll just touch on our other projects later. So Franklin Elementary School, one of our oldest schools, also with a WPA core of buildings. It has a lot of.
You're not sharing.
I am not sharing. I have to. Thank you. Here we go. Franklin Elementary School also has a WPA core. It's looking to replace, there's a lot of bungalows on this campus, so looking to replace a lot of bungalows. Add the preschool classrooms with the outdoor space, so matching those with the TK and the K that we already have, adding a second multipurpose room. I didn't really talk about the importance of the multipurpose rooms for the elementary schools. It's the large space to learn. We have that at 3 of our elementary schools in Santa Monica, but we don't have it at the others. And it makes a difference as far as what they can do. Right now, at Franklin, they've been using a quadruple portable, a double portable as the MPR, and it just does not go the distance that it really needs to. So the second NPR, and also this is another campus that we have a very small area compared to the number of students we have. So here's the campus, take a look at it. Montana is the top with the 2-story, second story here. Sort of you see how it also, the field's not in this slide, but we can go there in a moment. But we have this modular building. All of these are bungalows. All of these are bungalows. All of these are bungalows. So you've basically built up what is sort of our more historic buildings, our older buildings, with around a bunch of bungalows that are not that. And this also is this is a 1960s building as opposed to the 1930s buildings that are in the front here. Actually, I think they're older that got adapted after the earthquake. So this gives you a view. Sorry, I could not fix this. This gives you a view of the existing campus plan of how it is. I have a little basketball court problem here that I couldn't figure out how to solve last night. But just also shows you that there is a list of things here. It is almost a U10. I mean, there's a U10, but it doesn't go up to a U12. So it's not quite as big, but the U10 would work for the elementary school. Also, you see our lovely appendage up here, which is our kindergarten space, kindergarten classrooms that are up here, just so you understand. With the alley, which is a little bit of a challenge. So the idea is to expand some of these with some more 2-story buildings, so we can open up the middle, open up the center, move the library in adjacent to the admin, and bring in a sort of signature piece here in the middle, which would be a maker space, but really a project-based learning space that allows students to get going. And in a moment, I know that Ms. McGregory and I think Ms. Mallory is coming to talk about just what the purpose of that is. But also, this was another campus where we had some questions that we might have been squeezing the recreation space a little more. So DSK Architects, I need to keep saying, and A4E, who's been working with them, I need to say those names of the architects a lot because they are the ones that have really been doing all of this work. We keep asking them to do more. It's like even today I came and said, hey, give me some more measurements or another thing, because we're ready to refine these plans with a little more understanding of what you need. But we did reorganize and rethink this space, opening it up, opening more space up. Part of one of the things that's used here is there's a driveway right here, right now, that is for the fire truck that is unusable. And by shortening the field a little bit, we're able to get the basketball courts in, and we can still use this tee for the fire truck, which is required, but also the same number of handball walls, same number of tether balls, the playground space. So just an expansion of this area as we would do it. And then the sort of more signature building of the makerspace with these fences being moved also to create a little more outdoor learning, outdoor recreation space. So we've sort of moved it from what was going to be a, hang on a second. Okay, I don't have my new slide here. I thought I did. So we have reduced this number of how much it's going to be coming out, but I don't have that slide. Sorry, I missed it up whenever I did it. One of the things. So this will show you sort of the changes between the original the spring master plan of what we did to where we were with after the first project. And here's just a slide that gives you all of them together that really shows you sort of how this would all happen, sort of the U10 field that sits in there that'd be shrunk a little bit, but then we just go in with the basketball courts and all of the same uses would still be here. This is what it would be after the first project, which would be the field project and the makerspace. This is a change from what we brought to you before. We were planning, instead of doing the field, to do this outdoor learning area, but we feel that this would actually be the best project for this campus is to do these two together, and that would also set us up for what would come next. A lot of what we're doing here at Franklin, and this is important to realize, is we really want to get rid of these portables and put people in better learning facilities, but we sort of have to do a something before we do a big something. And that's one of our difficulties, is that for this campus, you know, the big something will be like this 2-story classroom building, but we can't really get that in this project in the Measure SMS funds. And we can't do it anyway because we need to build something before we can do it. So there's a lot of phasing and discussion about how we phase to get here. So it's also like Roosevelt, because both these campuses are relatively tight. We have to sort of really pick the moving of the chess pieces to get everything into place.
And so, Carrie, one thing to point out on that before you leave that slide, you know, I think one of the points here is the second column, the second image. You know, that's what we brought forward, I think last time. And since then we've heard the community. We understand, okay, we need to focus on maybe preserving a little bit more of that recreational space. So the next two that Carrie's showing to the right here, that's taking that into incorporating that and taking it into account and trying to extend the amount of space that is available for the community. So that's the change you're seeing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm talking a lot, so it helps me for me to. So this first project would be the new field and basketball courts and this makerspace building. It is a premier building. It's there in the middle. It is a you know, it's a nice boomerang shape. But the thing is, it's allowing us to build that and also build the goals for the school around it. It would have a maker yard space, and this is just once again a first look at what it might look like. We'll sort of shape this up and sort of make it so it's very great learning spaces. And these are our phase 1 projects. Okay, this just to show you, this is the 2-story building we had talked about and why that's important, where it is, what its importance is. And then I wanted to get to this, which is the makerspace everything. And I'll just show you the playgrounds, play fields, just so you see images, because images are beautiful. We'll also maybe play with some colored hardscape, which is going to be really fun. Ms. McGregory, would you like to say something?
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. To our board members, to Dr. Drotti, to our exec cabinet, to our Franklin parents who are here joining us as well, and to all of our community members, we are excited to discuss this. We've been hoping for a brand new Franklin, and we are crossing our fingers that it can start yesterday as soon as possible. So yes, I am Cynthia McGregory. I am the proud principal of Franklin. And I do have Carrie, two of my amazing teachers. I have Miss Kristen Mowry and Miss Ashley Borden, who will just speak for a couple minutes after I am done. But I just wanted to share that approximately a year and a half, 2 years ago, a dedicated team of folks at Franklin, including administrators, lower and upper grade teachers, classified staff, and parents, we started this process with Carrie and his team, as well as a very gifted group of architects. And we discussed and together came up with a very an amazing plan that we believe will be an awesome opportunity for our students, our teachers, our parents, and the entire surrounding Franklin community. They actually took us through a number of exercises and collaborative conversations where we discussed the most important aspects of our campus and the type of campus we envision that embraces our current Franklin culture and that will enhance our Franklin culture. So safety, academics, socialization, outdoor learning spaces, outdoor eating, and recreational spaces were what we all shared were absolute non-negotiables for Franklin. So what that amazing architectural team did, they came back with a beautiful model with a brand new cafeteria, because that is something Franklin does not have and that we truly, truly need. And also a state-of-the-art multi-purpose room auditorium where music and art can be embraced. And we can also have assemblies and performances and parent and community meetings in there. That is something Franklin does not have as well. We will hopefully also gain a new library and classroom spaces that are conducive to the number of students, as Carrie said, the number of students we have at Franklin, outdoor learning spaces, maker spaces, and a playground and field that is open and allows for more recreational activities and outdoor learning. So the plan for the front of the school was very exciting for our team because it not only provides extra safety measures, but it also provides safety for our kinders and our smaller group of students who we will be able to bring those classroom groups together. Our magnificent teachers do an incredible job already with enhancing teaching and learning that focuses every day in our classrooms on student-centered learning, also self-reflection, collaboration, and critical thinking. Currently, our teachers are actually working on these things within those 4 classroom walls. So we are encouraging and we're hoping for maker spaces that will allow our students to have that hands-on learning experience and be able to collaborate at a greater level. I would now at this time like to bring, if I can, Miss Kristen Mowry. She's one of our 3rd grade teachers, and also Miss Ashley Borden. They were a part of our team at Franklin, and we did a lot of discussion about this. So if they can just unmute and share for a couple minutes, that'd be awesome.
It was Kristen and who else? I'm sorry.
Kristen Mowry, Sarah, and Ashley Borden. Thank you, Sarah.
Hi, thank you, Sarah. Good evening, everyone. I'll keep this brief. Cynthia pretty much hit it all. I just want to touch on our community. We have a very large community of over 600 students with very diverse learning needs, and we need to provide various places to support them in the way they learn best. A makerspace allows us teachers to support them and their unique learning style, as well as provide a collaborative place for teachers to work with one another, utilizing 21st century technology. Our NPR building right now does not have 21st century technology. It has room for about 1 classroom. And, I hate to touch on the COVID, but I have to. scrambling right now to find places to teach these kids and get them outside. We don't have it. We don't have the space. It has been the hardest part of transitioning back after distance learning. We desperately need outdoor learning places for our students that are inviting and engaging. And we need an innovative place to put our students in order to collaborate. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Drotti and board members. My name is Ashley Borden, and I'm a first grade teacher at Franklin. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. All of the new buildings, including the makerspace, outdoor learning spaces, larger classrooms, will truly benefit our students and our families and will promote project-based learning. Thank you to everyone who's worked hard on these plans. They're wonderful. And thank you for adding these thoughtful and beautiful improvements to our campus.
Thank you very much. I will move on. Hang on a second and I'll get my screen there. I think Lori Oram was traveling, so I'm going to jump to Mirror Smash first. So in the Measure SMS projects, we do not have anything specific that we're doing at Edison or Mirror Smash. However, there are newer schools. However, I wanted just to say that they are part of the campus planning process. We're still learning and trying to understand what happens to those campuses and where they're going, and and how, it's particularly at Mirror Smash, how those two schools collaborate on the same campus and what will be happening. So we are excited about where we're going. We have some really good ideas to solve some of the challenges of this campus, which include the parking and the drop-off area, the security, like moving the front office up so we have security, adding a little bit more space in the right places for both maker spaces, also eventually adding an NPR or culinary food space and some science labs that would really make this whole campus sing in a way that it doesn't at the moment. So we have some ideas for that. It's coming along. It would be something we want to finish up in anticipation for where we would go next with our campuses. And Jessica and Paula, even though we're not bringing anything to them at the moment, I wanted to give them at least a moment to say hello and say how important these changes would be for their campus.
Thank you, Carrie. Hi, everybody. Good evening, board members. I'm Paula Litz, the principal of John Muir Elementary, shares the campus with SMASH. So I'll just say a few words and then turn it over to my colleague, Jessica. Just like all of our colleagues that you've heard from, we went through the same campus assessment process that they all did. And we had a lot of engagement with both of our communities, a lot of good conversations, and our needs came to the surface. So as Carrie showed you, we have some plans that are there, they're on the screen, and we're very excited in the future to be part of this. Maybe not this round, but we just wanted to make sure that our needs are acknowledged as well. Safety was probably the conversation we had the most throughout the process. Securing our campus for more of a better security upon entry, with a new admin space that's a workable and functional space for two schools, and really needing the parking, drop off, pickup to really be enhanced to make it safe. Those were a lot of the conversations we had. I will turn it over to Jessica now to add on to what I said with some of the other things we talked about. Thank you.
Paula. Thank you, board members, for welcoming us tonight. For those who don't know, I'm Jessica Risch, and I'm the principal at SMASH, and we are on one shared campus, John Muir and SMASH. And even though our campus is relatively new, since it was built in the 1990s, there are still significant needs. It's not that brand spanking new anymore. So the first area I would point out from these wonderful project potentials in the future, if another bond passes, is that we believe deeply at SMASH that the learning environment is the third teacher, the physical environment. And there's the potential here to really increase the flexible use learning spaces that are combination indoor-outdoor by replacing the old bungalows, the very aged bungalows, with a more convertible building or structure there. The second piece, and I know that some of the other principals spoke about the importance of supporting staff collaboration. And on our site, we have the chance to create space for the special education and interventionist colleagues that support the students in all four. We have 4 intensive services programs on our campus, as well as additional students from both sites. And then the third piece that Paula spoke to is about creating a safer campus. And we won't walk down memory lane of some of the other things that have happened on our campus, but I think the board is aware that it'd be wonderful to improve the entrance and admin security and supervision, and to keep our facility safe, and to improve drop-off and pickup zones. So we look forward to a future invitation where we get to pick one of these to work on, and thank you in the meantime.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to, yeah, we have some really good ideas. I'm going to jump to JAMS. We'll go back to Edison. Lori was in transit. So at JAMS, I feel like we have a great idea of how to do some additional improvements on this campus. We do have the Performing Arts Center and the rehearsal building that are rushing towards completion, should be completed by the end of May. We'll use it definitely in the fall if COVID allows, and hoping for a grand opening sometime in January or February next year. We'll have to have 4 or 5 major events. You can't just cut a ribbon at a theater. You have to have an event to celebrate it. So that's planned as we can do that. But where we've really looked at this campus is maintaining a lot of what's here, but sort of really enhancing some learning areas. So we'll look at some of those learning areas that we do, but also replacing. We have one building that is our science building, and JAMS has a science focus, and the science building, it's a rather sad building. It just doesn't really function for us. So part of the first idea would be to come in and look at, not with SMS money, but with what would come next, would be doing that. But I will talk about our one project that we would like to promote for SMS. So just to say, the one thing we'd like to do with SMS is the library needs a rethink. And part of that rethink is that there's this beautiful courtyard that sort of is just used for storage, but if we opened it up, it would really allow for much more use. And as we've rethought the library at Samo High, if you haven't seen it, it's a really great idea. Or the new Malibu library, there's a place for this library to have a shift and just a little sort of idea of how it would work. And then bringing this courtyard back to life and bringing that as a really both an entrance for students, but also to engage it. And now we are taking a look at this building. This is a WPA original building, but this is a place where we think some really specific and careful adaptive reuse would be a good use of this older building, and would allow for it to really support the learning that needs to occur. Like I said, this messed up the slide a little. The new science building would give more science things. This is an idea of a 2-story building that would live alongside the performing arts complex, and would give us a nice space to really be able to focus where they want to go with science. We looked at using the old 90s building and maybe doing some adaptation there, but we feel like this is a place that we're going to want to think in the future to really have a great space for the education, for the science work that happens at that campus. And then the others are some cohorts and quad spaces we want to do. This area between these buildings here is just, it's like the LA River of concrete. It is just not usable, and it's not pleasant. But I think we might be able to do some enhancement, a little bit of vegetation, a little bit of landscaping, and some seating with maintenance funds, with some of our Fund 40 funds. So I think we're going to do a little bit of a project there. So we're asking Berliner Architects to bring that forward. We'll bring that to you at the next board meeting, I believe, their contract to do some part of this. But we really want to, part of this courtyard is also opening up these classrooms to use, and sort of making this sort of previous 6th grade cohort space into a much nicer, usable and space. So we actually can get the kids both inside and outside, and not just sort of left in the rooms, which is really important for these students. As I said, the linear courtyard, you can see a little picture, it needs help. And making it really into something, and sort of warming it, cooling it down a little bit. adding some skylights to sort of open up the main sort of dark hallway, and just getting ourselves into a place where this campus would look better. But our main focus is the library. Mr. Richardson, would you like to say a few words?
I would. Thank you. Hi, it's fun to look at these specs again. It's been a while, but I want to thank the board and Dr. Drati, senior cabinet, Carrie and his group, and of course, Berliner Architects. Richard's here today, and he and his team just did a fantastic job on kind of helping us reimagine what it would look like to build a kind, connected, compassionate middle school that provides learning experiences for all stakeholders. This library in particular has always been kind of the hub of our campus, whether it be a place where kids come and play chess at lunch, or grab a book and read quietly, or do homework after school, or come in and do research during a class. It's also a place that we have all of our adult meetings, our ELAC and our PTSA, and our staff meetings where we participate in professional development. And so this space has always been kind of a gathering place, but also the way it's been designed through input and through this process it's transformed it into the learning commons that we envision for it, a place where all stakeholders can come and go through learning experiences. And aligned with our core value of connectedness, it's a place where we can build community. We're really excited about this. We're excited about the Performing Arts Center that is being finished. We're dangerously close to opening that up. I've been in the building in the last couple of weeks, and it's amazing. And we look forward to our future work with Berliner as well, as we think about our 6th grade commons and our STEAM building, which is just magnificent. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Richardson. Coming towards an end, I'm just going to go down. So we're going to turn to Lincoln. Lincoln, I have to say, is it's challenging in our master planning process. This is the campus as it sits right now. California on the bottom, Washington in the back. The reason why it's challenging is because we just had a couple of different paths and ways to go. So Arts for Education, our architects, worked really deeply with with Florence and her team to sort of anticipate and look where we could go. I'm going to show you 2 different sort of looks. One option, it's like one of the questions is what buildings to modernize and keep, and which buildings to replace. And, we know that the main building, the 2-story is the old building, goes back 100 years. We're going to want to, we want to treasure that in some way. And that's going to be part of our historic resource inventory inspection. But one of the questions we have is, so the existing pool has a big leak and it's right now not usable. So we can either look at bringing that pool building back or replacing it maybe with an outdoor pool. But there's also a question, do we need a pool on this campus? And do we want to think about maybe rebuilding the gym? There's the word, and I'm sure I can hear it, is that JAMS has got a new auditorium, Lincoln needs a new auditorium. We are doing some work, it's more interim work to refresh that space. We're putting in some new seats, we did some new paint. That should all be ready for August when we reopen, but it's not going to be as spectacular as what we have over at John Adams. But that's part of our question is, in our long-term thinking, where do we go? Now, one of the things that this plan does is it opens up the space in a much better way that sort of you're able to move through the area, and it's not sort of, it's a little canyony right now in the way that the structure is. So it's an idea, but this is a lot of steps, and it's a pretty good sized volume here on this 3-story classroom, but we feel like it could match with what's going on in the community and the surrounds. This does include us renovating the 500s, sort of blasting out the back wall here, get the windows fixed and making that really that shop space, maker space, project-based learning space, and really taking it to a whole nother level of its educational. But it also has an idea that we replace the cafeteria here, and remove the 300s room building. So there's a couple of different ways to think about it. Now, another option, this sort of lays it out so you can see how it's sort of laid out. I'll pause here just a second. Take a breath. So, the next one would be, then we come in with this one, which would have, we wouldn't put in a pool. We'd keep up parking, put the arts complex here, 2-story building, cafe. I feel like my A massing, and I want to go to my B massing, because here's where we go for B, where we sort of move the arts complex still in this same location with the library and the admin remaining, but putting in a new classroom building where the 300s is, that also allows for the courtyard to extend, and then moving the cafeteria kitchen over to this side, moving the gym with the outdoor pool. So we have a couple of different ways of sort of looking at how we might build out this campus. But we need more direction, and I think we need to spend a little more time with you all sort of saying how we actually can get there and how we actually might, this is sort of shows a green space of how we might make more green space here and a little less blacktop. But, it's like, so that's how the question is how we would get there and what we would do. For right now, all we're doing is we're going this summer into the K building, into the 300s, and putting in some restrooms, which are desperately needed by our special ed students. We have a number of special ed students that have specific needs. And right now they have to leave that building and go to another building to go to a restroom. So they need ensuite restrooms to make that space work. So we're doing some refresh on that building, but we're just doing it on the first floor until we get these decisions made, whether or not we're going to keep that building or whether it's going to go away in the long term. So we're going to need to do a lot more work with you all, getting your priorities for this campus and also understanding where we're going to go and where we should be going with that. Florence, do you want to say a few words? She needs to be allowed to be unmuted. And Sarah's doing it. And there she is.
Thank you for freeing me. No, I mean, we're excited about the restroom additions to the 300s. They definitely were needed so that our students in that area who have really specific needs have access to the support they need during the day. We definitely hear the community and the desire to have as much green space as possible on our campus due to the lack of parks in Santa Monica. So that's heard. And anyone who knows me knows that last bit of lawn, real grass that we have right in front of the school. I want to hold on to that as much as we can, because while turf is great, there's still something about grass that I really love and appreciate. So I want to hold on to that. And, I'm not at all jealous about that fabulous multi-purpose space that is at GM's and wanting something just as magnificent at Lincoln. But I am really excited about the refresh that's being done currently in our auditorium, because for as long as we still have that building until we build something else, we're looking forward to making good use of that, and really looking forward to seeing what we can do with that 500 wing in the near future, I hope, because some of those classes really can use some additional space, kind of building out to the textbook room to make bigger rooms, more airflow, and be more in line with the square footage that the ed specs say we want to have for our students. So we're excited about Lincoln and looking forward to continuing to work with our parents and community to figure out what the long-term plan will be for our campus.
Great, thank you very much, Florence. I'm gonna go back to Edison really fast. So far, I think Lori was hanging with us, but she had to head home, and I don't think she's home quite yet. So I'm just gonna say, Edison is our newest school, but as we've learned, there are some new things that it could use. Most things are around sort of cleaning up the admin area, cleaning up some of the outdoor spaces so that they have a little more rain protection and support, and also adding in a multi-purpose room space, a second one, because they really need that to support things. So we have a plan here of how we would go forward with Edison to sort of, I'm in Mirror Smash, of how we would go forward with Edison, some little projects here, but then the one sort of bigger one, which would give that new NPR room. So it would really enhance and make that campus whole. But right now, the only thing we are spending money, and this is maintenance money, is that the solar chimneys, these lovely things, when we put in air conditioning, we sort of lost the solar chimneys. And so now we're working on a system to integrate all of the different technical things that we have there that aren't all speaking to each other. So you're going to see a maintenance project as we get all of those so we can maintain a better air quality, better comfort in there. And also that will help us with saving money on our utilities in that space. So that's a project that we're working on in maintenance. And sometime I should come over and tell you about all the great things we're doing in maintenance, and I can take another 4 hours of your life. That's the last thing that I need to say. I was going to go to questions now, but once again, I just repeat that we can work in parallel. We can do the historic resources. We can do the campus planning. We can do the CEQA process. We can do the project SMS work in conjunction, and we will come back to the community multiple times by asking, by saying yes to this. I know I'm signing myself up for another 50 community meetings in the next 6 months and all of my staff. But that's how we get there, is we do meet with the community, we get input, and we do move it along so we actually can come back to you at a point where in the fall where you can actually adopt and say, let's move forward. Questions?
Well, thank you, Carrie. Appreciate that. I will see if we have anything clarifying. If there's no, Craig, is it clarifying?
Yeah.
Go for it, buddy.
So, Carrie, I know you've sort of said it all along, but my brain died 2 hours ago. So if you repeat it, maybe that'd be good for me and a lot of people, because, I have this process brain. So can you help me with details, explanation, however you can elucidate it, to demonstrate the power of what you just said, that you can do it all in parallel, that what we approved today, which feels like we're approving it, is still going to have 50 community meetings on it. It will still evolve and improve. Help me understand how all that, and that we're going to do a report on historic resources while we're, if you can help me understand how this all works in parallel and accomplishes the goals we all want to accomplish.
Absolutely. I'll be happy to review that. So the historic resources inventories, we have lined up the 3 different companies that will do this. We broke up the schools, including the 2 schools in Malibu that we will be doing. They will be able to get started right away. We have them on deck for that. And we should be seeing so they'll do an initial meeting before everybody runs away to hopefully a summer. But then over the summer, towards the end of the summer, they'll give us an initial draft of where they are. They're going to be working parallel as we're working on refining the campus plan. So we're going to try to get some meetings in before everybody goes away to sort of keep shaping it, but hopefully with a lot of direction from you all as to what these campus plans want to be, so that we can keep them moving along. And as we get the historic resources completed, we'll also know if we're going to need to make any major changes or shifts in our campus plans. If there are some really major things that we haven't seen, we might have to pause the campus planning and go back and revisit that. We might have to pause even our SMS projects if we decide to do that, but we have a lot of time. We do a process. So, when we ask you to vote on something, it's really just to give us the ability to do the process, because we got to hire these people to start the process. On the SMS projects, we believe these projects can be done without impacting the campus plans. We still have a lot of room to play in the campus plans to get any of the goals that we have. We also believe that they can be done and they have minimal impact on the historical, but we're going to have to wait and see that as we go through the process. But there's a lot of planning, programming, and initial siting work that has to happen that will take us 6 months. So the real design of these things doesn't begin until we would already have the campus plans ready to move forward into CEQA and after we have the HRIs. But if we just stop and and do just the HRIs first, then we've added 6 months, before we pick up and then hire the architects to do the campus planning, to do the beginnings of these projects. And we will have lost 6 months. And that's 6 months more that we've added to students being in less adequate learning spaces, as opposed to moving them to better. So it's not, we will still have a lot of range, and all the time we will come back to you all to make the decisions how we proceed and go forward. I hope that answered your question, Craig.
Just one more little bit. So that includes the first phases of this and the balancing of open land versus, that's still in play, that's still being discussed, that's still evolving.
Yes.
Thank you, Richard, you had a question?
I thought, hey, Carrie, I thought you had a pretty nice grid that actually demonstrated that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that schedule. I can go back to that.
Not that, I mean, you answered already, but it's just
Okay.
something.
Richard, you had a procedural question?
It's a procedural question. So you want to do clarifying now? Because I have some deeper questions that touch to what Craig just asked as a clarifying, but we should wait, right? So
I'd like to do the public comment and then I'd
okay.
like.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to make sure that.
Discussion as we need.
Okay, because I had a follow-up on Craig's, but I think it'll go a bit deeper, so I can wait, certainly.
Okay,
Yes.
let's do, we don't have a
Yeah,
tremendous number of public comment, but let's do it and then let's have our conversation because we need to have a long talk on this.
Thank you.
Thanks. So Lori, if you could take us into the public comment, please.
All right, I think we have 2, 4, 5. I think we have 8 speakers. So each of you will have 3 minutes to speak, and I'm going to read your names 3 at a time, so you'll know when you're up. The first 3 speakers are Edie Ortenberg, followed by Nina Fresco, and then Esther Hickman.
Hello, thank you for having us for this public comment. I'm a Roosevelt parent. My name is Edie Ortenberg, and I'm very excited about our future for our future students as we discuss our elementary school rebuilds. This is amazing. I love our campuses. I love the WPA. I love our history, but I'm super excited to see these new buildings come up. However, with Roosevelt, I believe Mr. Upton revealed the elephant in the room when he discussed the decisions the board will need to make to keep Roosevelt's green and play spaces intact. As Mr. Upton said, we have the smallest acreage per student enrollment. Excuse me. Ms. Oliva discussed the many classroom trailers on our campus and how they are crumbling before our very eyes. However, the phase 1 goal at Roosevelt is a facility that includes a fee-based pre-K program. And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong on that. I'm not positive. For a total cost of over $16 million. That's our first phase. First, I would like to ask the board to reconsider the addition of the pre-K program and on our public campus, school campus. Our campus does not have the space for this facility. We will lose our basketball courts and some green space. Second, I would like to ask the district to focus on transitioning our students out of these classroom trailers as our #1 priority. I would also like to ask the board to discuss if there's a financial reason for the pre-K addition to our district. Will our revenues increase? And have we considered supporting existing Head Start programs or pre-K facilities rather than enter into the pre-K business? And that is all. And thank you so much for letting me speak. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you very much. Nina Fresco, Esther Hickman, and then Erica Bell.
Hi, everybody. I'm very excited to see that you're proceeding with the HRIs tonight, but please confirm that the HRIs aren't doubling as CEQA studies done early. I hope I misunderstood Carrie when he mentioned that in his presentation. HRIs should represent truly independent analysis apart from any proposed project. They should include district-wide and, if relevant, city-wide context statements. Please clarify and fix that if it's necessary. Along those same lines, please draw a line in the individual project schedules between the pre-design HRI phase and the schematic design and regular design and CEQA phase. Any small delay that nuance be reabsorbed in the overall project. And more importantly, it would make this HRI and CEQA processes sequential and completely independent, not overlapping, not mutually informative in both directions. I wanted to talk to you in addition to those points on some other issues. I wrote you a letter. For example, parking. I just wanted to raise a flag. Parking philosophy in the United States has changed in the 20th century to solve some of the exact problems that the school district is dealing with today. Underground parking is prohibitively expensive, and extremely valuable surface land area becomes dominated by parking lots, while critical higher uses such as playfield areas are pushed out by parking. In the parking strategies to independent schools in the city, and they reduced the number of parking. I'm sorry, what?
But you were kind of freezing in and out.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Independent schools are subject to this 21st century parking strategies. They reduce their spaces. They assist their employees in transitioning to alternate means of transportation. It's very successful. It's sustainable, and it's something that the school district could really move forward with and be of great benefit to the planning you're doing on these projects that have nothing to do with historic preservation. Just an idea I'm throwing out for you. Another thing I've noted in looking at all your plans, just as, you know, from my planning side of my world, are that your school campuses they cover 15 or more complete entire city blocks in the city. And many of these campuses, as they're planned, are kind of turning internal, surrounding with big buildings, turning their backs on the street, creating walled super blocks that can interrupt the rhythm of streetscapes. And I just want to remind you as you move forward that your design approach recognizes that and uses sympathetic design practices that improve streetscape and walkability in neighborhoods.
Thank you very much.
You're very
John or Lori, is it possible that on that CEQA question, I do not have a question for the speaker, but could we ask now if Steve could address this CEQA issue? Just that question. I mean, I think it'd be appropriate while I was at it, because it was one of the questions I was going to ask.
Steve, do you need the question rephrased for you?
I think the question was, will the HRI replace the historical analysis within CEQA? And to the extent that that is the question, the answer is no. We were doing the HRI process and developing the inventories independently, as Nina indicated, from any individual projects. And then when we go through the CEQA process, excuse me, in the EIR or whatever the process is, we will still do our historical analysis. It will be informed certainly by the HRI. And I think to Nina's point, that's one of the reasons for the HRI, so that years down the line, when we do another project, when the district does another project, the HRI is in place and the CEQA process will analyze that and utilize it to do that analysis. So Dr. TJ, if I understand you correctly, your question is, will one replace the other? And the answer is no. HRI will happen, CEQA will happen independent of that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Richard, and thank you, Steve. Lori, can we continue the comments?
Yes. Esther Hickman, then Erica Bell, and then Kat Blandino.
Hi, good evening. So I was really touched by Malibu's presentation, and I went to school there, and there's going to be high school where I went to elementary school in, and I'm totally okay with that. And it was really wonderful to see how they said there was a unanimous agreement and everybody was happy with the campus plans. And I think that's possible here as well. And so definitely open space. It's a priority for so many in the community. And so I just wanted to express how wonderful it would be to be able to make those concessions so that open space and rec space doesn't need to be compromised. I also had the same question as the prior speaker regarding the preschools, that if there could be maybe more information given to the community and more consideration given to not put preschools on overly crowded campuses already like Roosevelt, because it could be taking away from the TK through 5 kids. And so if that could be a consideration where preschools don't exist and possibly where preschools are going to be expanded, just to really consider, is this taking away from the resources and the open space of our TK through 5 kids? The other, are there, I guess, with clarifications around the preschool, around the community possible rental spaces, that feels like it could use a little bit more clarification. And then I wanted to go back to the bathrooms, and I realized just tonight that my bathroom inquiry might have been confusing this entire time. So I realized that bathrooms are up to code in count and condition as they are right now in buildings that are being renovated. But what we're asking for is, could the district consider putting in bathrooms that would be up to the current code? So as if it were a new development, what would be the bathroom count requirement? And so what we're hearing in the elementary and middle schools is that there aren't enough bathrooms, but we understand you're compliant to the law, but we're asking for 21st century bathroom count and condition. So I just wanted to clarify that ongoing inquiry. And let me just, where are my notes? My time's going to be up. I think that's it, and I'll send you an email.
Thank you, Esther. Erica Bell, followed by Kat Blandino, and then Ruth Ann Lehrer.
Can you hear me? Hey, all right. All right, evening members of the board and community. My name is Erica Bell, and I'm here to speak in favor of a building to replace the portables at Grant Elementary. I do want to take this opportunity, though, to thank the board for all you have done. I've watched over the past year as you've worked hard under immense pressure, while likely dealing with your own issues and maybe even trauma in your personal lives. I've said this to many, though some of us in the community may believe we could do your job better if we were in your position, we'd likely be unpleasantly surprised if given the opportunity. I also want to say thank you to those at Johnson Favaro and Carrie Upton and the facilities team. I truly appreciate that community involvement and input were encouraged during the process at Grant. Now, Grant is a grateful and optimistic community. This has served us well during the pandemic, moving us forward. However, I do not want our gratitude to be misinterpreted as passiveness or complacency. We are still very much aware of the needs of our school. The portable classrooms at Grant are a running joke and not a funny one. Talking about them elicits eye rolls and deep sighs. We witnessed the temporary nature of portables not long before the pandemic, when the interior of one of them was destroyed by water damage when a pipe broke. We do not need new portables. We need a permanent building soon. This not only benefits the school and my family, but also the greater community. I'm in awe of the new performing arts building at JAMS. I've heard the community talk about it. People are excited whether they have children there or not. The same will happen when the community sees a new building at Grant. Those families who use the field on the weekend and those who are trying to decide between public school and private will take note. I want to end on this. The Grant teachers, admin, and staff work hard, and it shows in the positive reputation Grant holds. They deserve a building that supports their hard work and dedication, as do the children. So please, please replace the bungalows with a modern building as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Kat Blandino, Ruth Ann Lehrer, and then Ann Hoover.
Hey everyone. I don't have a perfectly written out script for this. What I do want to say is that we can't vote on a motion to approve Roosevelt campus plans right now. There was nothing attached to the agenda in order to give a wide, for the public to view everything. And I think that is super important to know. And I also have a couple of comments from teachers at Roosevelt who I will not give by name, but I think it's very important that their comments are incorporated into our board meetings, and the immense respect we have for teachers who have gone above and beyond this year. There are concerns within Roosevelt that the play space are going to be dramatically reduced with the new campus plans. And that's not something that is acceptable to TK and kindergarten teachers. The K rooms directly face the big yard, which will lead to a lot of noise and distraction. There are some positives here from the teachers at Roosevelt. They do like that the plan moves K away from Montana. And they also like that K is in a bubble where kinders can come into the big school and then have like their little world. And I have a kindergartner that just started in in-person school, and I feel that immensely. And our teachers are incredibly amazing, beyond, as is our principal at Roosevelt. And I just want to give a lot of thanks to them. Do I have more time? Then we see what else we have. The losing of green space and the TK and preschool classes being given a separate area on the playground, but not sharing a smaller playground with more students in classrooms. So this idea of like bringing pre-K in, like more pre-K, and then we don't have enough space to allow these children to interact and play and be what they need to be in order to learn. I'm actually reading from kindergarten teachers at Roosevelt right now. I recall it. Okay.
Thank you very much. Ruth Ann Lehrer, Ann Hoover, and then the last speaker will be Deanne Ozaki.
Trying to get my video on. Hello, everybody, and thank you for a wonderful meeting tonight. It's been great to listen to everything that is going on with the planning. But I'm here, of course, to talk about the HRI, which is opening a new chapter in the campus plans. And clearly listening tonight indicates to me that outreach needs to occur to the school sites, to school staff, teachers, and parents about what this effort is all about and why it is important. My concern does come to the interface between the historic assessments that will be started soon at certain schools and the current plans for redevelopment and renovations, which we have in concept. I think we share the goal of avoiding serious adverse impacts to historic resources while allowing improvements necessary for our educational programs to move forward. This may well be a question of evaluating trade-offs. And in my experience, the earlier this interface in the design process occurs, the easier and smoother is the path forward. The timeline at Franklin, which we've been shown, where the HRI goes in tandem with the design work, doesn't indicate any crossovers, any interface, and I do find that that is problematic. There are architects in Steve Massetti's team, whom we have been told have historic preservation experience, but given their commitment to redevelopment and remodeling, their objectivity might be questionable. The HRI consultant teams in Santa Monica, the ARG and HRG, have historic preservation architects in their firms who are qualified for this task. But I don't know whether or not this is included in the scope of work in their upcoming contracts. Who is responsible for the important task of coordinating this interface? Will there be public participation? We would certainly be reassured at knowing how that would occur. Because of the importance of the HRIs in integrating those findings with the campus plans, we're recommending that the school district not proceed with moving forward on some of the plans likely to be most affected by the HRI findings. Otherwise, the risk is spending money on redoing design work, or even worse, ignoring the HRI results and generating new controversy. And we certainly don't want to spend time and money wrangling over EIRs. It would be better just to delay a few months and get it right from the start. But as you know, Nina and I have appreciated the opportunity to work with you and with staff on the HRIs and with your new board policies and procedures. And we're continuing to be ready to help you with this process, as we all want to see some positive outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, did I? Oh, Ann Hoover and then Deanne Ozaki. I'm sorry, I lost my page there.
Oh, hey, good evening, everybody. It's great to see you all. And I just want to say thank you for all the good work that has happened since December. I think it really made sense to take a beat and to go out to the community a little more and just gather more input. So just a lot of thanks to the board and to Carrie and to Steve, to Barbara, to Michael, to all the principals, all the teachers, just everybody. Oh, sorry, and to all the architects. What I'm seeing now is really good, especially in terms of the preserving the open space and the rec functions. So I really don't have any comments on the SMS projects. Thank you to the principals and the teachers who came tonight really to put your seal of approval on those. So my few comments really go now again to refining the master plans. The first thing is, well, actually that comment didn't make sense. I wanted to second everything that Ruth Ann said. Sorry about that, Ruth Ann. But then in terms of the master plans, and this is really a question for the teachers and the sites, blacktop area goes away, a lot of it, all of it, pretty much on most of the campuses. And historically, like using Franklin, where my kids went as an example, that space is used a lot during the year for assemblies. Now, maybe those can all go into the maker space, but assemblies there typically were all school assemblies. So I don't know if 600 kids can fit into the maker space. We use that space for culmination, things like that. So I think as you're refining the plans, a real question is for the sites is for the events that you need people to be outside, are you going to have enough open space to accommodate those events? That would include carnivals and fairs and fundraisers and things that both the school sites and the community all enjoy and that I hope to see keep happening. So that's another one thing. I love Florence Culpepper's comment about grass. And so I think that's another question, what is going to be grass and what is going to be turf? And we know the advantages of turf, but grass is really important, especially in a world of climate change. Sometimes kids need something that smells great and is soft and isn't artificial. Carrie, thank you on the Roosevelt plan. Please try to preserve that corner at Lincoln and Montana. A lot of people in the community have talked to me about it, and the reason why it needs to go there and not over at 9th and Montana is because it's sunny in the afternoon and it's warm and people are there all the time. Like babies take their first steps there, and you also see like seniors sitting there drinking their lattes. It's a really special place, and if you can preserve that for the community, I think people will really love that. Also at Roosevelt, if you really everywhere, if you can keep the pre-K yards open to the public, I think you had mentioned that in another meeting, that'd be cool. Thanks.
Thank you, Ann. And our last speaker is Deanne Ozaki.
Dion, you're still muted. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, they didn't.
Great.
They just
Hear you.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Dradi and board members. I'm a parent of a third grader at Franklin and an eighth grader at Lincoln. I attended one of the campus assessment meetings at Franklin, and what I and many other parents wanted was an increase in open space. In terms of open space, what parents and students want is open space which allows kids to run around and play. So while if we had unlimited space at Franklin, which we don't, a makerspace or a courtyard may be nice. However, what our kids really need is the ability to run around, kick, hit, or throw a ball and have fun. And I don't think that the current plans for Franklin does that. I heard Kerry say that he needs guidance from the board, and I encourage the board to recommend maximizing not merely any open space, but instead contiguous open space that can be used as a play space. This is especially important for after-school programs such as Crest Sports and Playground Access. At Franklin, many students can't get into Crest Sports because of the high demand, and Crest can't add a second sports team because of the lack of open space. So please put a hold on campus assessment plans until the district can come up with a plan that actually increases our contiguous green and other play space. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. That concludes the public comment on this item.
Great. Okay, everybody buckle in. We got a lot to talk about. So does anybody, I thought the first thing we would do is take the sort of the 30,000 foot view. Does anybody want to have any overall comments about what was presented? Talking about priorities, overall priorities, thoughts? I'll look for hands, or I see Jennifer, then Lori, then Richard.
Well, I was wondering if there is a priority list. I was wondering in terms of all of the campuses, what might come first, what might come second, if that exists. Is it based on need? And the other things that I was wondering at a sort of a 20,000 foot viewpoint is where do you, I feel like there is information somewhere, and I'm digging around for it, but when we are creating these campus plans, and I have just at a couple of the campuses, especially at McKinley specifically, that's an enormous change with an enormous amount. It seems to me a lot more classrooms in the final phases. How are we talked about population growth, and we talked about areas moving around and enrollment growing at certain schools, but how are we judging that? And are we judging that from the fact that maybe the existing building at McKinley specifically is because the classrooms are not 21st century, how are we using those spaces versus, and is that why we need so much more space? So like, what's the sort of overall philosophy of how we're really building out some of those campuses, really building out, and the priority list?
Okay, great. Priority list, I mean, the priority list is all of these Measure SMS projects are priorities in that, you know, they would all be funded. Which ones would be done first probably has a lot to do. So what we can't do is we can't go into construction on 7 campuses at the same time. It just cannot happen. But what I will say is that, you know, the McKinley and possibly the Rogers buildings are going to take more design time. And so they potentially will come in start a year later, but we would try to get into like the Franklin, the grant work, or it could be less design times. We could jump into them a little faster. So a little bit it would be how long it takes to get them designed, how long it takes to get through the Division of State Architects. And then we would have to do some deep calculus of making sure we're not in construction at every campus at the same moment, which, okay. So that's that question. The question about enrollment and where enrollment is going. I mean, we've taken a look at it. We see some of this information. We're also following very closely what the city's doing with its land use and its extended housing plan. We do know that if we see another 9,000 units added to this city in the next 10 years, that we could anticipate additional students. 900, 1,800 students if they build the way that they're talking about building. But there's a whole lot that's not baked yet in that process. What these campus plans intend to do is give us options to expand as we need and where we need. We're going to be challenged to expand at like a Roosevelt and Franklin just because of our land size, but at Rogers, McKinley, and Grant, where we see that potential happening, we know we need to lay in the possibility for those. So we've done some calculations and work with the assessments, looking at those campuses to ask those questions as to where we need it. And the answer might be, just similarly to the Samo High campus plan or the Malibu campus plans, we might need less than we planned. We might need more than we planned, but we put in placeholder spaces, the idea to get there in 10 years, 20 years, you know, as we develop as a district. It's it's baked into it.
So what we're really saying is that we're creating campus plans, and I guess even just thinking about the 20-year plan that Samo High had is that, and has changed over again and again and again over time, we're making campus plans, but we're really not, I have to say, I think that the Malibu campus plan looks more feasible to actually come to fruition than because of, I guess, the amount of land they have, the idea. But these campus plans feel very just not permanent at all. Not a real 25-year plan, but only a idea of what might come because of all the changing factors that happen in the world.
They are. It's a lot easier when you have land to build. Significantly easier. And because, you know, we're working on a smaller footprint, they are built with an idea of asking the question of how we potentially can build out. You know, if we need to do it, if we make these choices, we actually have a pathway that could be done. So they can be done, you know, and for CEQA purposes, we have to study what might be the largest impact. So we have to do that. But
no, I think it's
we know that things will change.
It's clarifying for me. I understand what you're saying, that to go forward with phase 1 plans, you need to understand what things might look like in the future. And that's what the campus plans are about. And it's not necessarily that this is going to be what the campuses look like in 25 years. Okay, I appreciate that.
Otherwise you'll end up with what Malibu High used to look like, a hodgepodge of buildings just everywhere without any kind of rhyme or reason, which we're trying to correct now.
Lori and then Richard.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Jen, because I think it's a really interesting and an important one with respect to the overall plans and what do they mean. And some of it is not totally clear because of how long it will take into the future for them to play out and for all the things around us that we don't know. So I think my word for it was we have to sort of create accordion plans that are capable of expanding if we have more students and contracting if we have fewer, but that still serve the educational mission and serve our students as best we can. And so I was going to ask the question in a different way, which I would like, and the first thing I'd like to say is something I think we neglected to say in the context of the Malibu project, which is we are so lucky to be in these communities where the voters have given us the ability to be taking up all these issues and making these plans. And it is something that I think in our zeal, we just sort of missed that one. But I think it's really important to understand. And I think there's a lot of trust that is reflected by the huge margins by which bond measures pass in both of these communities. By the same token, we have to take that trust seriously. And so I think being able to articulate some of what is implicit in the planning here is important. And so for me, you know, I would say it's clear that with respect to the larger plans, we're always considering health and safety measures and security measures. And remind me to go back to that because I'd like to ask a question, but I'd like you to clarify the bathroom question that's been raised in several emails and here. But we always consider those things. We know we need to get rid of these portables that have been here forever and which the previous bond measure was supposed to address, and we never got to them. And speakers have talked about that too. And they're really getting decrepit in certain cases. So we know that's a baked in priority. We know that we want to accommodate project-based learning, and we want to have more outdoor learning spaces. We want to be creating spaces that really make sense for the education of the 21st century. We know we want, and I think that what you see in enhancing libraries and media centers, that was true in Malibu, that's true here. Those are all, I think, a part of that. I think the preschool issue, I'm going to let somebody else take that on, but I really do feel that that's a priority. It's been clear that it's a priority in our district. And I think our president, Joe Biden, spoke about that. And that's something Jen, I think, reminded me of the other day about the need for universal preschool. And so we can talk a little bit more about that, but I think it's been made explicit that we wanted to have preschools on every campus. That's been, that was discussed and voted on years ago. So I think all of those things are clear. I think where the sticky points have come in as the larger community has begun to see the draft plans are, one, the historic resources questions and the questions that Nina and Ruth Ann have asked, that those things be considered as we move forward. And then the other, I think, to me, the major question, which is the one about recreational space. And so given the size of our campuses and the limitations on them, what is our, and I think Steve and Carrie are asking for this, what is our direction going forward on the master plans? Do they need to be, I don't know what the right word is, recalibrated to accommodate more recreation spaces? And I will speak for myself since I was talking. I will say that I personally, I don't know how you measure it. It's not that I think you have to replace square foot for square foot, but I mean, to paraphrase Ann Hoover, I would hope that we end up with campus plans that do provide great learning spaces without materially impacting recreation opportunities. She didn't say it exactly that way, but I think that's what she's tried to put forward. And I think it's what I believe. And in fact, I know it's what I believe. And it's, you know, to fully disclose to some of you, Ann knows this, I was one of the primary authors of this assessment of the athletic facility needs in Santa Monica, and that was 25 years ago. And I kind of look back on that and I say some things have happened, but the major, that was really directed more at the city than anything else. And some things have changed. We've got airport fields. We've now got the Civic Center field. Unfortunately, the city now doesn't have the money to redo Memorial Park and to do a host of things I think it would like to do. But one of the things that really, really did start in earnest in the 90s and has continued and grown is the school park concept. And it is the notion that our schools, because our community doesn't have enough park space, that part of that has been provided by the schools. And I don't think we can neglect that. I think we have to recognize that. And so again, I don't think that literally means that the exact amount of square footage of green space or of blacktop needs to be replicated. But I do think that our community does use our fields, for instance, at the elementary school for soccer games. We do use basketball courts. And whether it's Crest or whatever is the successor program to Crest, those things are gonna come back. And personally, I feel that recreation is is a vital part of education and of kids learning, growing and being socialized. So I think it's important for our students, and it is important for our larger community. So I would love to hear what other people feel about that, but I will put my stake in the ground for trying to achieve probably greater open space, or I would call it recreational space, in the plans as they move forward, because I think we need to be cognizant of what they've become in our community and how they serve the community in that respect. Having said that, I do not in any way mean to minimize the needs that our schools have. And if we had more space, we'd be much better off. So somehow we have to, I mean, our primary commitment has to be to the educational mission and to building what we need for students. But I think to the extent we can accommodate the recreational needs and keep them pretty similar to what they are. They don't even have to be in the same spaces or in the same configuration. The spaces can be more efficiently built, I think. But I think we have to be really cognizant of that. And one question I would like you to address, because it's been addressed a couple times and it's such a small thing in a different way, but it's not unimportant, is this question about restrooms and where they fit in all of our bond measures, I guess. And so I kind of don't want to, I guess that is a piece of the larger question rather than the school by school first projects question, which is a different one. So I don't know if this is a good time or if you want to address it later when there's a better context for it. I'm easy.
Okay, I can jump into it. I'll do it efficiently. Okay, so we had our architects, professional architects who assessed this and took a deep look at looking at the restroom counts. So this is the counts that we did. Now, what's really important to notice, and I noticed this little small print, is that the current enrollment, like at a McKinley, is now 450 students. And yet the occupant load for the restrooms, but the way that it's calculated in the plumbing code is that this is allowing for 1,150 people. We're not going to put 1,150 people on this campus or in all the buildings, but that's the way you have to calculate it. So when you see these numbers and the ones that are in orange are our deficits, they are due to the plumbing code. Now you might ask, how can you have half of a toilet? And that's because you would have a gender neutral restroom that'd be split between the two of them. So right now, we did do a count, and at McKinley, we are a little below on the student restrooms. But if we build the first project that we are recommending to build, we would end up with a positive. So part of our need to jump on the SMS projects is to solve that. That's also true at Grant, where we're down a little bit for the male restrooms, and we'd be able to solve that with the SMS project. Will Rogers, same story. We're down 5 restrooms for the girls at the moment. This would be up to the code for the 1,155 people in the occupant load as opposed to the 491 students who are there. Currently, Franklin actually is doing okay for their numbers. Roosevelt, we're down a little bit. We would be up in a very positive after we do this. Muir Smash is down 1 for the girls, but at the moment we don't have a plan for that. Where it gets a little more complex and challenging is in the middle schools. Lincoln right now is down by 3 restrooms for the girls. This is with a current enrollment of 1,116 and occupant load of 2825. In part because of the theater, the occupant load is larger at JAMS. It's 3696, where a population is only 1,006, but we are down 6 with the women. Projects that we are planning for what would be a next bond would solve these specific problems, any which way we do that master planning. So that's what those are. And then one of the other thing I want to show you is, let's see if this will play. I don't know that it will. Actually, it won't.
Or you stop sharing, just so you know.
I stopped sharing so it won't play, so it won't make any difference to you. But what I want to say is one of the questions about restrooms, and I will try to play this while that's not going to work. Hang on, this might work. Okay, can you see restrooms?
No, we see you.
Oh, you see me. Okay, hang on a second. All I want to say is part of the question is numbers of restrooms. Another part of the question is how usable and nice or positive are those restrooms for use. And the facilities folks have done quite a bit of work. Can you see restrooms now? No.
No, we actually see like I think it's explore. So we
Okay, hang on.
Before and after grant.
I don't know how to do this.
You
All
just
I
need
know
to
is
create the wrong
I have some really great slideshows of restrooms that look phenomenal. And that I would love to share with you, but I don't know how to share.
Down the page, you've got plumbing analysis, one page, then you've got another plumbing one under, well, it's gone now.
Yeah, I know.
Folks, I'm gonna, Carrie,
Yes.
I'm really sorry. I'm gonna ask if we can, if we can hold this for a little bit, no pun intended. This is an important issue. I don't want to give it short shrift, but we have so much to cover with what we had intended to talk about that I just feel we need to get to it. And on that note, Richard, I know you were up next to speak and I will recognize that. Hold on, Maria. And then what I would like to do after that is move to the individual projects. And within the individual projects, board members can give their overview within that specific project, micro, macro. But if we don't start getting to the individuals, we'll never go. So after Richard, we will then move on to McKinley. Thanks, CJ.
Okay, but the only thing I would say is if everyone did what you suggested that we do, which I did, and that was to make a list of the 30,000 foot, I don't think you might want to make sure that none of our peers wanted to talk about their 30,000 foot list.
If all of us could do it with brevity.
I'm trying. No, I'm just saying, I'm asking, please, I do also want to hear from our peers if they have a list like I do. I made the list, so I'm not going to talk. So let me just tell you the list.
Do your speech and then I'll
it's not a speech. It's not a speech. It's a list.
Your comment.
So, and I'm going to say this to the superintendent and to his staff. So these are the things that I would say is one of your board members, and hopefully we can engage all 7 of us about what we think about the higher level stuff. Okay, so I'll start with saying how much I appreciated Jen Smith, Member Smith's comments, particularly about, I won't say flexibility, but let's say fluidity, right? Of that there's really not, and I think a lot of times the community doesn't understand that when we have conversations like this, like, oh, are they voting tonight? Are they deciding tonight? What is it? But really, this is a fluid process. And so I appreciated the question that Jen put forward and the response too, and that there are these many entry points for people to be able to weigh in and watch this process unfold. So I appreciated that. One of the things I wanted to mention at the top for my 30,000 foot is what has been called a play space or recreational space. So I just want to say as one board member that is absolutely imperative to me that there's not a loss of play space or recreational space. And now I too want to share, I think what I'm not looking at like square footage. And so what I really appreciated, Carrie, what you and Steve did in the presentation tonight, and when you did the walkthrough with me, is you said, okay, look, here's where the basketball courts are. Here, I'm just picking into general, the 30,000 foot, we're still going to have basketball courts here. We're still going to have this play space, this recreational space. So I want you to say that when you say we need direction from the board as to what they're thinking, I want to put at the very top of my list, recreational play space. And so that's very important at the top. And I want to say why it's important, not just for the joy of the children, our students, when they are on the campuses, but also because this larger community that has a joint use agreement with us, the city and the school district, these are parks. And so we need to make sure that the community is able to, I want there to still be that value. So I recognize that. So that's a high level thing for me there. which I suspect it is for everybody. So the play space, recreational space, whichever we call it, I think that's really important. Also very much, not concerned, wrong word. I want to make sure that I'm going to call the next thing process, and which I really appreciated, and I'll share with my peers, is that when I had a chance, or when it was my turn to walk with Steve and Carrie, I was so appreciative that both Steve and Carrie and their team said that they are totally open to making sure that we can be on this path of continual improvement on how our process works, how we draw people in on especially these 30,000 foot questions. So I had said and suggested a 30,000 foot level that we need to have a better place at which we are articulating what these flexible plans are, how things are unfolding. And so one thing that I pitched in my small group, and I'll mention it now because it's the first time I get to do so with the full board, is that I'd very much like to recommend as a board member to staff, Dr. Dradi, is that there is one central space, a place on our website to where a person can click, see little, icons of all of our school sites, and then they click there and they can go in and see all, way down into the weeds, everything, where the meetings are, where the plans are, how things are unfolding. And that way, I think when we're addressing questions, say with the HRI and CEQA, and which I totally believe it's reasonable and I'm supportive of moving in tandem. So 30,000, I believe that we should be as efficient as we possibly can be. But I think also touching to something that Lori said and kind of adhering to the community's voice and recognizing the trust of that has been bestowed on us with these high margins of support for our bond plans. We need to be able to say, and I think this is a question for the board at a 30,000 foot level, if we move in tandem, and if we discover, let's just say for the HRI, CEQA, for the identifying of what is of value. And I hear tonight as one board member, hey, if this happens, right, we might have to hold, if something arises, right, Carrie, is what you said, we'll have to we'll reconsider. But we got to really be willing to do that. Because I think that what I've heard when people have responded in these emails, they haven't responded to me, they're writing to all of us board members, is they're saying, yes, it sounds reasonable, but we also want to make sure that if you get to that space, you get to that place and you have to have that hard conversation, you're actually going to have it. And so I want to say 30,000 foot level, I'm one who is willing to do that. So we're going to say, hey, look, we're going to move in tandem. We're going to move forward here. But we also recognize that what we're saying to the community is if something pops up through this, doing this inventory, you have our attention. We're gonna give it we're gonna focus on it. That's what I'm trying to say here. So play space, CEQA, the process. I got to mention the bit about the master plans and the websites for people to follow. I want to say with regards to preschool and universal preschool, as a person now in my 50s who is a product of Head Start and a mama who lived in public housing, I am going down on the ship with preschool. So I just want to say that preschool is right up at the top. So I know that that's going to be something we talk about also. And then to finish it up, I would say preschool, nope, the rest, John, is all specific to certain sites. So those are my 30,000 foot takeaways. And I do want to say that I am so appreciative to Carrie, your team, Steve, your team, because when we first went through that walk, when I was with you with other board members back in, I don't know if it was October, whenever it was, back away in the day, you heard, you listened. And I think that that is reflected in what you showed today. And some of those, I know they're not the exact overlays that people were asking for, but you know what I'm saying. So I appreciate that. And I just hope that that all of us remain open so that we can have these 50 meetings that Carrie says we're going to have it reflected there. Again, thank you very much.
Okay, so there are a few board members who did not give a 30,000 foot. If you would like to give a 30,000 foot, I'll take them now. I encourage a lot of dittos and I agree. It's Craig, then Maria.
Yeah, I don't really have the in the weeds comments, so these are mostly going to be all I have to say. So ditto on recreation space. I should say as a caveat, I don't walk these campuses. My kids didn't go to these campuses. So this is an abstract exercise for me. And I'm going to defer to my peers who have these campuses in their soul and in their bloodstreams. But that really resonates for me, that the neighbors, that the kids on campus need a place to run and play. All of that's true. And I very much want the yes and of that Lori suggested, that we have great spaces inside and great spaces outside. Second thing is, you know, doing the HRI in parallel just gives me a brain cramp. That's not how I think of doing things. In a perfect world, I would like to see that done first, so we don't spend money we don't need to spend and or jackknife ourselves trying to react to it. But I defer to my peers on that. I think there's another piece of this that's really important, which is if we're gonna, so I get the point about if we're gonna do CEQA, we've got to reveal what we ultimately may want to do. I think we got to acknowledge those fully realized 30-year plans are really scary to look at. There are a lot of buildings and they fill the campus, and it's, you know, so the very first thing we got to say is nobody panic, right? This is a worst case wall to wall. This came up when we were doing the CEQA for Malibu Elementary School and people wigged out, and it's like, steady on, this is the worst case footprint. But I think we really, really, really have to acknowledge to the, and make sure we communicate to the public that this is kind of an ordered sequence to get to a place that we very easily may not need to get to or never get to. I want to link that back to, if we're going to do a 30-year plan for the facilities, I think we need to have a 10-year plan for the schools, for the students, for what is the esprit, what is the special spice of each school, and are we trying to in some way regulate the overcrowding of some schools and the undercrowding of some schools. I think really the construction plan ought to be shoulder to shoulder with an overall plan for how we populate our schools and with what intentions and what academic purpose, specific purpose, and that sort of thing. So as long as we can elucidate that this, don't be scared, I think it's fine to do the CEQA this way, but I think we've got a lot more work to do. And I think the fact, I think that we also should learn a little bit from this, that we've suddenly found ourselves in the infamous building a plane while we're flying it thing. And I'd like to see us thinking ahead here. And I'd like to see, maybe we commit to doing that sort of school plan now over some period of time, because I think we should do that anyway. And then the final piece, again, to echo Richard and a number of people who've come before, is I think it's really, really important, particularly from what Lori said. Thank goodness the community supports us with these bond funds so we can support the kids. I think it's really, really important that we find a way to please as many people as much of the time as we can on this, and we work hard in those 50 meetings. I think you guys have done a good job to get here. I'm getting good feedback that these have been good, important steps in the right direction. And let's keep working on that so we can all hold hands and say, you know what, we've really found the good place to be. And if we do all that, I think we really have honored all the things we need to honor, the kids and the community and the everything that we have an obligation to. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. Maria?
Well, thank you to everybody. I really appreciated the presentations that were made by you, by Carrie, by you, Steve, and then by the principals and the teachers that were involved in the process, because that to me showed
Is that me or did I lose
That
her?
was Maria, just froze. I thought it was me.
Uh,
Let's see if she comes back on. We'll give her a second. All right. We're gonna have to move on. I'll text her and see if she knows. Keith, I don't have you in the queue yet. Did you want to jump in?
me. I mean, after we saw it.
Sorry, Maria, you were frozen for a good
Okay.
portion
Well,
there.
let me turn off my
Okay.
you know, that'll help a little bit. No, I'm just saying that we did have a process, but my whole big thing is I hope that we can continue, because they want all of the, us to give recommendations, but to be honest with you, just like Craig could be more involved in Malibu than I can, and I'm not really involved with a lot of the north of, I don't live in the north part of the city. So I'm more involved working like with Rogers, which is my home school, with Grant, so that I know the need that we have for play fields. And for me, as I still go to the play fields on the weekends with my grandson. So I know of the need, especially when you need to have, those park space play fields for certain parts of the city, because that's where you have most of your renters that live there, and they might not have a backyard, like for some that own homes. So I think that whole percentage of keeping the yard space that we do have already existing at the schools that they maintain. I understand that at least there was some in the plans that you showed us, Steve and Carrie, that, well, I guess Carrie more so, that some of the play fields, in order to still keep soccer, you reduced it to some that existed to a U10 field to a U8, which is at least a good compromise in the sense that we still had a play field, a little bit of reduction, but you still had space in the sense that you could still play soccer in those fields, which is still good. The other piece of it is, again, I think somebody raised the whole issue of portables. That the main one of the main reasons for this, and it's been delayed for so many years, is the removal of the portables. So I think as much as we can for some of those places, like Franklin, that you need to, or they mentioned Franklin, or I won't go into the specifics, but at least we have to really look in terms of how do we begin to get rid of those portables and start, those need to come down. I mean, I don't think they're healthy enough for our kids, that we need to start looking into that. And one of the others is, again, looking at preschools for those in, the building of preschools where there is going to be space to be built. And I don't know, again, if each of the campuses can accommodate, but again, we have to look at it more clearly. And it has to be something where I think that's where the community in a particular school can get more involved with it. If there's going to be a need for preschool in that particular area, in that particular community of that school, that there is a need for preschools, and I think that's something that I think they're going to be able to hopefully look into it more, and that's their involvement in each particular school for their needs. Because I think each school, like I say, I get more involved with, I'll get more involved with my local school, but and everybody will get involved with certain aspects of it. But sometimes it's hard for us to say as a board that we can pinpoint something when I think we really need the voices from all the parents, students, and really the community members from each of the schools to give us to give recommendations in terms of how we move forward. I think that's about it. I think the whole thing with the whole working in tandem with the whole historic issues along with the sequence, all those processes. I think we can work in tandem with that. I agree with that. And let's see where we go. I think there's still room. I think I think you mentioned that there was still room for us to be able to get some schematic plans or plans that we can still tweak without really cost involved if we need to make some changes. But just as a historical point, I mean, I remember going through one of the bonds, and I don't know what bond it was. Maybe it was the first one, X, and or the following that about 15 to maybe 18 years ago, my daughter was in Rogers, and we went through the whole process of the community getting involved, and to the point where we spent money on all these beautiful schematics of how the elementary schools would be reconfigured and what it looked like. And it was so disappointing that we didn't get anywhere with that. So, I mean, here we are, have an opportunity to relook at that again. So I think we just have to make sure that we can be more realistic in terms of what we can take on with the money that we have, so that we can really fulfill the needs of each school. And I think that's going to take more of the involvement, like I said, of the parents, of community and students in each of those schools to really give us, hopefully be able to work with us as the board and the district in making sure we can get good plans out there for each of the schools as we move forward. Anyway, that's it.
Thanks, Maria. Keith?
Oh yeah, I'll keep this short since everyone was full of very descriptive language and deep ideas and et cetera. So, but I would like to start off by saying that it was really refreshing for me to be able to listen and to see that there was a broad base of interaction. We can always use the term outreach, but it was a much more collaborative process that was described by Carrie and Steve and the architects in interacting with the communities and families of schools, whether it was the teachers, the parents, and administrative staff, and that campus assessment plan process was very dynamic. You know, I mean, 50 plus community meetings at a variety of sites is an example of that kind of connectedness. So I'm glad to have heard that. I'm also glad to have been able to listen to the principals and teachers also express their interest and support in a number of the things that were being talked about. That shows that that process of communication it seemingly is working. So that was positive to hear that. The other thing that I've been listening to related to planning, you know, planning is just what that is. It's not perfect, but it's an attempt to take a view of the future and reverse engineer it and move forward in some deliberate ways. And every institution that has to deal with governance on some level, in cities, I remember years ago as being a young governmental affairs guy with the city of LA, and I looked at a plan, it was a 50-year plan. Now, things will be very different in 50 years, but it's already been 25 years. So half of that 50-year plan that I looked at 25 years ago, that's half over, right? But the point is to go through the process of planning with those folks who have that professional training and with community to sort of engage in what things may look like. And so, but those things do change. You know, plans do change, and plans are designed to be nimble and dynamic and be flexible and adaptable. And that's what I've been listening to and what I see in the plans that have been described as such. The plans will change because change occurs. So I think let's continue to move forward in good planning. The other thing that was interesting to hear, and TJ mentioned this, and I agree with him. Oftentimes it's very difficult to know where information is. There's a lot of data coming through cities, coming through school districts. And so to have a repository where there's some place, and I think, I don't know who said it, but someone brought up Steve Jobs' name tonight. Well, a user-friendly place where one can interact with data and information on the site that's very clear, simple, and effective. Just the same way that people use all of their Apple products, so to speak, right? So I think that having something like that on the district site could be helpful, that allows people to be much more comfortable with the information in that way. So I think that that's a good thing. My question about preschool, so yes, the president did speak to that, but part of that came from somewhere else. That certainly came from Dr. Joe Biden, whose support and depth and passion for early education is renowned, right? That's where that came from. Not to disrespect the president, but that's where that came from, right? And so the idea of preschool, as was mentioned, I believe Lori mentioned this, the data is out there. Preschool is preeminent and really, really critical. And so I support preschool so that kids can have that for them as they move forward. The HRI issue, I think that with transparency, with continued discussions, that moving forward with that as other plans continue to sort of be engaged, I believe I'd like to hear some more about that and how that process actually has functionality to it. but I think that we need to sort of move forward and reduce, as some has said, the length of time that then other children students would have challenges by not having access to those things because of another lengthy process. And then lastly, on the recreation side, we all recognize, someone made a comment about contiguous play spaces. I think there's something to that. It's clear that play is instrumental in learning. Kids learn so much on the playground and interacting with one another on the playground, as we all know. And it's social emotional learning on the playground, leadership, collaboration, team building, all that happens on the playground without the interference of adults, right? And so to ensure that the kids can have that space to do those things, I think it makes sense. So I'm certainly pro trying to maintain as much recreation space as possible. And I'll end my comments there. Thank you.
Thanks, Keith. I know Jennifer had a couple more comments you wanted to make, and I'm feeling better about this plan. I think we'll have less to say on the individual projects because we're doing this now. So thank you all for putting up with me. Jennifer.
And I will be very quick. I think you all know how I'm pretty terse. I just had two things that I wanted to ask. I would like to understand a little bit more about parking and our parking plans and how we approach that on our school campuses, and if we're making 25-year plans and 30-year plans, how we're moving towards whatever that means in terms of transportation, cars, parking, all that stuff, and what we're looking at. And then the other thing is money. I don't think it's realistic to try to plan out a 25-year plan in money, but I think that we know that there are some things that are baked in that are next steps, and we like whatever phase 2 might be, just so we are keeping our eye on the ball about what we expect from our community. And I have to say, I agree with, I think, almost everything everybody said here in the priorities. So I didn't know that we were doing the board direction right now. So I'm in for that. I think that we are all kind of on the same page, but I think that we should also really keep our eye on the ball in terms of what we expect of our community and what's plausible and possible and financially viable down the line. So, I mean, I don't exactly know how to frame that in terms of, how do you come up with those numbers? How do you create something that looks at that? But in creating a big campus plan, maybe we should know how much it costs on each site, not as overall and all that stuff. So, okay, that's.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer.
Are those questions I should answer?
I do think there's going to be parking
I would say
questions.
no. I just want to look forward. I want those to be in people's minds. I'm not asking you to answer those now.
I think parking will come up as we go from some site to site. I was just going to make just a couple comments, and then I'll see if we're ready to go on to the site-specific pieces without trying to be redundant. I would say, to me, the idea of contiguous space is not as important as a usable recreation space. We can have lots of square footage, but if it's not usable to the community, that square footage doesn't add up to a lot. So to me, it's maintaining the use of the square footage as opposed to just having the square footage. I'm looking at these sites as 2 phases. So every school that I'm looking at how the next 2 phases will play out. I think that's realistic for me to imagine. So that's how I'm viewing these jobs. And then the last thing is, and I can talk about this specifically when we get to them, I'm hoping that the projects will exist in harmony within their own site and also within the neighborhood. So when we have the opportunity to reflect a particular neighborhood, we should try to do that with what we're building to suit that area. So that's all I had to say on that. Anybody else have anything broad they want to add, or can we go to McKinley? Let's all go to McKinley.
John,
yes, sir.
John, so I have a suggestion.
Please.
Do you think that maybe you should take a go at saying what you found to be the consensus points at the 30,000 foot before we go, just while it's fresh in the mind? I mean, you are older than me. You had a birthday this last week the other day, so maybe you should do it now. I'm joking. You didn't even
I
smile.
don't know if I did take copious notes on that.
Oh.
Lori made a good suggestion is I wonder if there's any projects that we all agree on that don't need comments. I just don't know. Maybe that'll be a surprise when we get to it.
Well, I was just meaning that it sounds to me like what Jen said, that there's, it seems like the critical mass of the board, if not the entire board, has said, hey, place-based recreational space is really important, right?
Yes.
So I'm just saying, it sounds like people have said the preschool is really important. So, I mean, those are kinds of the big things that you could say. No.
So Carrie, I think TJ summed that up very well. The board seems to be, but I think you heard that as well, that our focus on not just the square footage, but the usable square footage, how it impacts the use of the community and the site. I think everyone was clear that our priority are the educational needs, but we also understand that our sites are community resources as well. And yes, we decided, I mean, the school board decided 15, 16 years ago that we wanted preschools on all sites. And I'm happy to do a longer talk about preschool. Maybe we can write something up. We had long conversations about this 3 years ago. Maybe it's good to refresh some of our community members about how there is no funding for preschool in the state of California, how we took action to move away from Head Start and empower more students from our community to attend a free preschool that leads seamlessly into our K-12 program, and the wonderful results we were having before COVID hit. So we can review that for our public. I think it's good to review that.
John, can I add a preference for yes and solutions to recreation space and academic space? I heard that from a number of board members.
Yes, great. Good way of putting it.
And then also, and then I just want to make sure, does the board support, I mean, I heard Keith say he supported the idea of a really beefed up, I don't know how best to say it, but a really better, with the Steve Jobs or the website stuff and the accessibility of the plans.
Yeah, I think we're having those conversations already. I know Steve Massetti has been having conversations about streamlining how we can report out to the public, what's happening on bond projects, better ways of.
But I asked for something very specific, and I wanted to see if the board was supportive of it. I
think it's part of the big picture.
Yeah, but what I'm asking, I wanted to see if the board would give direction to say, hey, look, when you go to the SMMUSD website and you're looking at it, right at that homepage at the top, you're going to see maybe wherever the webmaster, he, she, they decides to put it, right? It's going to say, however we name it, right? Construction bond, whatever. And you click it and then it takes you to a page and it's got all the different schools. And I want to see what's going on at Roosevelt. I'm going to click Roosevelt. I'm going to be able to see that. I want something to be super duper user friendly, right? To where someone could go to that. And that's what I was asking. If
I actually think we were already in the process of preparing for that. I know. So I think that's what John was alluding to. So obviously, if you guys want to refortify your wishes on that, go ahead and state it. But I think we're already moving in that direction.
Maybe Steve could talk a little bit about what you're working on that. Because I think
I can. I mean, we haven't put a lot of time into this in the last few months, so just start with that. But yes, we are. I mean, I understand Dr. TJ to be asking for us to be able to say, okay, you go on to the SMMUSD website, you click something that says facilities, and then from there you can click on a site, and you can say, okay, what's happening at that site, and see everything in a digestible format. So it's not 100 pages of an EIR or something you've got to read through. So we're not there. To Dr. Drotti's point, that is something we're working towards, and we will work with the webmaster and with some other folks to create something that is understandable, digestible, and I think complete is another way to say it. So in other words, where we're not just looking at it and seeing a report, but you're concerned about what is happening there now, what's happening in the future, when are those things going to happen? I think there's a lot more that goes into that than I actually understand, because I clearly have no idea how to, develop something like that. But we have a lot of people who do. So yes, we're working towards that, but we recognize we're not there, and we will get there, as you know, within short order.
Thank you.
Great. So I'm gonna, yes,
Can I
Lori.
add one more thread that I'm not quite sure how to tie everybody's comments together, because I don't think they were all exactly the same, but I'm almost thinking maybe rather than resolve how this should look now, what I think I heard was from most people, a willingness to have these processes move in tandem, but also, how do I say it, a concern or wanting a commitment to, if we're going to do that, it needs to be more fleshed out how that's going to work. Who's going to be in charge of it? How's it going to work? When will maybe pieces come back? I really don't know. I mean, I know that Craig's words were that it gives him a brain cramp to think about this. Keith said something about, I think positive about it, but also trying to, and Richard did too, I think, about just trying to build in a commitment to knowing that we may have to really reconsider something. And so I'm going to add to that, that I don't know, having these things work in this dynamic that sort of goes back and forth is, I think, on the one hand, a creative and exciting thing, and on the other hand, a potentially fraught approach. And so I don't expect you to do it now, but if you could do a little more thinking about how that will work, I think that would help people feel better about it, even though I think I sense a sort of willingness, but with I don't know what to call it.
Trepidation. Carrie?
Yeah.
Part of that is actually getting the historic resources consultants on board and talking with them about how they are going to conduct their process. Part of that will be about getting the architects back in the room and going, okay, how do we resolve and refine the campus plans? How are we moving forward with the planning process? Because we do look to them, and as much as, you know, Steve, Barbara, Michael, Burke, Julian and I have really great ideas on how to do that. We do help and work with our consultant. The consultants help guide that process.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking you for a perfect answer tonight. I guess I'm asking you to work with them,
yes,
to come up with something, because in many ways it has the potential to be collaborative and terrific, but it also could be a disaster if not done carefully and thoughtfully. So I'm not saying I think it's going to be a disaster. I just think it might help if you feel free to consult with other people before you come back and sort of share with us a little more fleshed out version of how that will work. And I see a couple of people nodding, so I think I'm maybe not perfectly articulating it, but I think I was trying to articulate what I heard from other people.
And
So I guess my question right now then is for Steve and Carrie. For the most part, I know we've given you direction and guidance sort of overall, but I don't know if we've given you enough specific guidance about the individual projects that would allow us to go to consent now and do what we need to do. So I think we need to do that now.
All right, agreed.
Yeah, I think so. Let's do that. Let's go to McKinley. We're going to McKinley. Who would like to read their notes about McKinley first? If no one wants to, I'll read my McKinley notes.
Can I just add a little tweak to what Lori was saying? I think the piece is, we need everybody to know we're going to take the HRI seriously when it comes in. So if that's going to jackknife the truck, you guys should be thinking about that we got to talk about that before we get there. That's really the message, is we're going to take that HRI very seriously.
Which goes exactly to my first comment about McKinley, which is, I hear what Carrie and Steve are presenting, which is the side by side, the historical, then a reflection of the historical in the building next to it. I believe those two can exist and really play off each other very well, but I do believe that this is where the HRI has to happen. And again, in this case, I actually am comfortable with letting the two work parallel because I believe that this is, for this space, it will work. The overall for McKinley is, I am very concerned about the campus plan as was presented with McKinley. I'm very concerned about what's happening to Santa Monica Boulevard, but at the same time, I understand that we have to secure our campuses. That a lot of our campuses, we live in an urban environment in Santa Monica. There are things that happen, and the more that we can use our architecture to provide security, I think is a plus. So I do believe that the first two phases that would be coming to McKinley, I think I am okay with, and I am okay with the HRI happening in parallel with the architectural for McKinley. That's my comment. Next, McKinley, Lori.
I'm not sure. I thought I understood you and then I wasn't sure I did.
Oh,
So I feel, so I was, because I wanted to just say ditto so we could move on, but I'm not sure I understood. I think, so I'm going to try it my way. Unfortunately, I'd rather not, but my comments on McKinley are just that it's the one project that I see of the ones that you put out, forget the campus plans. It's the one project where the HRI has the potential to impact it. So I would just like, I don't know how you juggle these things, but I would like the HRI for McKinley to sort of move, I think, even a little ahead of that project, just so that we don't waste money on a plan that doesn't end up what we'll end up with. Now, that said, I am sort of skeptical that there's something that will have to change, but I do respect the fact that we're doing these HRIs for a reason. And that is the one that raises any potential preservation issue from what I understand. And so it's sort of you can move things in conjunction with each other, but sometimes certain things have to go a little before others. And so I want to know that you'll exercise that judgment somehow, or somehow, note that there are concerns about issues having to do with historic resources with respect to McKinley, well, that don't exist on those other, all of Lincoln, Gems, Grant, any of those things at this point.
Okay.
So I don't, that's not very articulate.
It sounds like the question then is,
If that's
Lori,
what you mean, John, I agree with you.
the question being then to Carrie and Steve, whereas I said, I could be okay with having the HRI and the initial design work happening parallel. And if we have to adjust, we adjust. Whereas you're saying, is it possible to start the HRI and then have the design come after that so we have a better sense of the project? Or will that cause undue delays? Is that summing up your point?
Yeah, sort of, yes.
But Lori thinks that one particular site, this is really necessary, right, Lori? Is that what you're saying?
I think that respects the meaning of the HRIs, yes. Whereas I'm not worried about the others because I don't think the individual projects have any potential.
Okay. Then we can adjust that in the scheduling, but we really need the architects on board to start the other work that has to be done and get it developed and going. But as far as a movement into schematic, we can, take a little slower road there until we have more realized results.
Right. We could take direction from the board tonight to not move into schematics on McKinley. I mean, I think you would, my recommendation would be you still approve the agreement for the 3 campuses that Johnson Favreau has, and give us a direction on McKinley to wait to move into schematics until after, well, at some point in the HRI process, whether it's completion or that may be something we need to discuss, but I think we could, we could do that. And I do think that the board could give us that direction while still approving the agreement tonight.
Terrific. That's great suggestions. Does anybody else have any further comments on McKinley, right? If that's the direction that's going forward, Jennifer?
No, I just, you know what, so I'm so sorry, but I just in looking at all these plans and looking at all the things, I just want to, at each site, if you don't mind, just say out loud the very specific thing. Like, so McKinley is the new
Classroom
the
facility.
repurposed existing office, the new front office and school support functions, the lower elementary classrooms, the upper elementary classrooms, right? That's the phase one. I just want to say it out loud. So when I say yes, I know I'm saying yes. Okay.
Great idea.
I agree. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say.
Terrific. Then why don't we move to Roosevelt? Who would like to comment on Roosevelt? Richard.
So on Roosevelt, I want to say that I very much support the Roosevelt front yard. I'm going to call it the Roosevelt front yard, and the space that it has become in the community. Yep, that's what I want to talk about, Roosevelt. I just said that.
Jennifer?
Can I say why? Because listen, I watch people go eat their Panda Express and their Minchies, and it's become kind of like, Jen, what do we call that? The egg park? What's the egg park over there?
Right. Yes, that's what we call it, the egg park.
The egg park. So we have an egg park, which isn't a park, but the community, and it's very much in line with what John and others have said about, look, recognize what's going on local to that neighborhood, and that space is important in that neighborhood.
Great. Jennifer?
So I guess, I mean, so in terms of the consent calendar in the first phase, I am good with the preschool. I want to know what happens. I want to know what happens to the kindergarten yard when that is built. And I want to know, do the portables get removed once that building is built? Because then you have a new building for the kindergarten and you have the old classrooms, and do all the portables get removed?
Okay. When we go to build the kindergarten TK pre-K space, we would lose the first set of, I believe, 4 portables at that time, and we can consolidate that in the existing classrooms. We've gone over that very carefully with Linda. Once it is completed, the next question is, would we be going directly into what is the phase 2, which is now the Boomerang building, but we're hearing that might want to be adjusted. If we are going directly into that, then we would be able to go right into building it, and then the rest of the portables would go out after that. If at that point we have decided to do something else, then what would happen is that we would habitate the former preschools TKK areas, and we'd move forward at someplace else on the campus with the next phase, which would get us out of the portables. But as I said, with both Franklin and Roosevelt, the challenge is you sort of have to do a 1, 2, 3, 4 to get where we want to go.
And I would just say, I agree with you. I think that this plan needs much more work. I think the rest of the plan needs more work, but I'm supportive of phase 1. I'm supportive of phase 1. I think it can be managed. I think having that space that it's in, but I think there needs to be more discussion and more work on the plan. Okay.
Lori?
Okay, I'm now totally confused because I thought we were talking about the particular projects, and most of what you guys both talked about, sorry, we're not supposed to say you guys, but was about the larger plan, I think, which is all fine. And I don't have any problem with what you said, but I thought we were talking about the particular.
Actually, Jen, I think Jen voiced her support for the phase 1 project, which is the TK preschool on the corner of Alta and Lincoln. And then she was giving direction to Carrie and Steve for the bigger picture of the campus plan, which does need some work.
And I'm sorry if I'm going out of turn. I don't,
no apologies needed. It's just that you just said, let's spell out what the project is on each one. And so we did that on one, and now we're on the next one, and we didn't spell it out, and we went all over the place.
Oh, yes, no, you're absolutely right. So we didn't, in the McKinley scenario too, I guess I didn't think about that. Should we go back to it? I don't know.
Carrie, can you spell out the phase 1 project for Roosevelt quickly for us?
And I'm going to, before you spell, I mean, I have some concerns about it, which is why I thought we were.
The phase one project for Roosevelt is the Early Childhood Learning Center up at Lincoln and I think it's Alta. It's that structure that's going in that back corner is the first thing that would be built.
Right. But I would also, could I have a specific question about the building itself?
Mhm.
It's 5 kindergarten classrooms, a preschool class, a pre-K classroom, and a TK classroom. It's only one preschool classroom?
At the moment, yes, that's the plan.
So okay, and the yard that's being built or the playground that's being built for it is only accommodating for those 2 classrooms, the TK and the pre-K?
Yes, and that's the required space of yard that we have to put in under CDC.
So we couldn't ever have 3 classrooms of pre-K and TK because then we couldn't accommodate them on a play yard?
We'd have difficulty taking more than those 7 classrooms. They could all be Ks or TKs or pre-Ks and they can be balanced. But if we needed to add more than 7 classrooms, we would be challenged.
Okay, no, that makes sense that all 7 classrooms are in play though.
Yeah.
Okay, Lori, you're.
So my concerns are not going to be new to you because I've told you this before in private conversations, but my concern is certainly not with the early childhood learning space. I want us to be able to do that. My concern is with the phasing and with what happens to the recreational space during the time that there's the what do you call the bungalows still are sitting on the spaces where they are. You built a preschool or the preschool TK is in construction, and you have a clearly reduced recreational space. And it's also, I mean, not new to you, Carrie and Steve, that I would say something has to be done. And the only place I see available for that is to do something about the parking lot and to have either staff be able to park on the surrounding streets where for whatever time period it is that we're losing space there, and then the parking lot return to parking lot use when the bungalows go out, and you can replace, if that's in fact if that will replace the lost basketball courts or other recreational opportunity space. So, and I will say, I've reached out to the city about this, and I will say that I personally think that since I do believe that we've been clear earlier in this conversation about our commitment to try to be schools and parks and to provide for what is commonly thought of as a city use and something that the city provides. I mean this respectfully, but I do believe we should be asking the city to work with us to figure out how to temporarily get us back the space while we do pursue things that we need to pursue and that make sense as a phase 1 at Roosevelt. So I don't know, there are different ways of doing that, but somehow it seems to me, I would like us to go, whether it's Ben speaks to the city manager or however we do it. This has become very public with the Recreation and Parks Commission asking the city council to transmit their concerns. And I think we've been addressing their concerns, our concerns. Part of what gets in the way of recreational space or other space on our campuses are parking lots. And either we have to go underground, which costs a fortune, or we need to be able to just say that that's permanently parking space and it's just dead space for other opportunities, or maybe we have to build buildings on top of parking. I'm not really sure what the long-term solution is, but short-term, and I do agree, though I don't know that the solutions are easy, with Nina raising that as parking as a long-term issue. I just don't think the solutions are very easy to come by. But I do think in the short term, I would like us to talk about what are the prospects and talk to the city to see if they could help us with replacing space by allocating parking, particularly on Alta, which to me is pretty much open all the time since I live there and walk by it. The adjacent spaces to Roosevelt on Alta virtually never have anyone parked in them. And I haven't done a parking study yet, so I don't know which other sides of the school would have potential available spaces. I know the city isn't going to love this, but I feel like what we all have to do in this community is figure out how to balance the needs for recreation space, schools, and parking that people who come and work at our schools need to be able to have, because they can't live here, because most of them can't afford to buy anything here.
So should I respond to that?
Sure.
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry
that's
to go
okay.
off on my soapbox.
No, it's perfectly reasonable. So for recreation space, I think, when we're talking about weekends, we don't need to worry about staff parking, obviously, because our staff isn't coming on weekends. So one of the things that we've considered is whether we could take that parking lot and turn it into a couple of basketball courts that could be used on weekends. Now, that would mean that on the weekends, there is no community parking in that parking lot, and it would be available as basketball courts or whatever, play courts. But that doesn't actually solve the issue of during the day, when, especially during construction, when we need the play space for our students. So that, I think, Lori, is where we would want to be able to reach out to the city and talk about permitting our teachers, our staff to park on the streets of Alta and the other streets around there. And if we were able to do that, certainly we could look at converting that I shouldn't say permanently, but in the intermediate term, converting that parking lot to basketball and play courts. But for the weekends, I mean, it would effectively, we'd have two sets of striping. One would be striping for the parking lot that exists. We'd put in some basketball hoops and then add striping for basketball courts, which again would be used for, I say weekend, but what I really mean is whenever our kids aren't there. So whether it's summer or evenings or weekends, I think we could certainly look into that. But we're looking at those kind of two separate times, both for recreation, non-school, as well as school time play areas. So we would certainly be more than willing to work with the city to come up with a solution to that.
Great, thank you. Any other comments on the Roosevelt project? Maria?
And just one question, because on the actual preschool that we're talking about, are they going to follow the same lead as, I guess, the same process, or is it going to be like the preschool that we have at Edison? It's going to be Seaside? Is that what we're talking about building there?
Yeah, I mean, if Sue were here, it'd be easy to do this. I assume it would be the same model that we have at Franklin, and yeah. So Dr. Moore is nodding her head, so yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming that I know it's fee-based, but we also have, how can I say, a sliding scale for some of the families also involved. So there is, okay. So it's not in a sense a certain amount, and that's all, but it depends upon if people need some support, they will get it. Dr. Moore, I don't know if you want to say something. Yes.
May I? So yes, we have made a commitment to ensure that our families have access to our Seaside programming. So we've not only has the board allocated funding for preschool as a whole, but the board has also supported subsidies through the supplemental grant to ensure that families have access, right? And particularly our most vulnerable families. So yes, that continues to be a priority for us. And the goal and the direction is for us to build on the successes that we've had with our Seaside programming and really strengthen that early learning articulation with preschool, TKK, and going into first and the early learning, right? First through second grade, really strengthening that and showing that strong articulation.
Thank you. I know that that Dr. Samarj, who's in charge of the preschool, did a great job. unfortunately, we weren't able to, how can I say, show it off because of the pandemic and we had to close. But from what I understand, it was being successful at the time that we had to close it down. So thank you. Thank you for.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that then? So, because we did have the one public speaker who asked about the fee-based, and so I'm really glad that Maria just asked that question. How comfortable are we in knowing that the families at Roosevelt understand this? When you were there meeting with them to talk about this phase, Carrie and Steve, was this something that was discussed? Do they understand kind of our commitment as a district to preschool and what we're doing to reach out and to make sure that families who are in need and can't go to one of the many very expensive preschools in north of Montana, by the way, that this is really a tool to meet our mission and our values?
We definitely spoke to what the board has said in our conversations with Dr. Samardzich, but those were not meetings where Dr. Samardzich or Dr. Morrow were present. And what I would really want to do would be, as we develop this is exactly the type of programming work that needs to happen with the architect to develop the whole project, is to bring in our early childhood leaders and have them talk not only about what that space needs, but also talk about how it's going to function and relate to the entire school.
I think it's really important that that happens sooner rather than later, considering this is the phase. And as we're sitting here, we're getting emails as board members on this topic, as well as the speaker we had tonight. So I think it's very important that we're clear and we're sharing the good work that's happening. Is that a possibility, Dr. Moore, we could get that going on there? Thank you.
And Dr. Samardzich Powell, who is in charge of our preschool program, has shared back in December when this first came up that there is need for these preschool spaces. There is need in our community. She's very confident in that. And just to review where we were before COVID, we had actually increased our access to free preschool by about 20% from where we were before. And if we're looking at preschool as a significant way of closing achievement gap, opportunity gap, that's something we committed to. And having this at Roosevelt, look, from a personal point of view, I was site governance chair at Roosevelt when BB came along. And I remember fighting with Judy Abdo about where the preschool was going to go. And I fought her on it because I looked at it from my Roosevelt lens, and we're a small campus. This is when Roosevelt was bigger. And as I've spent more time in the district and spent more time with early education, I see that crucial link. So I know how easy it is to look at things through a Roosevelt lens and not look at it through the continuity of 3-year-old to 18-year-old. So I understand where people in our community are like, hey, our school is small already. I get it, I've been there. But I also see the magic of how this is the equalizer. This is, the data supports that. This is not a, hey, I'm guessing. This is data driven. We know this. So I am for it. Any other comments on Roosevelt? I think we gave clear guidance on that. So let's move to the geckos at Grant. Anybody want to speak to Grant? Grant seemed pretty straightforward. I will say that. I will also say that I really hope we get to phase 2 quickly at Grant, because I hear their need for that. And phase 2 will really revitalize that campus.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was Grant. I will move to Rogers. Comments on Rogers. Yes, Lori.
I think that the project is okay, but
let's follow our rule. Carrie, the project at Rogers is?
Yes, the project at Rogers is an early childhood building that is on the northeast corner of the campus that would also allow for parking and also would move and shift the field more to the center. It would be a single-story building, and it would allow us to get out of, I believe it's 6 bungalows.
Great, thank you, Carrie. Sorry, Lori.
So then my question is, what impact does it have, if any, to the recreational space? Because I know that it's going to move some. And also, I think it's definitely not a topic for tonight, but there have been rumblings at different times, as I think you kind of alluded to, that Will Rogers should be the next elementary school that is entirely replaced. And yet, now that we've done windows, paint, and floors, and a variety of modernization things, it's too late already, I can't talk. It's clear that Rogers can last longer. So at some point, there's got to be a decision as to whether you're doing a master plan that's replacing the campus or one that's simply building on what is there and continuing to make improvements and modernizations. And so I guess I want to know that this project doesn't prejudice the decision either way on that, which I think it doesn't.
Doesn't.
And I do want the answer about how it impacts the recreation space.
If we do the complete and overall build out, there is at this moment in the campus plan a slight reduction in blacktop space, but not in field space. If I get out my accordion and play it, then what I can tell you is that the first and second phases are very good phases to get us. The first and second phases in the cafeteria, new cafeteria on the church lot, are all very good phases that don't impact the existing structure or reduce significantly the play area. I think we'll need to take a deeper look but if we're going for we must rebuild this campus, it is a pathway to get us there while still having school there. It just will take a couple of phases.
But it also doesn't preclude us from not rebuilding the entire campus.
It gives us both options.
So I think, Lori,
I
to your
thought
point,
that the Rogers,
cool.
sorry, Steve.
No, that's fine.
I thought the first two steps of the Rogers plan really balanced both needs, but of that. Lori, you were still.
I think but I think the phase 1 and 2 can even if they say you will redo the school, those are standalone, right? So it's not like they would be an integrated part, and we're piecing things out, because definitely the KER, I mean not the K, but the preschool and all those bungalows are just terrible. You need to move. My daughter was there in preschool, and that was like 20 years ago. So come on. I mean, they're falling apart. And I feel so sad because that's most of our kids that are lower income kids that are there, for them to, and they can't afford Seaside. So, we have to be able to offer them a better situation there for the kids. The other thing is, and remember, yes, we do, they finally do at Rogers, they finally did the windows, floors, paint, but most of the other schools was their second phase, and Rogers never. This is the only phase they ever got. So Rogers was at the bottom of the totem pole, and we didn't get our stuff until the very end. Thank you that we did, but I was there during the kindergarten where our kids. I mean, the paint was flaking off the windows, and it took that long. I mean, like 20 years ago when my daughter was there. So the whole thing is, yes, it's in dire need, and I think that the space, because even, let me ask you this, but even if you would move the kindergarten, you're going to put a play equipment in that area, right? So there's still going to be, how can I say, like a playground with equipment there for the kids to still enjoy. Because I know that right now, like on a Saturday there at Rogers, you do have like a little soccer teams playing. But we're not there for that. But there also is the play equipment there for the kids to enjoy and ride their bikes around the blacktop around that area where the parking, where the handball courts and all that stuff are at. So long as you can keep some semblance of some kind of I know you said there's going to be less blacktop, but as long as some kind of a play area for the kids to play along with the grass, and that I think you please take that into consideration, because there's a lot of people that live in apartments around there that utilize that space.
There will definitely be there.
Yeah. Any other Rogers questions? Okay, so let's move to Franklin. Franklin. Carrie, the construction at Franklin is on.
Yes, at Franklin, we would build the
Space and
new.
field space top.
Okay, he's breaking up a little. At Franklin, we would build the new maker space, or project-based learning, project space. That room that also includes some restrooms, and we would redo the fields and the basketball to take up that one alley that's not currently being used for fire and make it into a better basketball thing. So we'd start off there with our first phase.
Okay, Franklin comments. I see Jennifer.
I'm sorry, and I'm so sorry, I'm so scattered. I just have a question because I thought there was a difference, but you said that the field at Franklin would be a U10 field?
I believe it's a U8, but hold on, let me check.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, I thought it was U10 also.
I think it might be U10, but Carrie, why don't you pull up that graphic again?
I mean, U10 is 40 by 80. So,
and most of our fields will end up being U8, but I believe Franklin was in fact U10.
I mean, just for point of reference, for U10 soccer in AYSO in our community is not being. There was a time where we played at Franklin. There was a time when things were elsewhere. They haven't played there in years. U10 has moved to our turf fields and elsewhere. And the smaller, the younger kids are playing at Rogers and playing at Franklin and Roosevelt. And I don't even think they've played at Franklin and Roosevelt in quite a while.
It will be a U10, which is slightly smaller than it is right now, but it will be a U10.
Thank you.
Yes, I was going to ask a question
for AYSO.
I was going to ask a question which John, I think, partially answered, which is whether the fields on the elementary school sites are permitted for any older, and the answer I think is no, right?
I was the scheduler for AYSO for 5 years, and I gave the job up like 3 or 4 years ago. At that point, the only elementary we were scheduling at that time was Rogers, and it was for U5 and U6, which was the super tiny kids, and U10 was all at Airport. We moved away from Clover Park with that, so no, we didn't have the older kids. 15 years ago, yes, there were older kids playing at Franklin. That hasn't happened in years because of the jams rebuilt.
Yeah, but we have increased, since you are the AYSO scheduler, we have increased the use of our elementary school fields for the elementary school aged soccer plays. So we've been doing more of that permitting, and we've worked that out with the city. That's really only happened in the last 3 to 4 years.
Great. More soccer is always good.
And so I'm asking Lori's question, how much space do we lose for recreational play?
So Carrie, it seems like you're saying we're moving from what would be a cramped U12 field to a U10 field.
We're moving from what would not be a U12 field, but bigger than a U10 field, to a U10 field.
Yeah, so it's still a U10 field. There's going to be a little bit less space than there is right now, but it never was a U12 field.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nominal amount of space. Many years ago, I was a soccer player too, and that's a nominal amount of space.
I had one comment on the Franklin construction project, Carrie, and it stems from what I guess what would lead into phase 2. Mm-hmm. I am a little concerned about the encroachment onto the south end of the Franklin, the Franklin usable recreation space. The project that comes in, I think phase 2 is an L-shaped building, and that the stem of the L seems to really abut the field and abut that play space. And to me, that might seem kind of claustrophobic and create less functional space, but that's down the road for the campus plan. So when we look at the campus plan, maybe we think about how the south end of the campus is used by the public and used by the school for recreation space.
Okay.
That's just something to put in your head. But that has nothing to do with phase 1. Phase 1, I think, is still sound.
Yeah, I could see how we could adjust that.
Okay. I think it'd freeze it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments for Franklin? Okay. We didn't have a presentation from your Smash. but we did hear from staff. Anybody have a Muir Smash comment, even though there's nothing to approve on consent? Okay. Jams. Any comments for jams?
So the SMS project is the modernization, adjustment in making the library better and getting that courtyard in the library to function.
That's
Yeah.
that's a great move.
It looks like a great project, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's just that phase 1 project, and terrific. And
Not
remember,
forget about the science area too, because that's a big thing. Science magnet is a big thing at GEM, so.
great. Okay, so then let's move to Lincoln, which Lincoln, the project, Carrie?
The Lincoln, the only project is the one in the, what we call the K building, or the 300s, where we're doing the restrooms for the special education classes. That's already going forward. Either you just approved that contract or you're approving it on next Thursday. I forget, I'm sorry. But it's moving forward this summer and will happen this summer. So what we really want to hear is if you have any guidance on how the master planning process would proceed at Lincoln.
This is a tricky, okay, so Richard, you go. I see Jen's gonna go too. Richard, then Jennifer.
The one thing I put on my list is I want a swimming pool there. So you had asked, and I've talked about the pool. And I've been a big advocate that then swimming should have been happening a long time ago. We had the faculty push back at us, and then of course the issues with the pool. But I'm one of 7 here saying the pool, please.
Richard, so are you saying as a curricular item or a community benefit, or both?
Both.
Okay.
Both.
Thank you.
Both.
Jennifer?
I'm a swimmer too, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling about Lincoln, and obviously my kids went there, the 500 buildings, those 8th grade classrooms are horrific. I don't know if it's a knockdown or a refurbish, but I know that they have to be addressed. I think that I'm thrilled that you're doing renovations in the auditorium. It wouldn't be my first priority if it's a comfortable place for kids. And I think it's a lovely auditorium. And I would say with our community, the pool is important. And whether I know that swimming is not a middle school PE mandatory curriculum scenario, but to be able to keep keep that connection with the people around us, and whatever we can do to have kids have access to that on the weekends, or or whatever, I think could be a really positive thing. So those would be my thoughts on the matters. And I like the grass. I agree with Lawrence. That front grass area is community for Lincoln.
Are there Lincoln comments, even though there's no real construction project to approve of?
I would just echo the sentiments about the pool as well. Having had both my sons at some point in time having swam there at Lincoln in that way. So I'm a pool guy, and they were too. And having kids to be able, as Maria was saying, access for kids that may not have access otherwise to pools, I think is it's a good thing.
It's true. There is no pool on the north side, north of the 10 freeway. Well, the YMCA has it, that it's technically is north, but there's no access here. Okay. Does anybody want to? I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. Okay. Any other feedback on Lincoln? Okay. Any comments on Edison, even though there is no project there? Okay. So this brings us to our consent items. Whew. The only item that I know the only thing that I know that we have changed direction on would be the item about McKinley for architectural services, item G8, whereas we just want to avoid going into schematics. That was the only piece of direction that changed. Craig Foster, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'd like to ask my fellow board members if we can just pull G5. There's more that needs to be talked about, and I don't think at 10:42 it's worth talking about, but I just like to pull it and bring it back later if we need to. G5's the HRI for the 2 Malibu elementary schools.
Great. I don't need to have any other approval to pull that. So you're saying pull it from consent entirely
Yeah,
for a
don't
future
do
meeting?
it tonight.
Bring it back another night, have some more time to discuss it.
Great. So
I'll
that was
second that.
okay.
Table it.
Terrific. Does anybody else have anything from consent they would like to pull out? Or can I ask for a motion to accept consent as submitted? Okay, so
Except for G5.
except for G5, yes, that's what I meant. Sorry, it's the 1042 brain. So with the exception of G5 and the initial direction that on G8, we will not enter into schematics for McKinley at this time.
You mean, basically, we're going to time McKinley with the HRI.
Correct.
That affects McKinley.
Correct. So is there a motion to approve consent with that, approve consent with that one item pulled and the one addition to, yeah, sorry, Keith, thank you. Moved by Keith, seconded by Maria. So we'll do a roll call vote on consent. Richard?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So consent moved. And Sarah will make a note to bring back the MES and the Webster item that was G5. Terrific. General
John.
public comment. I think we do have.
John,
Yes, sir.
this is really a question for Dr. Drotti. Dr. Drotti, do you think it would be okay for us to ask you, which means ask your staff, that there could be a little more detailed than usual articulation of where we ended up tonight and being placed in the minutes? So I'm just hoping, which I know Sarah writes the minutes, but I'm just thinking that maybe staff, Carrie and Steve, would be able to kind of mirror back the direction they heard tonight at the 30,000 foot level, at the smaller level, and that it be then provided to Sarah to include in our minutes. I think that this conversation does warrant there being a more extensive reflection of what took place here.
Perfect. Lori?
You know, and I think that's a good idea. And I would also like to ask, and you don't have to decide the timing now, but I would like to ask you to have Steve and Carrie come back at some future point and do a little more of a description as they've kind of tied it together on how the processes are going to work together. And but again, that can be, you know, as you can fit it in and when it starts to make sense to you in a better way, now that once you get the consultants together and start working that out. I mean, I do think it has the potential to be, like I said, really a collaborative and great effort, but it is going to have to be carefully put together, I think, to make that happen.
And Lori, I think that was apropos to my, I'm right with you. And that was apropos to my earlier comment too, that the 7 of us have to be really, we have to be on it, right? We have to be not missing a beat on this.
Carrie, maybe ask Carrie and Steve, do you guys capture that well enough to summarize before we take off?
I think we did, and I think to Lori's question, you know, it might be that every month, or you know, in other words, every other meeting or every third meeting or something, we come back and discuss where we are with maybe the HRIs and the development of these projects, but really the HRIs, I think, is where you were coming from. Is that correct?
Well, I really was coming from how you're going to do the parallel or
parallel,
but intertwined processes, really.
Yeah.
I think we could figure out an approach to updating the board in a better way than we've done in the past, and I think that would be fantastic.
So Sarah, maybe we can make the mental note and make every third meeting, maybe so like every 6 weeks, we can have something in public where there's a brief report on that, because I think it'll help
Carrie and I
our community.
We can do that. I was just gonna say, after 7 hours of us tonight, I thought you would not want to see us again for a while, but okay.
I don't know whether it's 6 weeks or 2 months. I think you should think it through as you kind of schedule out the entire
Good point.
process.
Good point. Let's not make the decision at 10:46.
Really?
We've got the intent. We'll find the best way to do it. We have one public comment. So let's get to our general
Yes.
public comment, please.
If Esther Hickman is still here, Esther,
I don't see her.
Oh, she was just here a second ago. Oh,
that's the only public comment. So,
well, that's our only public comment. And I think we've been here long enough. So I will thank everybody for their work tonight. Thank staff for their work tonight. All the principals who came to speak. We really appreciate them coming, and the teachers. So thank you all very much. Thank you, colleagues. And let's do this again. And architects, everybody else, let's do this again next Thursday. See you all
Great
then.
job,
Good night.
everyone. Great job. Good
thank
work.
you, everyone.
Good work.